Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 NFL Draft will be underway in about 15 minutes or so, and Jacked Up, the live draft special, is on the air and on the digital networks of WTOV9 on Facebook, on YouTube, on X. We'll probably call it Twitter a bunch throughout the night because it's still Twitter. Pleasure to be joined by the former sports tandem of the 90s.
Just say the old guys.
No, it's Don Sloan, Bill Phillips of WTOV9.
No. If I'm doing anything with Don, it's the Nacho Man.
Yeah.
So that's, just call him the Nacho Man. Everybody, he walks out. His wife told me recently, she said, I'm so mad at you. I said, why? And she's, you had to give him the Nacho Man nickname. She was, I'm not Chris Sloan, not Mrs. Sloan.
Nope.
I'm Mrs. Nacho Man. I'm Mrs. Nacho. And I said, it's a good nickname. What do you want? So
here's the thing. I think we first started together back in what
90s,
back in
90s.
1990.
Yeah.
Who thought we would be sitting here in this digital studio doing something not over the air but over Twitter, Facebook, YouTube?
We didn't have a morning show.
Oh,
we didn't
my
have
goodness.
a 10 o'clock show. We didn't have any of this stuff.
Man.
And now we got him all.
times
He's all
changed.
jacked up. I've seen the commercials
Yep.
giving the guns.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things that I get jacked up most for in sports is tonight at the NFL draft. It's become one of the biggest spectacles in sports not pertaining to a game in the last couple of years. And I think that's all strategic and part of the NFL because the NFL, they make a big deal now out of the schedule release. And it's a cinematic experience that goes 12 months out of the year.
Well, and you said a lot there now. I'm going to go back in the day. I remember being in school, okay, because the draft is like on a Tuesday, Wednesday in the middle of the week, and you're at school, and you knew there was you had to either find the football coach or the janitor or somebody. Somebody would have a transistor radio, okay, and have KDKA radio on, and Bill DeFabio and the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted so-and-so in the first round.
Oh.
Now, not only is it on TV, it's a 3-day extravaganza, and it moves from city to city like the Super Bowl. It's amazing. And we have a guest on coming up that we'll want to talk about this, but how the draft has evolved.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things where you mentioned it's one of the big events. It's everybody gets so excited for it. And I said it this morning during the morning show. And I said, it's kind of like the Maltese Falcon. There was a movie with Humphrey Bogart, and they said, what's the Falcon? What is it? He goes, it's everyone's hopes and dreams. And this is where it starts. It's the hopes and dreams. If you hit on a draft, you're gonna have a team that is really, really good. And just not to jump in here on this, but 2002, one of the first years as a draft for the Steelers, Kendall Simmons, first round pick, solid, 10 years played.
Absolutely.
Antoine Randall, Chris Hope, Larry Foote, Ron Haynes, Lee May, Brett Kiesel in the 7th round. And where teams win and lose the draft isn't with their first pick. It hurts. It hurts a lot if you miss on your first and second picks. But it's the 3rd through 7. That's the guts of your team. That's the team that you're putting together. Those are the guys you have to count on, because what happens, especially now with the money, we need to get this guy that's getting a little bit older out so we don't have to pay him as much. So we have to hit on this guy to make sure we're covered.
Yeah, and the thing about the first round, too, I go back to last year with the Houston Texans. With Deshaun Watson and everything that he went through and obviously getting traded to the Browns, everybody thought the Texans were dead in the water. All of a sudden, they draft C.J. Stroud 2nd overall, and he big-time booms in his rookie year. And Stephon Diggs is now into the fold. So with the addition and with the acquisition of C.J. Stroud in the first round, it snowballs into, oh, man, they've got a quarterback that I want to play with. And now all of a sudden, I think the Texans are going to be a team that everybody was going to look out for this year.
They showed that to the Cleveland Browns in the playoffs last year, but last year it seemed like there really wasn't much doubt. Carolina was taking Bryce Young and so forth. We've got another thing this year, Caleb Williams. Everybody's saying Caleb Williams. But like with Bryce Young last year, boy, I'm sure Carolina, as the year went on, would have loved that CJ Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
And we keep talking about the Lincoln Riley factor. Well, this will be the 3rd quarterback under Lincoln Riley. It's been the number 1 draft. Okay, what the heck does that mean? Baker Mayfield, okay?
Yeah.
And we've got the kid out in with the Cardinals. He's been
Kyler Murray.
Murray, solidly average. So does the Lincoln Riley quarterback really mean anything? Is it Caleb Williams? We're going to sit here next year and say, hey, man, maybe they should have taken Jaden Williams.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, not Williams.
One of the draft gurus. He has the big hair. He's been on TV a long time, and does all. I think his name's Mel Kiper.
Yeah.
Today he talked about that. I happened to catch him, and he said, "You know what? When it comes down to evaluating quarterbacks that go into the National Football League as first-round picks, he goes, it's all luck." He goes, you can't tell. He goes, there's certain guys you think this guy's a lock, and they don't do it, and then other guys, C.J. Stroud, no one thought he was going to do what he did, but he did, and it's so he goes, it's just kind of.
Yep.
It's a magical mix, and that's where it comes down back to the hopes and dreams. Like, we hope we picked the right guy. Did the Steelers think Brett Kiesel was going to be one of those guys who was going to be a cornerstone of a couple Super Bowl runs? 7th round? No. The only reason LeBeau took him, Coach LeBeau, he said, I love guys that can run. If you can run, I can teach you the rest. I talked to him one time. He goes, I want defensive linemen that can run. Brett Kiesel could run, but they had no idea he was going to turn into what he turned into. Yeah. It's just one of those things. You got to get that. There's that luck factor in all this. That's what makes it so exciting.
Alfredo watching says, what time does the draft start? The first round gets underway in about 9 minutes. If you have any comments or questions, just like Alfredo did, be sure to leave a comment on the stream. We'd be happy to talk to you.
We're also like and subscribe. Let's go.
Yeah, and we're also happy to talk to from The Athletic, Mike DeFabo at Steelers headquarters, the Pittsburgh Steelers picking 20th overall this evening. Mike, thanks for taking a couple of minutes to join us tonight before everything gets all hectic. What's the vibe like right now at Steelers HQ down on the south side as you guys get ready to cover the draft this evening?
Well, let me tell you, the vibes are high. The Steelers obviously have their war room. The media, we're in our own little war room. But beforehand, I have to make a mention of the food. The Steelers every year serve their scouts and all the people who work so hard in the front office to prepare the draft steak and lobster. And so they let the media indulge in some of that. So I'm very well fed and ready to talk some football with you, Jack.
Hey, Mike, 1 second here. This is the beauty of a live podcast. I'm going to take you down and bring you back up. We lost your audio for a moment.
Can you hear me now, Jack?
I cannot hear you right now. No. Let's see. Oh, you know what? We might have accidentally. It says your mic is not connected right now, Mike.
We good?
We are good. All right, take two. The beauty of live podcast.
All right, we're all the way back in.
I love it.
So you were talking about how the vibes are high, that the war rooms are separated. You guys are down in the media war room right now. As you get set to cover the draft this evening, how's it all shaping up?
Yeah, definitely. As I was saying, every year it's tradition that the Steelers want to reward and feed all the scouts and the people who work hard on the draft. So they bring out the steak and the lobster. So they are well fed, and luckily we got to partake in some of that. So I'm feeling good right now, ready to see who the Steelers draft.
There you go. That's awesome.
Or he's ready for a nap.
Mike, what's your gut telling you right now? Maybe not a specific name. If you have one, throw one out there. But what position group do you think the Steelers are leaning tonight towards in round number 1?
I think that the offensive line needs to be addressed in some form or fashion early in the draft. And I think the really interesting predicament for the Steelers is going to be what happens if a top center falls into their lap. And a guy like Jackson Powers Johnson, who is considered maybe the top center in the draft, or Graham Barton is still there from Duke. Do you take a guy when right now the Steelers don't really have a guy on their roster who could be a starting center? Nate Herbig is center capable, but I would not feel very comfortable with him being your 17-game starter. So do you go with a guy like that? Or typically that tackle position has so much more value, and it's so much more difficult to find a legitimate tackle in a quarterback league where the quarterback's the most important, the edge rushers who are going to try to sack them, and then the guys who are trying to slow down those edge rushers. So I think that's going to be the interesting dynamic for the Steelers is if you do want to address the offensive line, you want to try to surround Arthur Smith, the new offensive coordinator, with powerful run blockers to take some pressure off the quarterback. What do you do in that situation? Do you go center or do you go tackle?
What about the idea of a trade tonight? How likely do you think that is? I mean, obviously there's been a lot of buzz about Brandon Ayuk. And then aside from that, last year the Steelers traded up in the first round to take Broderick Jones. So where do you see maybe the likelihood of them making a move in the first round tonight as well?
Well, I think that one thing we've seen with Omar Khan is that he's not afraid to be aggressive. And I think that that's a great approach that they have. Is they've got Andy Weidel, who sets the draft board. He's more of the scout background kind of guy. And then you've got Omar, who is used to negotiations, because that was his role before he was promoted to GM, was he would be handling all these negotiations. So those two guys work really well hand in hand with each other. I think that you definitely are going to see at some point in the draft the Steelers maneuvering up, maneuvering back. I think if there's a player that, similar to last year, like Broderick Jones, they feel like he's in their range and they don't want to miss out on him. They feel like there's other teams with similar needs. I could see a small, trade up maybe trade up 5 picks to get a specific tackle or to get a specific center, or, maybe a little wild card. Obviously they need a number 2 at wide receiver. So behind the 2 offensive line positions, that's probably their third need. And if there is a dynamic guy still available, like say Brian Thomas from LSU, do you move up and do you get somebody like that?
You guys have a question?
Well, that's exactly what I was looking at too. Is if a Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU is sitting there, do you take him and then hope you get your center in the second round with Zach Frazier from WVU? If I'm the Steelers, I would love for that scenario. So that's where the questions are going to be. They may not even have to trade up if they're sitting at 20 and somebody slips down. But I don't think Brian Thomas Jr. will go that far. But then again, I wouldn't have an issue with them going, if one of those tackles goes down, grabbing a tackle and then still trying to get Frazier in the second round, because I think he would be there.
Now, the company line has always been at the Steelers, we're going to take the best player available. Is that what they sold the media this year when they came out and talked and previewed and didn't say much about any of the players? Or because they would always say, we don't want to reach and miss. You want to take that best player on the board. What have they been saying about that type of situation where, like Don describes it, this guy drops down, he might not be the best player on the board, but he's in need. We reach for him. Where are they with that this year?
Right. I mean, publicly, the Steelers will always say we're going best available, but more than their words, I look at their actions, and every team's allowed to host 30 players for pre-draft visits. You look at the guys who had first-round grades, and there were 9 of them. Of those 9 guys with first-round grades that they brought in, 6 were on the offensive line. 2 were defensive backs who I think would be in a trade-back situation. Those would be the defensive back from Clemson, Nate Wiggins, and then the very versatile safety from Iowa, Cooper DeJean. Those 2 were the 2 trade backs. And then the only other guy they brought in was A.D. Mitchell from Texas, who's a wide receiver, who I could see maybe being a guy who tumbles out of the first round and maybe they make an aggressive move to move up. So again, the main point here is they brought in 9 guys who were first round talents, and 6 of them are linemen. So to me, that is a hint that maybe that could be the direction they're going. But again, you never know how the draft board is going to fall. And I do feel that this is a front office that evaluated all the players. And if they feel there's more value at a different position, they could definitely go that direction.
It's Mike DeFabo, Steelers beat reporter for The Athletic, live from Steelers headquarters at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. For those of you watching, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, leave us a comment if you have a question for Mike pertaining to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike, I want them to go center tonight. The mock that I put out there, I want Jackson Powers Johnson as a Steelers fan bad. What do you think the perception is from the Steelers side of things on the overall class at center? Because I think a lot of the national experts, so to speak, are saying that this is a deeper class over the ball than normal.
Yeah, definitely. Our lead draft analyst at The Athletic, Dane Brugler, he said that there's a possibility as many as 3 centers could go in the first round, and that would be a record. That would be the most ever. And so, we keep talking about Zach Frazier, and I also really, really like the player and the person. I had the opportunity to talk with him at the Senior Bowl. This kid is like near 4.0 student in the classroom. He won the award for the hardest working player on their football team. He built a weight room in his garage when he was in high school and would ask for Christmas from Santa Claus that he wanted weights. So I really, really like this kid. And I think if he was still available in the second round, that might be the best pick the Steelers could make. I just wonder, is he going to be there? And so that's, again, this is the whole projecting and predicting part of this. But, I think that also sometimes when there's a deep class at a particular position, it can work the opposite way, because the Steelers and other teams might say, well, there's a lot of good options. We don't need to use a first round pick. There might still be a good option waiting around. And if enough teams think that way, then maybe these guys, even though they're talented and have first-round grades, could end up sliding and could be more so in the Steelers' range afterwards.
So a trade down could actually be as likely as a trade up. You trade down, maybe get an extra pick because you're saying, okay, a couple of these guys are here, and we like Zach Frazier as much as this guy. Maybe that's what happens.
No.
Yeah, let me
it will not happen. Steelers are not going to trade their number 1 draft pick. I mean,
go like 5 spots.
Okay, they're not drafted. They're not going out of the first round. They may trade back and get some more picks, but they're not going to trade out of the first round.
Yeah, I mean, the only time that
it's such a valuable commodity.
And it happened once recently with the Minka Fitzpatrick trade, and that's obviously
that was a different dynamic.
Yeah, we're not talking about trading out of the first round, but if you're sitting there and you've got a couple of different centers, but I think Graham Barton is the guy you really want. But remember, they made that mistake a couple of years ago of taking someone and changing them into a center. And would that be the mistake with Barton?
Because I mean, you think about the centers that they've had, and this tradition rich. Mike Webster, Damani Dawson, Marquise Pouncey are the last 3.
Ray Mansfield wasn't bad either.
And I'm not leaving him out, but those are the big 3 of the last Super Bowl runs, and they were just great centers and gave them opportunities to win. So having that anchor in there, having a really smart player in there, if the top center's there, I'm with you, Jack. Absolutely. I'm on, because the thing is, you can have Russell Wilson, you can have Joe Namath, you can have whoever you want behind center. If you can't block for him, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to make plays. So they have to address the offensive line. And their last Super Bowl wins, the offensive line has been solid. Some of the times you looked at the guys on the line and went, oh, okay, these aren't the household names that you would think, but they were solid and were able to get the job done. If you have a good offensive line, you can't win.
Mike, what's your gut tell you?
No, I'm with you guys there. And I think another factor we have to consider is what they did to the offense this offseason, bringing in a guy like Arthur Smith. And historically, he has run the ball a ton. And then you bring in a guy like Russell Wilson. And, there have been times in his career he's been criticized as being a bit of a game manager. The Steelers are going to need to have that effective running game to take pressure off of Russell Wilson. They're going to need to have that running game to give themselves something to feel good about. So that's why I feel like offensive line might be the move. The other aspect of this, assistant GM Andy Weidel worked in Philadelphia previously, where they felt very strongly about building from the inside out and feeling like you needed to have the guys in the trenches to establish the tone and to block before you build out everything else. So I really feel like, early, I could see 2 of their first 3 picks being offensive linemen that help that transformation in the trenches, because just a couple years ago, that was by far the biggest glaring weakness. Now, all of a sudden, you've got Broderick Jones, and if they get a right tackle, he can flip to left tackle. You've got Isaac Seumalo in the fold. Maybe you get 2 new offensive linemen during this draft season. Now that is starting to take what was once very recently a weakness and start turning into a strength.
And Mike, too, obviously we're getting set for the first round, but there's been buzz around the Steelers potentially on maybe late half of day 2, day 3 of taking a quarterback. How do you see the quarterback class and how the quarterback landscape shaping out tonight, and maybe some names for Steelers fans to look out for on day 2, day 3, rounds 4 through 7, whatever, a quarterback that might be there that the Steelers could be interested in?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they have so many needs. I would prefer that they address the more pressing ones than finding a third option, because they gave themselves 2 options right now with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. And I'm not even sure there's going to be enough snaps to go around to evaluate Justin Fields and figure out if he could be the answer going forward. So I would be a little bit against it. But, somebody in the range of a Michael Pratt from Tulane, he had a very strong showing at the Senior Bowl. He's a guy that's a day 3, so maybe you use one of those like 6th round picks, or if he falls, or maybe the 4th round pick, somebody like him. I think day 3 would be the first time that they should really think about it. Now, maybe internally they're in love with the guy, and maybe they're feeling very differently, but that's kind of the way I see it from the outside.
He's Mike DeFabo from The Athletic. Mike, before we let you go, you guys have any other final questions or thoughts?
Mike, what do you think the Steelers could do in this draft that would be the key to not only making the playoffs, but making a run into at least the conference championship game. Do you think there is enough pieces, or maybe they only need a few pieces that you see that they need to address tonight that might be able to vault them into that situation next postseason?
The way I look at this team is last year it was a really highly compensated defense that was also pretty productive and very opportunistic, lugging an anemic offense into the postseason. And as long as TJ Watt stays healthy, I feel like their floor is 9 wins. I think that they're going to have a very similar defense, maybe even better with some of the pieces that they can add. So for me, it's all about how much can you upgrade the offense? And to me, their entire ceiling is tied to what does Russell Wilson give you and what can you surround him with? And so far, all they've done to surround him with pieces is take away the most reliable option in Deontay Johnson. So they need to find a receiver, whether it's via trade, whether it's, they're such a good team when it comes to finding those mid-round picks that turn into gems. And then also the offensive line. So I would like to see them really target the offensive side of the ball early, maybe even with the first 3 picks. I'd like to see them, again, address center, address offensive tackle, and address wide receiver early with their first 3 picks.
And then, Mike, we'll wrap up here. Ron comments on Facebook, will the Steelers exercise the option on Najee Harris by May 2nd, or will they let him walk after 2024? I think that's pretty much not a done deal, but I think they'd be pretty foolish not to exercise his 5th-year option, yes?
I believe that they will. I've actually asked Mike Tomlin this specific question 2 separate times, and he gave the same exact answer in both instances. And he pointed out the fact that Najee's had a 1,000-yard season each of his first 3 years in the league. I know that Mike Tomlin, he seems to have a soft spot for Najee. I think that they have a good relationship. I think he fits into what Arthur Smith wants to do in terms of running the football. His running style is, he's not Derrick Henry, but he's definitely a similar type of bruising downhill type of back that seems to fit what Arthur Smith wants to do. So for all those reasons, I would expect the Steelers to pick it up.
All right, Mike DeFabo, Steelers beat reporter from The Athletic. Mike, thanks for taking some time with us this evening. We'll let you get back to work. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, Jack. Thank you so much for having me.
You
Mike,
got
thanks.
it. That was Mike DeFabo of The Athletic.
I want to pick up on something that Mike was just talking about. He asked about Harris and picking up that option. It's not that expensive an option.
No.
It's only $6.7 million, which in today's National Football League really isn't that much, at least what I looked at today. And again, he gives you that 1,000-yard rusher. They have the change up in I can't think of this. The
Jalen Warren.
Warren. So they have that lightning thunder, so to speak, situation. I think it would be a mistake if they let him go, unless he gets injured or something happens. I think you have to resign. Where a lot of people are asking about Justin Fields, I'm not picking up a $25 million option on a guy that I haven't seen play in my own uniform yet.
Yeah,
like see what you do. If you do well, we can re-sign you after the season.
Now we're talking about Harris, who was a first-round draft pick.
Yep.
Thing to watch tonight. There most likely will not be a running back picked in the first round.
No, probably not. I think the number 1 back, or one of the top backs that they're talking a lot about as Roger Goodell and Eminem take the stage in Detroit, pretty darn cool, is Blake Corum from Michigan. Yeah. I think he'll be maybe one of the first running backs off the board in like the 40s or the 50s. A couple of comments rolling in. Diane Macedonia says,
well, there you go. She's all about football.
What about Mims from Georgia? Diane, I think if I want Jackson Powers Johnson for the Steelers. And if it's a Amarius Mims from Georgia, I'm pretty happy about it too.
Well, super producer Jordan LaPlata, let's take a look at some of those names we threw up with the Steelers on the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff Exline, chief meteorologist, said championships are built in the trenches. I'm all for beefing up that offensive line.
He's in his Steelers man cave. He told me that's where he was going to be tonight.
How about Reno Sockach, Nacho? Move the microphone. It's blocking your head.
There is no way the microphone is blocking your head.
That's what we need.
It's not big enough.
Reno Sockach. That's what I need is the coach telling me to move the microphone.
And you know what? The man has won so many football games. Move the microphone. Don't question it. Just move the microphone. That's all you do. He's won enough. Just move the microphone.
The in-depth analysis. I love it. Tim Zissel says, and we will have him. That's a treat.
Yeah, that's right. On. Number 1 Browns fan.
Browns fan of the year from 2 years ago. Tim Zissel will be on. The only problem, Tim, this isn't on TV. So he was looking on Fox 9. It's not on TV. Nope. It's only on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter X.
Yep.
Yeah.
All the digital platforms.
Yeah, all the digital
So let's
platforms.
run through it real quick, so you guys know what you're in store for. Coming up in a little bit and he's already in the waiting area here on our.
Big man.
Wait,
So-
we have a lobby.
Yeah,
Green room.
our
We have a-
virtual
we have a
green
digital
room.
content green room.
And somebody lied to somebody because
Okay.
we were told there would be pizza and food, and there's no food. Bill, you dropped the
not
ball.
Me, not me. I believe it's someone sitting across the table. That nickname may be
well,
Nacho.
Hey, my wife says I can't eat pizza after 8 o'clock, so,
So you can't
it
do
can't
that.
be me.
So
I think maybe if Mr. McCoy's out there, you could probably find something.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe some subs or something.
one of our ace producers, Tara, brought me some food. So once we get your guy Chuck in
Brought
here, I
him
might
some
take
food.
Me, he said me, not us.
I know.
I asked. All right, I'm
Come
running
on.
down the
You
line.
can't- You can't keep your pap waiting.
So we've got Chuck from
All right, Big Chuck.
Oh, Chuck, yeah.
yeah.
Chuck
So
from-
Bill's friend from college, Chuck, diehard
Yeah.
Washington Commanders fan, will join us in a few minutes. Once the Commanders take the clock here, we could probably bring him on in a couple of minutes actually, because everybody knows
he's a baller from back in the day.
everybody knows the
Yeah.
Bears are taking Caleb Williams. At 8:30, Bill Hillgrove, former voice of the Steelers, voice of the Pitt Panthers, has seen a lot of Drake May in North Carolina being the voice of the Panthers. For the last 3 years, Pitt, UNC in the same division in the ACC. So we'll talk to my pap in a couple coming up around 8:30. At 9:15 to 9:30, we're not quite sure what order they're going to come in, but News 9's Dylan Cleveland and Jamie Baker will join us before they hit the desk at News 9 at 10 on Fox 9. Towards the middle of the first round, Don's good buddy Eric Ritchie, a New Orleans sportscaster.
Another friend from college.
Yes.
We're doing that
There
friend
you
from
go.
college.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
worked in New Orleans for a very long time. We'll talk to him right around the Saints when they get set to pick. No first round pick for the Cleveland Browns. Gary Puckett commenting a few minutes ago saying, "Go Browns." Gary, good to see that you're joining us this evening as well. Tim Zipsel, the 2022 Cleveland Browns Fan of the Year, a Jefferson County native, will join us and we'll talk Browns and maybe where they could go in the second round.
Absolutely.
And as the Steelers get set to pick, former News 9 reporter, now with our sister station, WLOS in Asheville, North Carolina, big-time Steelers superfan Ed DiOrio will join us later on in the first round.
Top notch.
And we've got plans for WPXI producer, videographer on the sports side, guy that knows Bill very well, Mark
yeah.
Massa, will join us later on this
Partner in
evening.
crime from back in the day.
And assuming that Zach Frazier, the center out of West Virginia University, does slip to the second round, like a lot of projections are having him do that, we'll talk to Mike Ostie of West Virginia Sports Now, managing editor, does a couple of other things as well about maybe the possibilities of where Zach Frazier could end up, the former Mountaineer and Parkersburg native, I think.
You may be correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll have to get
We're
that
not going to
straightened
lock
out.
that in, but we think we're
Yeah.
pretty confident in that.
So the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. And if you guys have any questions or comments for us or any of our guests, please let us know. Jeff Dickinson says, "Go Browns, dog pound." And hi, guys. Jeff, thanks for joining us this evening. Ron chiming in again about the Najee Harris thing. 1,000-yard season's not that big of a deal anymore with the additional game added. You need a 1,200-yard rusher.
Quick Brown story.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
I used to go up and cover the Browns when Ben Taylor, the linebacker from Bel Air,
Yeah,
played for the
yeah.
Browns. And I would go up with the Ohio Valley sports doctor, John Simonson, and we'd go cover the Browns home games. Well, at the end of the games, you go to your post game and all that, and then you shoot what is called a stand-up. So I am shooting a stand-up on the Browns Stadium. I thought it was all good and everything. I go to the car. I can't get into the car. Why can't I get into the car? Well, when you're by yourself and you shoot a stand-up, you use something to mark where you stand and you focus your camera on it. Okay, when you're going to do that.
No, you didn't.
I happen to use
No,
my
you
car
didn't.
keys.
Yeah, I always use the microphone
No,
because
the car.
Yeah. Well, I used the car keys. So you imagine trying to tell security how to get back into the stadium because your car keys are on the 35-yard line. And that security guard let me in. We walked out to the 35-yard line, and there were my cars. So young people starting out in this business, don't ever use your car keys to mark your spot. So
going back
And
there.
always have a
That's my
little
Browns
cash.
story.
And always
But
have a little cash to give to the security guy so he lets you back in.
the
to get your
Browns
car
treated
keys.
us fantastically. We always had a great parking spot, didn't have to walk too far.
There you go.
Loved it.
The last time I think I had to shoot stand-ups for something was the Russell Wilson press conference
Okay.
when they introduced him and Patrick Queen and who's the Deshaun Elliott.
Yeah.
and I shoot my stand-ups, and then I drive back here 45, 50 minutes from Pittsburgh, and Kenny Pickett gets traded to the Eagles. So I couldn't use any of my stand-ups because they were all about, how are Kenny Pickett and Russell Wilson gonna gel with each other?
That's funny.
All right, so I guess the worst kept secret in the NFL right now is that Caleb Williams is about to get drafted to the Chicago Bears. Why they've wasted 3 minutes of their 10-minute time, I don't know. They'll probably keep doing that.
You never know.
So I think that gives us a pretty good opportunity. Chuck has been waiting patiently.
Let's go, Chuck.
So we're going to bring Chuck into the fold. Chuck,
Bill's friend from college.
That's
Chuck.
right. Now Chuck isn't just Bill's friend from college. He's a defensive lineman that played for Central Connecticut State University, then went back home to New Hampshire and played at Plymouth State. And
Joe Dudek,
who was up for the
You're shocked that I knew that.
No, I am not. You are a virtual encyclopedia of knowledge.
I am virtual reality.
You're virtual reality.
Joe.
Very virtual reality.
Chuck, what's up, Chuck?
Gentlemen, how are you this evening?
We're fabulous.
good. We're really glad that you could join us. As you guys get set to pick here, from a Commanders fan's perspective, obviously with Caleb Williams being from the DC area, it would have been cool for him to wind up in Washington, but that obviously looks very unlikely.
No, I'm good with that.
Oh, are you good with that too, Chuck?
Bye. Have a nice career in Chicago.
Now, here's an interesting thing with Chuck. When we first met in college, he was a Bears fan. And he was a Bears fan, and I took him over to the dark side with Washington. Just took him over to the Washington side, and we've been exchanging notes on Washington for years and years and years. So
your son comments the Uncle Chuck in all
That's
caps.
right.
Let's go.
Chuck.
But you can tell he's not from Western Pennsylvania, Bill, because he's not saying Washington. He's saying Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, if you're from Western PA, you're saying the Washington. So anyway,
Chuck, who do you think they're going to take? Who do you want them to take at second overall?
It's got to be Mr. Ramsey. It's got to be Jaden. In number 2 overall, best quarterback available in my opinion, out of the top 4. So we'll stop right there.
And
athletically,
you'd be happy with that pick.
I'd be happy with. Hey guys, we've had 4 number 1 picks at quarterback since 2000. Patrick Ramsey, Tulane, 2002. Jason Campbell, Auburn, 2005. RG3, no credit, no disrespect to the injury, cost him out of 2012. And then, God rest his soul, Dwayne Haskins.
Yep.
So we haven't had, what's what I'm looking for? The best of luck picking at the number 1 spot for quarterbacks. So let's go with Mr. Ramsey.
Well, if you could get the good one, you got the wideouts like McLaurin and Dotson.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's Chuck.
We need a lot more than just a quarterback, though, gentlemen. Let's be realistic. There's a lot more. I think there's a quarterback on the roster in Sam Howell, but you can't play the game from your rear end. You have to have offensive linemen.
Yeah. Now here's the thing: they have a new coach, new owner. We have to make a splash? We have to take a quarterback, because we talked earlier today, and you laid it out. We both kind of laid it out. There's so many needs, but if you can make that big splash as a new owner with your new coach, it seems like that's the move everyone wants to make or does make.
It's the move you have to make, Bill. I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, this guy is a generational quarterback, so they say. So, that's the move you have to make. You have to make it.
Now, you've got defensive linemen, because I know that's close to your heart as a former defensive lineman. They traded away a couple really good guys. Do they address that maybe in the second round?
You have to address the edge in the second or third round. You have to, because you've left yourself vulnerable, on that. So that's second round, you've got to go defense.
Here's what I want to know. I want a good Bill Phillips story. Give me a
good Bill Phillips story.
Yeah, I mean
my.
Now remember, we get it. This is a family show.
Yeah, but here's it.
This is a family show.
And I'm going to do a little monologue and let you come up with your story. You know what? The NFL draft is a lot like Christmas morning.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't wait till NFL draft night. You can't wait for Christmas morning. But I'll tell you what, after hearing Christmas songs all through November and all this stuff, same thing. I've been hearing about the NFL draft for 2.5 months. You get to the point where you just want to get the thing over. Get it over with.
Enough is enough.
Man, do they sell it? Chuck, I've got a story about the two of us. Now, he
goes first.
No, he doesn't. He's the guest. I'm taking over here. Or you want to go first?
I want a story.
No,
let's go.
Run with it. I'll pick up.
So the first time I meet him, my girlfriend in college is buddies with his girlfriend, so that's how we end up meeting. So now I've got to do the game on the radio next week. I'm like, oh, Chuck's going in the game. Well, I never learned how to say his last name.
We still don't. It's Chuck, Bill's friend from college.
It's Chuck Lamoureux. But when I read it the first time, I don't know French.
Yeah,
Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
When I went into the athletic department, everyone Bill, Chuck's last name is Lamoureux. It's not Lamoureux. I went, okay, yeah, okay. So anyways, I had a Ford Escort back in college. It was awful. So one day I'm trying to get the car to start, can't get it, and we're smelling gas. Like, what's going on? Why is this doesn't smell right? So we look under the hood. The two engineers, the two mechanics, we don't know what we're looking at. We're like, oh, that seems like it's dripping. We should probably get that fixed. So we don't realize it's dripping gasoline, but we drive the car a good 15 miles to where I know a service station. The guy goes, fellas, what are you doing? Why are you driving? That's fuel. That's your fuel pump. What do you could blow yourselves up? We didn't know. And he goes, and so he's trying to show us what we have to do to take this thing apart. So he goes, go to Napa, get the part. We had our tool chest was what, Chuck? Like a screwdriver, a somewhat of a wrench, and just our bare hands. We managed to take the thing off and get it put back together. And I was like, well, we saved about $150, and that's all we were worried about. But it was like we were just lucky we didn't blow each other up. So that's one of the stories.
I tell my son that long before YouTube, where you could just YouTube everything. I said we learned to change it by ourselves.
Tell him what your number one son does now. Your oldest son.
My oldest son.
Yeah.
He's done me proud. He's an engineer for Boeing, and he builds fighter jets for the Navy.
All right.
So he's mechanical.
He's
the two
mechanical.
of us not mechanical.
So mechanical.
Where that came from?
No tattoos.
Yeah. Well, bottom line,
tattoos. Yeah. There might be a tattoo. There might be.
Is there a tattoo, Chuck?
There is a Washington Redskin tattoo on my calf. Yes, there is.
Yeah, we went and I remember he said we're gonna go have a little bit of a surprise. We went to a tattoo shop in New Hampshire, and I said, how much does that cost? He said, I don't know, about $100. I went, I'm out. I don't have the money for that. So he did. So I said, so this guy's put the tattoo on, and it looks really good, except it's going to be a brown helmet. And I'm thinking, God, you got to add some red in there. You got to get some. So then Chuck gets a tattoo. I never got the tattoo. And the Redskins and Washington Commanders, whatever we're calling them, they go into the dumper for the last decade and a half. And he's walking around with this helmet tattoo on his calf. And Chuck, I got to admit, I've always felt a little bit guilty about that.
No worries, my friend. No worries. I'm big enough that not too many people say anything to me about it.
That's true. There's not a lot of people giving you the business.
Well, there you have it. Caleb Williams, a Chicago Bear, the third first-round quarterback since 2016. Justin Fields. How about that? You think, does that mean that Caleb Williams is going to be a Steeler at some point?
Yeah, because you know who the other one was? Mitch Trubisky.
And then Justin Fields.
Yeah. Trubisky and Fields, and now Caleb Williams.
So Caleb Williams is going to really underperform for the Bears and then become a Pittsburgh Steeler. It's the Chicago way to pass.
Is it just me? And Chuck, you can
Reno says slide left or stop leaning back.
Slide left.
Well, you know what, Reno?
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. That wasn't Reno. It was somebody else. All right.
Oh, well, if it's not Reno, I'm going back. Yeah.
It's in the coach. Slide left.
Anybody else?
I was going to say, though, you got to hope for. I mean, I don't feel any animosity towards the Bears growing up as a Steelers fan. So you got to hope for them that Caleb Williams works, right?
Yeah, you want the Bears
Chicago's
being good
traditional
for the NFL.
Yeah,
I graduated high school in '86. Jim McMahon.
Yeah, but
my word.
You're coming through the '70s, and they were awful.
Yeah,
awful. But when they're good. And when they had Dicka,
Yeah.
oh, it was fun to watch.
Oh,
those
the
teams.
defense of Buddy Ryan.
Yeah.
Fun.
Oh, yeah.
Here's
Fun.
my question, and I don't know if Chuck, I don't know if you agree with this or not. Is it just me, or was Justin Fields playing decent football at the end of last season? And they were just, we're getting rid of him.
I'm more excited
Well, he
about
dealt
Justin
with-
Fields than Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
With the Steelers.
Yeah,
I'm way more excited about Fields than Wilson.
Hey, this is
Way
like
more
New Year's
excited
Eve,
about
Chuck.
that.
This is like New Year's Eve, Chuck. We're getting ready for the ball to drop. There's 2.5 minutes until the Washington pick. Just letting you know.
the pick is in.
Yeah, well,
Because
let's not mess this up.
Chuck, we'll let
Let's
you go.
not mess this up.
We need to get his
We'll get your
post-pick
reaction.
analysis.
Yeah, we'll get
Didn't
your.
they trade Howell though? Isn't Howell with Seattle now? Did they trade Howell?
Is that news to me?
I thought they did.
I don't believe they traded.
He may be on a
When he was
bus
in North
halfway out of
Carolina.
town now.
Yeah,
Let's take a way to make
they
the
traded
pick.
Sam Howell to the Seahawks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
I gotta
then
watch.
they
When
take
I hear
Daniels.
Howell, I always think of Kenny Howell, who was the great running back at
Yeah.
Miller St. John back in the day. But I digress.
Yeah, they traded Howell and a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick this year in exchange for a 3rd rounder and a 5th rounder in 2024.
Okay, so there's why you have your 9 picks in this year's draft. Okay,
Yeah. it's
And
all about-
again, they got to hit on this one, but they have to hit on all of them for Washington to really do
exactly. You build your team from the 3rd round on. That's where your bread and butter is. You got to hit on those.
And again, they're going to have to address the offensive line and defensive line almost immediately right after this pick, because you can't play football like you said from your backside.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
Yeah, multiple sources, Chuck. It's I think gonna be Jaden Daniels here.
I like that.
Perfect.
I like that.
I like the pick.
Yeah, I think. Listen, I don't know that there's going to be a quarterback in this draft that we look at in 5 years that's up in the upper echelon with the Mahomeses and the Allens, but I have a hard time finding a bust.
Yeah.
Or you know what I mean? Just like I don't think
it seems like it's a solid.
Yeah,
group.
I think in 4 or 5 years,
It's a solid
we're looking
group.
at this quarterback class and saying, "Oh, he's good. He's solid. He's real good."
Is it a Manning? Is it
No.
a Manning Roethlisberger?
There
Philip
it is.
Rivers class?
Jaden Daniels. So, Chuck, we feel good about it. There's
Feel real good about it.
Absolutely, I agree.
Hey, thanks for joining us and joining the team tonight, there, Chuck.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time. It was great to be with you.
Chuck, we were happy to have you. Appreciate it. Thanks
Hey,
for
Chuck.
hopping on.
All right,
Greatly
take care.
appreciate it. Love you, brother.
All right, love you, big guy. You be good.
All right, you too.
What a guy.
Oh, he's the man.
So that's like
Chuck's the man.
that's your number one, like.
He's my go-to
Yeah.
guy. We met in college. We've been through thick and thin.
That's
a
awesome.
lot of time. He is great people.
So to recap, no surprises so far. Caleb Williams goes number 1. Jaden Daniels goes number 2. A lot of people had Drake May in that second spot for a long time, and it seemed like maybe a month, 6 weeks ago, it kind of flipped to Jaden Daniels here at number 2, and that's where he's going. The former Heisman Trophy winner, only FBS quarterback with 12,000 plus passing yards and 3,000 rushing
That's the
yards.
draft fashion so far.
I think that's pretty good. Well, you don't like?
We
can't see it.
We
I
can't see it.
So I was just wondering.
Okay, rate the next 4 quarterbacks, though.
Okay.
Drake May,
Yeah.
Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, and Bo Nix.
Drake May number 1 and a huge drop off.
I agree too. I think Drake May is going to be outstanding.
I think there's going to be I think there's a real legitimate chance that Drake May is the best quarterback in this draft.
And Penix I like, but the problem with Penix, he's been hurt a lot, and I think that's been one of the knocks on him. So.
Absolutely. What do you think?
Bo Nix is interesting. I think he's at the bottom of that list. I think he had a great last year, and maybe that was a turning point for him. He had a good college career. Penix, I'm a little bit worried about his interest. And then JJ from Michigan.
Yeah.
He is the big question mark, because it's like he took him to a national title, made a lot of big throws, But is his game going to translate?
I think there's a lot of chances for fireworks.
Yeah.
As far as a trade goes.
Exactly. I think literally. Okay.
Do the Chargers go off the tracks with Harbaugh and they go running after?
Well,
but
Harbaugh is easy to go off the tracks, but it's been interesting though. He's really been pushing McCarthy, building McCarthy up, and probably hoping somebody takes him and what have you. It'd be interesting to see Harbaugh, a Michigan coach, take Ohio State's Marvin Harrison Jr., who I think, no matter what people are saying, head and shoulders above everybody else as a top wideout. You got to love him.
He may be the top player in the whole draft.
He's phenomenal. But McCarthy, I think the perfect fit for him would be the Minnesota Vikings. Now, the
perfect fit for anybody right now would be the Minnesota Vikings.
The Vikings don't draft until the 11th spot. Do the Vikings move up to pick him or not? As far as so right now, Patriots, Cardinals, Chargers, I would not be shocked if any of those three teams trade it down to pick up extra picks and maybe the Chargers. You've heard the Patriots up next. They like Drake May. They could go with Drake May, but maybe the Chargers, they like the tackle out of Notre Dame.
Joe Alt. Seen him in person a number of times. He's tremendous.
The pick is in for the New England Patriots.
They did not waste any time.
No,
then
they
it's
did
Drake
not.
May.
And I think it will be. And perfect time to bring on our next guest. Guy that's seen Drake May a time or two. Guy that I know very well.
I know him well too. Not as well as you.
Not as well as me, but you know him.
Well, yeah. He's the man.
Voice of the Pittsburgh Panthers. My grandfather, Bill Hillgrove, joining the show. What's up, Pat? Thanks for taking some time this evening.
Hey, Jack, Nunny says hello.
Well, where's she? Bring her over. Let me say hi.
She's busy watching. She's busy watching Hallmark.
That's good. That's good. We can leave her be.
Tell Nunny that the guy that always gives her a hug at the Pitt basketball games is here with her grandson.
Yes, he sits a row in front of us.
A row in front of her.
Yeah,
and I always give her a big hug.
Well, there you go. What do you think of
Drake? Your Huggy Bear says hello.
Okay.
What do you think of Drake May, Pat?
I hate to defer to higher authority, but I pay attention to Merle Hodge when he talks about quarterbacks. And he's not real high on Drake May. And he likes Caleb Williams, except that he doesn't like his attitude. So, hey, draft day is what it is. It's a crapshoot. You take what you think is the person to lead you to the promised land, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
You guys have any questions?
I am not disappointed with that answer at all. I'm not necessarily crazy about Drake May either. But Bill, you've seen so many drafts, been through so many drafts. What is the one? And we'll bring it back to the Steelers. What's the one common denominator about the Steelers organization and how they go about getting ready for a draft and what they do to have the success that they had? They've had some misses, but overall, they've had some of the greatest drafts in NFL history. What's the common denominator, that string that runs through that organization for those drafts?
I really think that the Steelers' secret is, and it goes back to Bill Cowher. I know he had his problems with Tom Donahoe over Troy Edwards, but other than that, Mike Tomlin is a star in the war room. He's involved. He's involved with the interview process, and I really think it's a team effort. It's not just one person saying, "We want him. I want." It's a team thing, and they have a lot of discussion over it. And I'm sure there are people saying, "Hey, Mike, you're full of baloney. That guy can't play at the next level." I'm sure there's some of that going on. But to read what they're thinking right now, as always, the Steelers' cards are close to the vest. I can't tell you. I do know this. I really think that because of the Alex Highsmith restructuring, that forget about wide receiver. They're not going to go that in the first round. I think with that extra cap space, some $7 million, they can probably work a deal with a free agent in that regard. But, they need a center. They need a center badly. Is the kid from Duke the answer? There's a kid from Oregon.
That's my guy. That's who I think. That,
well, I give them that, but they can go so many ways, and they can trade up, they can trade down. So who knows? But I think if that kid, I'm going to just go out on a limb and say that kid from Toledo, Mitchell, the corner, the shutdown corner.
Mm-hmm.
If he's there at 20, I think they grab him. But their need is still center, and it's a tough one. And I heard you guys talking about earlier, you can't play the game on your butt. And I think that's what Kenny Pickett faced. And that's what Ben Roethlisberger faced at the end of his career, is that if they're not doing it up front, you're not going to succeed.
Well,
so we'll see. We'll see what they do.
Lasting memory from last year is the Cardinals game when they have a key third down play deep in the Cardinals territory early in the game, and Mason Cole basically rolls the ball back to Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, and it didn't take a football expert to see when Kendrick Green was back there. He was getting bull rushed, and they didn't stand a chance back there. So they
reached for a need, and they didn't hit it, and that's where it goes back to Kevin Colbert. And Bill, you can probably agree or disagree with this, but and I know they make their moves. Cards are close to best, but they would always say we want to take the best player on the board, not reach for a need, because that's when you get in trouble. If you reach for that need and miss, you've set yourself back a couple of years.
Yeah, no question about it. And they've been good in that regard by and large, but it's still a crapshoot. And I've always believed this: you're not an NFL player until you sign your second contract. And I'm not a draftnik. I've never pretended to be, and I've covered enough drafts and heard the so-called experts. The Minnesota Vikings took a safety in the 5th round, and I've heard guys say that's a terrible pick. And I look at them and say, how would you know? Are you a general manager? Are you qualified to tell me that the Minnesota Vikings made a mistake in the 5th round on a safety? Come on, and the draft is a lot of fun, but to me, it's NFL window dressing. It's NFL splash. It gets ratings. It gets people interested, especially at a time of year. If your baseball team's not doing terrifically well, you're into football big time. So, you know what? I flunked algebra too. So, and then because I can't deal with the subjunctive, I have to have something real in front of me, like a football player.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's a football player until I see him in pads. So it is, what we all think it is, but it's fun. And again, what the Steelers will do, I think this year especially, they're all over the place. And, they're open to a trade up. They're open to a trade down. I think their biggest need is center, but let's go from there.
Back in the 70s, did you ever see the NFL draft becoming the spectacle that it is? I remember trying to find a transistor radio when I was in school to listen to KDKA AM so I could find out who they picked in the sports report. And now we've got 3 days. Now they move it from city to city. Man, has this become something else.
My late partner, Myron Cope, told me, Billy, you should have been around when the Steelers office was in the 2nd floor of the Roosevelt Hotel. And it opened the window and yelled the draft pick down to the writers below. I wasn't around for that. And, in those days, there were like 17 or 20 rounds. Again, like I say, I'm not a draftnik, but I do follow it. And I do believe that you get good from your draft. You can't trade draft picks and trade and sign free agents and build a team on that. So let's see how they do it. Like I say, how about a tackle? Well, and another question is Broderick Jones going to stay at right tackle or is he going to move to left tackle? We don't know. There's a lot to be determined.
Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm now officially wrong in my mock draft. I thought the Vikings would trade up. So the Cardinals stay put and take, in my opinion, the best receiver in the draft. So when when Drake May got picked, the 4th quarterback the Patriots have selected in the 1st round, one of those guys back in 1983 was Tony Eason, selected ahead of Dan Marino. you were there during the draft when Dan Marino was selected by the Miami Dolphins, when he was slipping down the board. I mean, it's some of my favorite stories of yours was from that day, because you see it with players year in and year out, guys that slip down the draft board. And Dan, it was him, and he ended up obviously having the career he had. But what kind of vibes did you get from a guy that was it seemed like he was probably down on his luck a little bit for how much he was slipping?
I was in his living room, so I saw the drama firsthand. And when, obviously John Elway went, and, they proceeded through the first 2 or 3 guys, Jim Kelly, even Eason, but he didn't get visibly sick until the Jets picked, what was his name?
Ken O'Brien.
Dan O'Brien. He went upstairs. He went to his bedroom. It couldn't have been 5 minutes later, the phone rang, and his mother, Dan, Coach Shula's secretary's on the line. He came downstairs, and I heard him say yes and yes. And then I found out later the 2 questions were, are you healthy? Do you want to play for the Dolphins? Bingo, it happened. And I remember, and his dad was such a wise man, sitting on the couch, he said, that's the best thing that could happen to my son. Because he knew that Don Shula would turn him loose right away. The Steelers wouldn't have done it. That wasn't Chuck Noll's style. And we didn't know that Terry Bradshaw's arm was going to go bad. And, that was a very revealing moment. He was selected by a team that would turn him loose right away. And what did he do? Make the Super Bowl in his second year? And people say, well, that's the only Super Bowl he made. Well, he had one running back, and not for long, and that was Mercury Morris. And then he had no defense. So for most of his career, it was Dan Marino against the world. I got to outscore the opposition, otherwise we don't have a chance. Greatest quarterback I've ever seen, and I was in his living room when the draft occurred.
Bill, one of the best passes I ever saw him throw in person was in his gold jacket at the Hall of Fame. He found, I think it was Clayton or Duper. I can't remember which.
I think it might have been Mark Duper, but I'm not sure. Both of them had 500 receptions, so they were both pretty good.
He threw a dart to him over the crowd, and I just thought he could still throw like that in a jacket. And he was amazing. And Bill, you're right, and his dad was right, because Shula just turned him loose and said, "Let's go. Right. This is how we're going to have to win games." And it was and in Miami, unlike Pittsburgh, Miami, you have, I'm going to say it, fair weather fans. I mean, they've got the beach to go to. They've got all kinds of things they can do. You go out of the boat. You need to have an offense that entertains, and that's what made the Dolphins so interesting this year for Miami. They had a high-octane offense, put the points on the board. So Marino was the perfect guy for Shula in that offense back in the day.
He was. And, I remember when Pitt played, I think, North Carolina on it was a night game, and I was part of it. It was the halftime show, and Dan Marino and John Brown were reenacting the great play against Georgia that won the football game in the Sugar Bowl. And I had a flag in my pocket, and I was emceeing, and I said, okay, Dan's going to throw the pass. And he went back. He threw a strike. John Brown still had the Jets, ran under it, and it connected. But I had that flag in my pocket because if it didn't connect, I was going to throw a penalty and have them redo it again, but they didn't have to do it. Danny, he was born to throw the football, and he did it pretty darn well.
Yeah, he did.
Well, talking about how this is a crapshoot and so forth, Hugh Green's probably one of the greatest college defensive players that we've ever seen. Hugh Green was not that player in the NFL.
I think it was because of his arthritic knee. I think had he not suffered that, I think he'd have been at least a player Ricky Jackson was. But, how do you know? Ricky Jackson, how about that guy?
Yeah.
14 years in the league, never spent a moment on a trainer's table. Never. He never got hurt. How do you figure that? But hey, I was privileged to call their games. And I remember that 1980 team because it was Green and Jackson as the ends. Boyarski and Neal were the tackles. No, Boyarsky was the nose tackle, and Meisner and Neal were the tackles. All 5 of them started as rookies in the NFL. That will never happen again, especially because there's no more 5-2. But more importantly, I think in 1980, Pitt was the Alabama of college football. And unfortunately, they let it slip away, and, they're trying to get back to it, but it's tougher these days because of scholarship limits. And how about the transfer portal, and how about NIL? I mean, it's a different world.
It is. It absolutely is. As we kind of, shift into the later round of the draft, I mean, obviously, Pap, you're not going to be around this fall for the Steelers. But I don't know if anybody's really asked you about the overhaul of the quarterback room. I mean, obviously, it was something that they needed to do, but did you maybe even foresee the fact that all 3 guys last year wouldn't end up on the team again this year?
No. I thought Trubisky would be gone, but the Kenny Pickett thing surprised me. But you know what? I'm prejudiced to Kenny Pickett because I saw him for 5 years at Pitt.
Yeah.
He knows how to win, but at the Steelers, he didn't get the fairest of shakes. He didn't have the best coaching. He didn't have the best offensive line. And he had the misfortune of getting hurt here and there. And probably for him, the best thing is to get the new start. And I know people say, well, he quit. Well, okay, you can say that. But, I think for Kenny, the best thing for him is to get this fresh start, because we've seen it all over the league. Players don't live up to their potential, and then they change the address, and all of a sudden, oh, that's the player we thought he was. And I think that's going to happen to Kenny Pickett. In the meantime, for the Steelers, I'm not sure that Russell Wilson is the long-term answer. I heard people say they predict that Justin Fields will take his place at some point in time. But it's a new game, and let's adjust to it and see, how it plays out. But in the meantime, yeah, I won't be there calling the game, but I'll be a fan, and I'll be, instead of worrying about who has the ball and who made the tackle, I'll be throwing bricks at the television set, like other fans. It'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Pickett, the return home, so to speak, to the team he grew up rooting for with the Eagles. The idea that Tyler Boyd could be potentially coming home to the Steelers, and with Alex Highsmith, you talked about that a little bit earlier too. What are you doing?
It's technology, Jack. It's technology.
Turn it down. With the restructuring of Highsmith's contract, that makes it a little bit more feasible for them to go out and get a wide receiver. If you could put on sort of like a GM's hat from a Steelers perspective, do you think Tyler Boyd is an enticing, intriguing piece to add to the wide receivers room?
Oh, absolutely. But apparently they were so far apart contractually that that's where the talks ended.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe now with a little more money, or maybe now there's a Brandon Ayuk out there. You just don't know how it's going to go. I really believe, though, that they'll sign a free agent wide receiver, and in the draft worry about offensive line, and probably their next need is corner. And I think if there's an edge rusher there at 20, you got to think about it. We'll see how it plays out.
Well, I hope they sign Tyler Boyd. I mean, all the guy does is produce and would bring veteran leadership and consistency, and I think that's something they need.
And he'd bring veteran leadership right into that wide receiver room. And
that's as a freshman at Pitt, his first touchdown pass, he had both feet inside the end line. You could tell he was already working toward the NFL. The guy just is a very special talent, and if they can work it out to get him here, I think it would be great.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the reason why it helped him too was the system he played in as a freshman under Paul Christ. Tom Savage throwing him the football, had a cup of coffee in the NFL with the Houston Texans.
He was special in high school. Yeah. Everybody saw that, and there was and Bill, you saw him up close as well. I mean, there was a maturity about him coming out of high school, going into college, and it just never stopped. He always seemed to have that right place, right time, right thought process to get the job done no matter where he's played.
Well, Harbaugh did not do anything wacky. He did the expected. As we have another pick. Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Harbaugh wanted to do, build up that offensive line. I kind of thought Joe Alt would be there around the time the Titans picked, but I think he's one of the best tackles and probably the best tackle
in the draft. So he goes to the Chargers, and that's the thing with Harbaugh. I mean, run the football, play action. They've got to get some receivers because their top two wide receivers are gone. But a good pick there with all.
And he knows Harbaugh knows how to win.
You mentioned play action. I think we'll welcome that with Arthur Smith because we didn't see it before.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, I'm an old school guy. I'm sorry, 3rd and 1, and you're in a shotgun. Come on.
Yeah.
But that was then, and maybe the future holds a better promise for old school people like me.
You have to at least make them think that there's the run option on 3rd and 1 when you're not in shotgun, and you can still win running the football. You just have to get that balance.
You control the game, and that's what they knew they had to get back to. And I think Najee Harris is the perfect guy to do that. And I think Jaylen Warren is a great thunder and lightning alternative. So I really think that the Steelers are on the right track especially with Arthur Smith. What I know about him from people I've talked to, he'll adapt what he does to his talent. And I thought with Matt Canada that wasn't happening. I think they're phenoms, and I thought Canada was one of them. His way or the highway. I've got this great way of doing things. But if you don't have the people to run it, what's the point? And I think Arthur Smith is the antithesis of that.
And that's the mark of a great coach.
Yep.
Or a coach that's going to get the most out of his players, which is what they're there to do.
Couple of Facebook comments rolling in. Michael on YouTube says, pound the rock. The Steelers are definitely going to try and do that this year.
Why not?
Ed Diorio, Greg Meisner mentioned. Ed was a Hempfield High School graduate.
Okay.
Greg Meisner, former athletic director at Hempfield High School, and helped Ed get his kind of start for love in broadcasting. Had Ed PA announcing all kinds of football games and contests at Hempfield.
Nice.
So there you go. Kimberly Littleton, Don Sloan, OG. I am here for this.
Oh, okay. I like that one.
There you go, Don. And then GW says,
what's that mean?
Thank you, Bill. We love you. We thank you.
Old goat? No. Original gangster.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What was that?
GW says, thank you, Bill. We love you. Thank you. Miss your voice. Pap, I love you. We'll let you get going here. Thanks for taking some time for us this evening. We appreciate it. And I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Thank you, guys. And go Steelers.
Go Steelers.
All the best, Bill. All the best.
Give my girl a hug.
I will. And by the way, Jack, Dick Groat's golf tournament is coming up May 11th. I hope you can make it. Can you somehow wrangle a day off?
I'm glad you brought that up because the guy that makes my schedule is sitting to my left. So there you go.
Well, we need you.
I'll let you know. I love you. I'll talk to you.
All right. Love you guys too. Take care.
Right.
Thanks,
Bill and I played golf a few times. We ran out of golf balls.
Yeah, they didn't go real well.
They were all in the woods.
Dick's course.
But we ate a great lunch.
Yeah, we never got
Dick's
cheated
course.
at
You ever been there?
Oh, absolutely. We used to do the beat the pro out there.
Okay.
You want to? Here's a quick Dick Groat story. For you. Now,
I'm always here for these.
Hey, first, another pick is in.
Okay.
We got
Malik Neighbors.
Okay. LSU going to the Giants.
That's big.
There you go. The wide receivers coming off the board.
Yeah.
Okay, Dick Groat story.
Dick Groat. So Dick Groat.
Wait.
You brought him in.
I'm going to tell another Bill Phillips story. Bill Phillips and I used to go to the Ohio State games. Every Ohio State game.
Yeah.
Bill Phillips would start a story in Wheeling, and it would end in Columbus, and that is no lie. Literally, I don't know how a man could take 2 hours to tell a story.
Because it was usually 4 stories that branched off, and then they all came together.
I'm like, is this a sequel?
Ride, I'm here for.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm
going to say this. I'm going to say this in my defense. He never complained that they were bad stories.
I was lost. They were twists and flashbacks and flash forwards and all that.
You must have lived through the 60s and 70s, the flashbacks, flash forwards.
The other thing with this guy, we would then we do sports Friday and leave at 1 o'clock in the morning from here, then get up in the morning and go to Ohio State on Saturday, and then Sunday we go to the Steelers. Man, no wonder we're losing our hair and gray and everything. But
we loved it.
But Bill was like, I know this way. I'll be around the traffic. He missed the West End, went across the West End Bridge, missed the Parkway, wound up. I'm telling you, one time we got back into the building at 10 after 6 because he made a wrong turn. And
we still got the show on.
We got the show on.
That's
here.
Right.
You throw down 2 touchdowns. I'll throw down a soundbite with Cower, and off we go.
I had an abysmal driving performance when I took Dylan Cleveland to the Penn State Ohio State game. I was like, I come here, every other week. I know where I'm going, and if he gets in here later and I was just like, just driving one which way, just totally screwing up to the point. I'm like, dude, I am sorry. It's
Hey, we're gonna have our producer get our Steeler graphics ready and pop those up. So as she's doing that,
Dick Groat
story. You've got 30 seconds.
No, that's not gonna happen. Dick Groat, Champion Lakes. We did the Beat the Pro, which is a charity event. People come out and they try to beat the celebrity shot. Well, Dick Groat's the owner of Champion Lakes, so he comes out and he goes, "Meet me out, Bill. Meet me out at the par 3 16th, whatever it was." Little shot over water, about 185 yards. So the first time he comes out, he gets out of the golf cart. He goes, "All right." I said, "You taking any practice?" "No, I'm good." Boom, puts it on the green, 3 feet from the hole. He goes, "You want me to do it again? I can get it closer." I said, No. We want people to try, encourage him to do it. So the next year I come out, he's in a back brace. He's in this huge back brace outside on top of his clothing, and he's having a smoke. He's got the back brace. He gets out in the cart and he goes, "You ready?" I went, "Yeah, I'm ready." The cameraman, I said, "You ready?" The cameraman's ready. First shot, puts it on the green, fifth. And I'm thinking, this guy's over 80 years old or so. And he's making it look so easy. And when you talk about Dick Groat, Major League Baseball player, National League MVP, NBA basketball player, played at Duke. I mean, just amazing athlete. And just the fact that he was able to swing the golf club wearing this back brace thing.
Yeah.
Was just, and I just sat there and I went, that's why he is who he is.
All right, here we go.
That's it. That's as short as I can make it, Don. I was trying to make it as short as possible.
And a programming reminder, Monday through Friday, every day at 10 a.m.
We're close to it.
It is the Bill Phillips 9-minute fill-up.
Yeah.
Now, that means it's 9 minutes of Bill filling you up with all the information you need to start your day. The problem is Bill is normally late. It normally starts about 10:03. Yep. And it normally lasts anywhere from 10 to 25 minutes instead of 9. But you want to check it out.
We have fun.
Now, Steelers first round targets, Jack.
Jack has lost complete control.
I have, and I'm okay with it. So the first guy on this list, J.C. Latham, offensive tackle at Alabama, according to the worlds of Twitter, he's going right now to the Tennessee Titans.
Okay, so scratch that off your list.
There you go.
So that's your Christmas wish list. Gone.
Couple of other guys on this list as far as offensive tackles go. This is a route that the Steelers could take.
I just want you to say it.
What'd you want me to say?
His name.
Who? J.C. Latham?
No, the next one.
Tala Ese Fuaga.
All right. That's my man right there.
Yeah, you think I didn't practice? Come on.
All right.
Troy
now that I know you have that down, you get to say it the entire night.
Perfect. Troy Fautanu. This is interesting one.
Troy Polamalu. Nobody can pronounce his name.
Everybody was a little lost on that.
This is an interesting one here because he could slide inside, and then Armarius Mims, who Diane suggested earlier. I think he's probably the most feasible. If the Steelers want to go tackle, I think he's the most feasible option. I think because Latham's already gone. I think the other two guys go before Mims does. And I think Fautanu might even go before Fuaga because of his versatility to slide inside and outside. So teams that might want a bigger body at guard, you could slide him in there as well.
But Mims, the knock on him is he hasn't really started a lot of games.
No.
What, like 6 games?
Yeah.
So, all right. Page 2 of the Steelers first round targets.
May have been the toughest one to say, though. Ricardo Coakley.
Yeah.
Second round pick because Coakley is nowhere in his last name. It's not even on the board. And I remember going back to the PR department of the Steelers going, how are we getting Coakley out of this? And they just went, That's how the family says it. That's how we're going to say it.
Couple of Facebook comments too.
We lived through Chris Fulmata Malfala.
Yeah, well, I know, but
And
that actually got easy after a couple.
You could
Fulmata
have asked Pap about that.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of my favorite calls because he just spat that name out with no hesitation whatsoever.
Yep.
Jamie Baker says, I love the WTOV Bill Phillips story. So she tagged you. That's why it's worded like that. Ron says, I can't believe JJ McCarthy didn't go. Giants looks like Minnesota. Here he comes. You talked about that. He's going to, if he falls to 11, that's, I think, a slam dunk.
Is he really falling? Is JJ McCarthy really falling to 11?
Or was the whole Harbaugh? Yeah, that's a good point.
I think JJ McCarthy at 11's a reach. I don't think you should go that high. I'm not blown away by JJ McCarthy. I mean, come on.
Harbaugh, like you said,
they did know the plays.
Yeah, but Harbaugh,
they did know the plays. Come on,
but as you said, Harbaugh is McCarthy's guy. So he's selling for his guy. He wants him to go as high as possible. He wants to give him all the rewards. But I don't think he was ever seriously considering taking him as high as. And at 11, I still think it may be too high. So I don't think it's a reach.
Well, I listened to a show the other day, and McCarthy was interviewed, and he said, "quote." Talking about what is it, Callahan, the head O'Connell, the coach of the Vikings, said, "I would run through a wall for that coach." So
that'll get your
I think that says a lot, but I don't know. I don't think he's that good to be the 11th pick. So
no.
Wasn't a guy named Roethlisberger picked around 11?
Yeah, and here's my thing on JJ McCarthy.
And he was irritated.
Is he the most talented? Yeah. Well,
He's not happy.
Is JJ McCarthy the most talented quarterback in this draft? No. Is he the second most pure talented quarterback in this draft? Probably not. But I look at what the 49ers have in Brock Purdy, selected with the very last pick in the draft. I don't think Brock Purdy's a very special quarterback, but he's got one of the best offensive minds as his head coach, and he's got great weapons around him. Yep. And he's got a great offensive line, bookended by Union Local grad and WVU grad.
Go ahead.
Colton McKivitz. I was setting up our boy from UL, Colton McKivitz, and you cut me off. JJ McCarthy in Minnesota, I think, is a very similar situation to what, and you can even argue a better situation for a rookie quarterback than what Brock Purdy had. I think you've got the best wide receiver in the game in Justin Jefferson. Jordan Addison, I think, could be a number one on some teams with the way he played as a rookie. Hawkinson's a top 5 tight end. Pitt boy Brian O'Neill and Christian Darrisaw on that offense, a very good Minnesota offensive line. And how you said about Kevin O'Connell.
Here's the other thing. You had, and I know people are going to scream. They're going to start screaming at their screens. In this day and age, if you have a quarterback and their head coach that are together in lockstep, and they like each other, and they're willing to go to the wall for each other, that's a huge deal in this day and age. Terry Bradshaw, Chuck Noll, not so much, but they still won because they had the best team. They had the most talent. Bradshaw was great. Noll's a Hall of Famer. But in this day and age, the way things seem to work, if you have a little bit more love for your coach and your coach has more love for the quarterback, it seems to work a little bit better. And so I think it's the way of the world right now. Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, both super talented, both Hall of Famers. But the fact that they are in commercials together. Could you imagine seeing Terry Bradshaw and Chuck Noll in a commercial together? And then even Bill Cowher, when he came in with Ben Roethlisberger, they got on the same page. And then Ben got on the same page with Coach Tomlin. And so he's had that, okay, we're going to go. Now, were there bumps in the road? Yeah. But there's that relationship. And I think that goes a long way. So if JJ really likes the head coach at Minnesota and the Minnesota, it makes sense.
A good fit. But you could have taken a Kenny Pickett. A lot of guys could have gone out, I think, and did what Purdy did in San Francisco. And we're going to bring Dylan Cleveland in here to the open bar stool.
Hey, Dylan Cleveland.
What's up, fellas?
How do we want to go about this? We want to maybe move a couple.
There you go.
If you want to move yours in, maybe.
That's as far as mine can go.
Oh, okay.
We'll just have to share.
That's fine. We live together, so we
share an apartment.
We do.
Share Mike.
What do you? Did you prep some notes?
Well, of course I have.
Read me something.
You always got to prep. Okay, I have 2 takeaways from the first 7 picks or so that we've seen here. One, Marvin Harrison Jr. I think Bill said it. One of you said it. I think he was the best player in the draft.
Yeah.
So I think he will be phenomenal in Arizona. I think he will find his niche there.
He'll be phenomenal wherever he plays.
Yeah.
And you've seen Joe Alt play in person.
Yes.
I did not realize they showed the shot of him with his family at home. He is immense. Oh, I mean, he is a big dude.
He's a skyscraper of a person.
Yeah.
He's literally a skyscraper.
He's going to go to Los Angeles and Harbaugh is going to get everything worked out there. Mm-hmm. I think those are the two, you knew Williams was going one. Yeah. Everything has kind of fallen into place so far.
And the thing you notice about all is when he plays and you see him, he's got great feet. Mm-hmm. And that's a big thing. Like his size, his reach. If you don't have good feet in the National Football League, you don't win at your position. So he has those feet that will allow him to do well.
That leads right into if you want.
Oh,
what? Whoa.
Couple of reports. Ari Myrov, he's pretty credible. Stunner. Falcons selecting Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall.
Wow.
I thought they just picked up Kirk Cousins.
Cow. They did.
Oh my.
What are you doing? What?
Interesting
You've got a
pick.
defense in Atlanta that
porous.
They tried with Bud Dupree. It didn't work. Yep. You've got a guy like Dallas Turner, who I think might not be as good as Will Anderson, as just a surefire, fantastic edge rusher. Dallas Turner's pretty darn good and would transcend that defense. And you're taking a guy like Michael Penix right now when you sign Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Only did you sign Kirk Cousins, you're paying him $180 million over the next 4 years.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
But that is, and the only thing you think is that he's going to be that guy that teaches Penix how to be a professional, how to win. But it's just a going price for quarterbacks. It's insane that you just paid him that much and that's who you went and got.
Rob Metzger makes a great point talking about Joe Alt. No surprise, a great running back like Chad Brinker helps bring an O lineman to the Titans.
And he was phenomenal at Martins Ferry.
Absolutely.
Phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Jeff Wilson says, what a crew. I agree. We are a crew. Very interesting. I'm still stunned.
And you know who's leading the whole crew? It's Jordan. She's just got it on lock. Absolutely.
Thoughts on Michael Penix?
Yeah, shocker. I mean, you still have a couple. I mean, not only the fact that they take a quarterback, you got a couple other quarterbacks in front of him that you might say, Bo Nick's still on the board. JJ McCarthy obviously is the first one that comes to mind, but they go with Penix. So they see something they like in him that no one else saw. Would be my takeaway from that.
Well, I think he impressed a lot of people with the run they had last year. And then, at Indiana, he was solid at Indiana. Then he makes the run out at Washington. And then in the play, and the thing is, I think he proved his toughness. He took a beating in the playoffs, but managed to just keep coming back.
Well, do you take him
8th when you have Kirk Cousins on your roster?
When he was at Indiana, I mean, he led them. I think it was upset over Penn State and some big wins.
Yeah, absolutely. So. He was really good at Indiana. What's next,
Bill? You were talking about footwork, okay? Yes. And if we could talk about the Steelers, since I am a Steeler fan, they're coming up at 20 here as long as nothing changes. I think they have to go center. I think that's what they need. They got two quarterbacks. They kind of have that at least figured out to a point that we're going to see who it's going to be. Probably Wilson to start, and Fields can come in. You have that taken care of. You got to get someone to snap them the ball. You guys have brought that up a couple times. You can't play the game when you're sacked. So Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon, obviously he's probably the top one you're looking at. But Zach Frazier from WVU, I think you have to think about. He had wrestling background. You talk about footwork. You got to have good footwork to wrestle.
And you have to, and leverage. Yes. And that's the other thing. You know how to use leverage against other guys.
So that can translate to football well.
We had Mark Lingenfelter played nose tackle for my high school football team, all-state wrestler. If he weighed $145, that would have been on a heavy day. And he played nose tackle and would just destroy guys that were twice his size because all he knew was leverage. I'm going to take you. I'm going to take you and put you over here. So if he's got that wrestling background, that's going to serve him well.
Well, I got to see a guy in college by the name of Carlton Hasselrig that wrestled for UPJ. Didn't play college football. He went to the Steelers and was phenomenal as a defensive tackle.
Yep.
I also had a guy at that time at Clarion named Kurt Angle. It was pretty doggone good too, as a wrestler. But no,
he got one of those medals that we're going to get to watch other guys go for this summer.
Yeah. On WTOV9.
On WTOV9, it's Paris Olympics. I tell you what, if you want to see the best in the world, tune into the Olympics. Every event's got the best in the world. It's going to be fabulous. We're going to have it on WTOV9. It's one of the great events every 4 years. Winter, summer, If they had it in the spring and the fall, I'd watch it all. It's the Olympic Games are just phenomenal.
I didn't get a chance to throw this one up there earlier, but is this Chuck's son, Brady?
Yes.
He says, love from Washington State, Uncle Bill. That was a couple minutes ago.
The man. Brady is the man.
I don't know if he's still alive. It was at 8:53.
He's the one that has all the mechanical ability, and Uncle Chuck and I had none, and we managed to fix a fuel pump, but apparently whatever we didn't know, it stayed with us. And
your lack of mechanical skills does not surprise me in any way, shape, or form.
I grew up in an apartment complex. You didn't have to fix anything. Hey, we broke the window, Dad. Go get the super. Hey, the toilet's not working. Go get the super. They didn't fix anything.
But what would fix the Steelers, hopefully, would be a center in the first round.
It would go a long way.
Barton from Duke. We talked about the center from Oregon, too. And then WVU center.
Okay, let's say all of them are on the board. Who do you take? All three centers. Okay. You take Barton over.
I would take Powers Johnson.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he's the thing about Graham Barton. There's not a whole lot of experience at center from Graham Barton. He played center as a freshman and then has since diverted away from it. So now the thing that they're talking about with Barton is that he's naturally a center, but I don't know how much I love the fact that he was a center, then not a center, and then you bring him back in to start playing center.
We've been down that road.
Yes. I want a guy like Jackson Powers Johnson, over the ball leader.
What are his numbers? I'm going to look it up. What are his numbers in terms of size?
Here,
Jordan, do we have
we've got a graphic for him?
We can throw that in there.
I don't know why I didn't know that because I helped put the graphics together with Jordan.
In the meantime, Ron, who has commented several times,
6'3", 320.
Yeah,
and you like to see that backside weight. You want to see some weight in the tail so they can anchor down and not get pushed around. So you want to have good feet, but also be able to anchor yourself on the line.
Wait. I got to write this down. Got to have that weight
in the back,
in the backside, the weight in the tail. Okay,
a little weight in the tail because you want to get pushed around. You don't want to get so 300 pounders.
There's Jackson Powers Johnson, 6'3", 320 out of
Hopefully
Oregon.
He's not 220. He won't be playing in the National Football
League. The other thing that a lot of people were talking about too with draft, a lot of these guys too are big in size. How does that cooperate with Russell Wilson's height? Because Russell Wilson's not very tall. I don't think it matters either.
For how many years now? 15 years maybe?
Yeah, he's played with several.
He's got big guys in Seattle. He's got big guys wherever he's been.
But that's a good point, though. If you've got a 6'5" is a little tall for your prototypical center.
Well, he's only 6'3".
Who? Oh, he's talking. Oh, Barton's 6'5".
Yeah.
So that was the deal with Barton.
And most quarterbacks, they're throwing through lanes. You're throwing through lanes to where you're throwing the ball to. So I don't think that'd be a problem.
All three of them. Who do you think they should take?
I think Powers Johnson. I do. I just, I mean, that's just what my gut says, I guess. I just
if he's the number one ranked guy and the Steelers have him number one ranked, then that's the guy you take. But if they have one of the other guys ranked ahead of him, and you want to go center, then go with the guy that you have on your board first. But if he's the consensus number one, and like you said, you just went through it. You had a smallish center that didn't play center, and they tried to move him, and he got knocked around. Why did he get knocked around? It wasn't big enough. Like Aaron Smith, who played defensive end for the Steelers. I mean, he was a house, but he was bigger from the waist down, and he told me because it just gave him an advantage on the defensive line, moving and controlling guys because he was able to do that. And one thing is a story from training camp. We had the Summer Olympics going, and I asked Aaron Smith one time, I said, "What's your favorite event?" He said, "I love the swimming. But then he said, "You know what I want to see? I want to see the big man 100 meter." He goes, "You have to be 350 or over, and you run in the 100 meters." He goes, "That would be phenomenal." So, and he said he would be a favorite in that race along with Casey Hampton.
We've got a pick and a trade.
A pick and a trade.
So
there you go. Here goes JJ McCarthy.
So here's your pick.
Whoa! Oh, so maybe sometimes it doesn't update because I see.
Yeah.
Well,
I
have a hard time believing that they were able to trade for the. Let's talk about it first. Number 9, the Bears take Rome Odunze, new shiny wide receiver for Caleb Williams. So you've got him.
Perfect.
Smart play.
You've got Keenan Allen, who they traded for, and DJ Moore. That has the potential to be a very lethal wide receiver room. I think that's a slam dunk pick. The Minnesota Vikings just traded to the 10th spot.
Moved up one spot.
And the reason why I say, oh, whoa, because it's still on the draft ticker here. It says that they're still picking 11th. I don't think that's true. I would have a hard time believing that they were able to keep the 11th pick and trade up to 10 from 23.
Just swap picks.
We will.
And that may even be a deal where, okay, this is who we expect to pick. This is who we expect.
Here we go.
Pick.
So it's the Jets get the 11th pick and 129 and 157 for 10 and 203. So the Vikings get 10 and 203. I think this happened because the Broncos are picking 12th. They probably
exactly.
Well, and I don't think that the Broncos anticipated JJ McCarthy still being there.
Yeah.
So I think this is 100% JJ McCarthy. A little bit of fireworks.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Things are getting a little bit more eventful.
First trade.
Yep. And the Jets have traded to the Vikings and they are taking JJ McCarthy. So that looks like it's going to be pretty much a done deal.
But now the I don't want to go back necessarily to Chicago, but they make the pick for Williams and they pick the wide receiver from Oregon, or pardon me, from Washington. Washington.
They both went.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Dungy's Washington.
Yeah, Washington. I know, and one of the things that we concern, I know people have concerns about Caleb Williams' attitude. I mean, when he lost certain games, he was broken down. Is he going to be that guy that's going to be able to lead this team? It makes for a great off. You look at it on paper and you're like, okay, but can he get it done? Again, I go back to the Bears. Justin Fields, I thought, was playing pretty well.
Yeah.
I think they may have made a mistake. We'll see what Caleb Williams does. Maybe I'm wrong. He's going to be the greatest quarterback of all time or sensational, but man, you are really.
So say that
if you miss on this one and you got rid of Fields, you have really set your whole organization back again.
Say that the Bears had the number one. Well, they did have the number one pick, and say that Justin Fields was hypothetically a good enough quarterback, or even not even hypothetically. They decided they are keeping him, but they're keeping number one. I wouldn't necessarily keep the first pick. Would you take Marvin Harrison Jr. at that point if you're the Bears?
I would have a tough time not if you want to give him another weapon.
What do you think? I mean, because you were talking about it earlier. You think Marvin Harrison, and I'm having a hard time disagreeing with you.
Yeah, I mean, I just think he was. I mean, you have the argument it's hard to compare, two different positions and say one's better, but I think he was from an athletic standpoint. I think he was the best athlete in the draft. So yeah, I mean, I would have been okay with that. Yeah, I mean, which you mentioned that earlier when you almost had me lost in my first trip to the Horseshoe.
Yeah, I would have rather had Justin Fields and Marvin Harrison Jr. Than Caleb Williams and Odunze.
You know why? Because now they're both rookies. Justin Fields has been through it a couple of times. Yeah. Now you're going back to another rookie.
Fields was every bit as good, if not better, than Stroud at Ohio State. So
it's interesting. It just really makes you scratch your head sometimes. Like, okay, you're going backwards to do the same thing that you just did a couple of years ago.
Think about this. When you and I drove to Ohio State all those years, we saw Mike Tomczak, Bobby Hoying. Yeah, we didn't
saw Drew Bledsoe out there one time. I actually thought, man, is someone going to knock off Ohio State at home? Because he came out and lit him up in the first half, and then they shut it down.
Best game I saw, Philip Rivers. It was double overtime, NC State, and the Buckeyes ended up pulling that one out. But Joe Germain, Bobby Hoying, there were Tom's.
Joe Germain was my guy.
There were some dandies. Stanley Jackson. But now you come out and you get to see guys like Stroud and Fields and you name it. So,
we are about an hour and a half into this thing. It's the Jacked Up Draft Special for those of you joining us.
Come on. Jacked Up.
It's the Jacked Up Draft Special.
That's the commercial.
Is that good?
I love it.
Yeah.
And you jacked up not having food.
I hadn't even thought about that. I think you're a little bitter about the food now.
Well, when you guys were talking to Chuck, I snuck out and crushed a burrito. Absolutely.
Look at that.
Threw it down.
That's not taking one for the team.
Wow. And you didn't bring any back for anybody else.
Some hosts.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
For those of you watching on Facebook, YouTube, and X, thanks for joining us. If you have any questions about the draft or any old stories, whatever you want to talk about,
how to fix your comments.
Please let us know. Chuck, still watching, says Chicago is enjoying a nice draft night. I agree. I'm not sure what camp I'm in, whether or not I would rather keep Fields than Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams, if he can just figure it out up here, because he does have a little bit of that going on, I think he could be like top 5 in the league. I think he's got all the talent in the world. If Chicago can hone that, and they haven't been able to recently because Chicago struggled with drafting quarterbacks in the first round. The last 2 that they did both ended up on the Steelers and second chance opportunities.
Do you want to have a quarterback that He might not have the
mental wherewithal.
Yeah, or the toughness.
The
toughness. If things when he seemingly broke down a little bit at USC, it was when things didn't go well for him. So it's not going to be all roses all. If it's the National Football League, you're going to get knocked around. Is he tough enough mentally? Do you want that to be a question mark that you're going into picking your number 1 overall draft pick with?
Yeah, no, and
when you've got Justin Fields, who was hurt, played through, and I'm not a huge Justin Fields fan, but it's just I'm really having a problem with what the Bears are doing. I don't mind the picks, but I just have a problem.
I think the pure physical talent from Caleb Williams might make you take a blind eye to that, and if you do have some concerns of whether or not he could struggle with off the field, whatever. I think physically Caleb Williams and what he shows on tape just makes you say, we're going to take him and figure it out. We'll figure it out. The Bears have not been able to figure it out at all.
No.
You could argue that they've never had a franchise quarterback.
You know, they bring back,
I mean, Jim McMahon was great.
Yeah.
But I think Jim McMahon was far from the main reason why they won the Super Bowl in 1985. I think there were 11 players on the defensive side of the ball that
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I think USC underachieved last year with basically an all-star team that they had out there. And with Caleb Williams, I saw some of those late night games with Oregon State and people where they struggled. Another thing with Caleb Williams, he's 6'1". I mean, that's surprising. You don't realize that. He's 6'1". Drake May, 6'4". Jade at 6'4", 230. You know, Williams is 6'1", 215. No, he's not.
No.
Another comment.
It'll be interesting.
Mike Palmer, former News 9 videographer, switched from network commentary to the Jacked Up special because the chat is more intelligent. Great job. Wow. I think you guys take a little bit more credit for that than I do.
I don't take any credit for that. No credit at all. Now, here's a question, not to go off topic, but we will, because we have, I don't know, 2.5 more hours of being here together. Reggie Bush. Gets the Heisman back. I love it.
I do too.
Love it. I thought it was wrong that they took it from him, but I'm in the camp where, okay, you're gonna take away wins. It doesn't make any sense. The game's been played. You know who won, you lost. Just leave it the way it is. Just penalize.
A lot of those, and because we were a lot younger when Reggie Bush was at
USC,
we were
phenomenal.
And I remember, but a lot of that I judge based off of like the player in the video game.
Yeah.
The two of the best video game football players that have ever existed are Michael Vick in Madden 04, he was on the cover, and Reggie Bush in NCAA football 2006. You handed off the ball to Reggie Bush and just ran off tackle. He was gone. Goodbye.
8.7 yards a touch.
Yeah, I like that dot in the Coleco game back in the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? My goodness.
We had the blockers and you go down and it was the greatest thing ever. It's the greatest thing ever.
JJ McCarthy official to the Vikings.
We told everybody that at 7:45. We were on top of it.
How about the fact that Pong moved so slow and you could still miss it? Yeah. It was like it was just, and you'd still miss it. It was like, what are we doing here? This is so over the top.
And we thought we were living high in the hog when we had Pong.
Man, it was awesome.
Yeah. Dennis says lost interest when the Browns didn't have a pick tonight, and if coming from a Browns fan, I can relate. Because remember in the 2020 draft, it was like the first real sport-related thing because of the COVID pandemic.
Yep.
And I was excited because it was something, but I feel like I would have been more excited had the Steelers had a first-round pick that night. They didn't because of the Minkah Fitzpatrick trade. So, Dennis, I can sympathize from a fan's perspective. You just kind of watch it casually.
But we've got you taken care of. Yeah, we've got Tim Zissel.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up at 10 o'clock.
And Dennis, tomorrow, he's going to be all in on that second-round pick. He'll be locked in to watch the second round. That's when you find out who your hardcore fans are. The fans that sit down, okay, I watched the first round. I watched the second round and the third round, but I'm sticking through the 4 through 7, and they're just there the whole weekend, and the eyes glass over, and they just start to fade away, and you're like, what's up with this guy? He's into it.
Yeah. I remember when it was 12 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're waiting for guys like
Pete
Jack
Rozelle
Delaplane
in a side room in New York in a hotel somewhere going, okay.
But talking Browns at 10 o'clock, Tim Zissel and from Jefferson County.
That's coming
up
pretty
he was
soon.
the Browns fan of the year two years ago.
Absolutely. Went to the Super
Yeah, it
Bowl,
would've been 2 years
represented the
ago.
Browns. Just a tremendous individual and just tremendous family. And can't wait to talk to him about I talked to him on the phone today. He's excited about, he'd love to have a first round pick, but he's excited about what the Browns are going to do. And, they made it to the playoffs, and have they turned the corner? We'll find out. And he just sent a text to me, so I'm going to find out what's going on.
But to briefly go back on the Steelers, we do have that third graphic too. If the cornerback from Toledo is there, do you draft the cornerback and maybe move up in the second round to get the WVU center?
So there was reports a couple of days ago that the Steelers might be interested in trading up with the Broncos to take, who's that from?
The artistry of Tim Zipfel taking a picture of his monitor. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the three of us.
That's a lot of hands moving.
That's a lot. You're leaning in like, Bill, I'm going to tell you what, you're wrong.
And he's not on here because I think a lot of us thought that he'd be gone by now. Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Terrion Arnold, and Kool-Aid McKinstry were guys that I think that might be in that wheelhouse of 20th overall. There was a report that suggested that the Steelers might be interested in trading up with the Broncos to take Quinion Mitchell. And that's something that we should probably be keeping an eye on here. Because, number one, the Steelers and the Broncos have done draft day business before. The Steelers traded up to 10 with the Broncos to take Devin Bush. Didn't work out, but they traded up 10 spots to do it. They would only be trading up 8 spots right now. Familiarity in that department. Plus, the Broncos just got leapfrogged for J.J. McCarthy. Yeah. And Michael Penix is gone. So unless they're absolutely in love with Bo Nix and want to take him 12th overall, if I'm Denver and the Steelers were willing to get up there, trade back picks, 100%. So that's something to keep an eye on right now. I just don't know that we talk about the luxury. And in 2020, when Creed Humphrey got drafted at center, the Steelers could have used them. The Steelers took, or 2021, I'm sorry. Yep. They took Najee, and then they took Pat Freiermuth. 2 guys that are probably going to contribute a heck of a lot on this offense coming up this fall. I just don't know that they could have afforded both of those luxuries at the time for what the offensive line was lacking. Yep. And with the fact that there is no true center on this offense right now for the Steelers, I just don't know that it's worth it for them to trade up 8 spots and give up probably one of your third-round picks that you have by doing so.
Have 3 guys that people think can be penciled in at that center position, play for you for 8 years.
Yes.
Mitchell, I saw a feature on him today with Louis Riddick, and I didn't know a whole lot about him. Watch that, and I thought he's got the speed, he's got the size, it looks like he has everything, and it seems like he's everybody that is looking at cornerbacks. This is a guy that you can go to battle with.
There you have it, the 11th overall pick to the New York Jets. Olu Fashanu, offensive tackle out of Penn State. Another guy we saw in person, and we talked about that at Ohio State, how just big he is, and he moves very well. I thought the Jets would have done a Jets kind of thing and took a guy like Brock Bowers, who is still available. But they take a tackle, and that'll help, especially if
you have to protect Aaron
the
Rodgers.
guy that you traded for.
He's not going to be able to move like he used to.
Yeah,
there's just no way.
What are your thoughts on this pick? As we get ready to phase you out, and your partner over here who just walked into the studio will join us for a few minutes.
Yeah, I think we take a break. They just take over. We go get a break for 5 minutes.
Why don't they do this and we go anchor the?
Yeah.
No, I think that's a good pick for them. But the interesting point that you brought up, Jack, that I'll touch on before I leave, Bowers is still available. So you got to figure it. There's got to be enough teams looking. Okay, if he's fallen a little bit, you might say at this point, you got to get him because of his size and just how good of a tight end he is.
And that's the other thing about that too is if with Bowers still being
Steelers
there,
in that?
No.
I'm just asking.
I don't think that I'd be kind of mad.
That out there, like
I'd be kind of mad, and that's a good. That point though is good because from what I'm talking about from the Steelers' point of view with Mitchell and the Broncos still sitting there might be teams further back from the Steelers or in that wheelhouse that would like a guy like Brock Bowers and say, "Oh shoot, he's still there." Same thought process about the Broncos. Another one. Yeah. And GW Last says it's actually a good point. The Broncos are doing enough for the Steelers by paying Russ's contract.
There you go.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, Dylan, unless you have any other parting words.
Thanks for having me.
You're quite welcome.
Dylan, thank you very
We'll
much.
switch out.
There you have it.
There's a surprise. You want to announce this one?
They did it.
Oh my word!
They did it. Did that well, or did they just show him?
I think it's in. Come on in, Jamie Baker, because Jamie Baker is one thing she wants to do tonight. So,
hello, gentlemen.
Jamie Baker, everybody.
Hello.
Bo Nix to the Broncos, 12th overall. Thoughts on Bo Nix to the Broncos, 12th overall, Jamie?
You wanted a quarterback.
I didn't see him going that early, but I mean, hey,
Yeah.
I also didn't see Kirk Cousins' new team picking up a QB. So I'm going to make the joke that I'm guessing he did not like that.
No.
Just wild.
Who, Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Like that.
He's getting 108
oh
minutes.
no, he's all thrilled, ready to go to the Falcons.
Yeah.
So
That night to beat Cole's cash.
Yeah, no, I remember. I remember when Kirk Cousins took over for RG3. As I grew up a Washington fan, and everyone thinks I'm a Steelers fan, and when covering the team, I've become a Steelers fan because you cover more than the Browns or anybody else. But childhood teams watching. I remember when Kirk Cousins took over for RG3. I was like, oh, what are we going to get here? He won, didn't win any playoff games, but I mean, he had some big games, and he's a guy that you root for. He's just a good guy, good family guy. And then what was Peyton Manning put the show together?
I was going to say, I watched
the
that
quarterback
show.
He was
so likable. So likable.
Off the charts likable. And then Pat Mahomes, I liked him too, but the amount of work that he put in, you went, okay, this guy's the best in the business, and he may be the hardest worker on their entire team. So you really got a good look behind the scenes. But he's like, I got $180 million.
Maybe
Well, I don't care if they took Penix or not. Yeah. But Bo Nix,
that's a second round pick.
I wouldn't have picked him in the first
Denver's
round.
desperate for a quarterback, though. They don't have a quarterback.
One of the things that I had in my mock draft, again, acting like I know everything, I thought that Penix might have slipped, and a team like Vegas would trade back into the first round to take Penix. So now if you're Vegas at 13, what do you do? Because they're all gone. 6 of them. Right? Yeah, all gone. 6 and 12. That's one thing that I did not foresee happening. I thought that you would have had probably 4, and then guys like Penix and Nix would have slid to the 6th round. Second round, I'm sorry.
The Broncos taking Nix really shows then why the Vikings traded up one spot.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
get McCarthy.
They didn't want to take a chance that someone was going to grab him.
Well, Jamie, who's your favorite cornerback in this draft?
Quarterback or cornerback?
Cornerback.
CB.
It's CB.
Oh God, Don. Oh well.
I'm trying to say
Kool-Aid, my boy Kool-Aid. I'm sorry. I was like sitting in my head. I was like, did I say something about this earlier?
Yeah. I really want the Jets to take Kool-Aid, and then he can be partnered up with Sauce and Kool-Aid.
I said there was another cornerback right after him.
All
like
nickname
Ennis,
team.
There were some really good names in the cornerback, but yeah, I was going to say.
And
I know he's a possibility for the Steelers, but I'd like to see a few other.
Guarantee you, one of the questions that Kool-Aid gets asked when he meets his team for the first time: "What's your favorite flavor?" Yeah, just because.
Okay, so whatever team he goes to, they win the Super Bowl. Do they then pour Gatorade on them or Kool-Aid?
I hope Gatorade.
His name's Kool-Aid.
Yeah, but you know how sticky and gross you get if you have all that fake sugar.
I'll settle this. I'll settle. Yeah, sugar is bad. I remember sitting next.
I feel like
we're sitting right next to Troy Polamalu. He's on his dais I think I'm saying that right, at the Super Bowl, and he's sitting here, and he walks up and he sits down. Everyone's waiting for Troy to say something, and he takes the Gatorade bottle is here, and he takes the Gatorade bottle, official sponsor of the National Football League, literally takes the bottle, drops it on the floor, and then he takes the other Gatorade, drops it on the floor, and everyone goes, Troy, what are you doing? And he said, it's not good for you. There's too much sugar in it. Just drink water. Kids don't need all that sugar. When you get everything you need from water, if you're sweating that much, you've got a problem. You don't need to. And I just went, oh, okay. It's good enough for Troy. I'll drink that water. It's just one of those things. Kool-Aid's just, I remember making Kool-Aid as a kid. It's like, add that sugar in there.
Yeah.
Our main web guy, Jim Elliott, loves those little shaky packets that you can put into your water.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he makes like Kool-Aid water out of those little things.
The liquid or the powder?
The powder.
See, I get the liquid, the squirt.
Oh, the squirt. Those are good too. Yeah.
There you have it.
Got to shake them. Yeah. This is the insider info people came from right there.
Absolutely.
Yep. should we bring in your friend?
Yeah,
He's here.
absolutely.
Let's do it.
We had Bill's friend from college.
Yeah. Now it's Don's friend.
Now we've got my friend from college, Eric Ritchie.
What's up, guys?
In New Orleans, Louisiana. He has worked in Youngstown, Indianapolis, you name it. I might have missed a couple of spots. What's up, Easy?
Don Sloan, what is happening, my brother? You guys are rocking. I love your show. I've been watching.
We're gonna have Easy
tonight. Yeah, you got to realize
Easy on Metal Madness.
He was a big time DJ back in the day too.
Nice.
The coolest thing he and I did in college, we went to spring training.
Is this been approved?
No,
for
it is
over
approved.
there? Okay.
We two young college kids got an interview with who?
Pete Rose.
Nice.
Yes.
We got Pete Rose, and then a month later, he's on Sports Illustrated for the gambling.
Yep. That was a good time to get him before all the crap hit the fan. But man, it's the first time I've been on a show with you since college, Don. We used to do sports talk on 91.7 WCUC, Clarion's FM station, and of course Sports Center 5 back in the day. But yeah, it's great to be with you guys.
The legends like Bill Rakoff and Larry Richert and those guys.
That's right. PJ Kamanchek working at KDKA.
Yeah, Eric, thoughts on me working for both PJ Kamanchek and then Don Sloan? I worked at the Fan and KDKA radio.
Wait, Easy E. Do you know Don's
Easy E in the Big Easy?
Easy in the Big Easy. Do you know that Don's actual name is Nacho Man in the Ohio Valley?
I did not know that. That did not make it down here.
Come on. Here you go. So he's covering high school football games.
Yeah, go get the helmet.
He's covering high school football games, and we turned him loose. We said, all right, Don, go out, shoot some games, come back and do some highlights, and working him into the sports department. He goes out. He comes back, first set of highlights. He gets this huge platter of chips with nachos and everything on it. And all of a sudden, I said, you know what? If you keep getting these nachos, we're going to call you Nacho Man. Next week, he goes out. They're serving him up every week. So we ended up giving him the nickname Nacho Man. It has stuck for the past 3 decades now.
I love it. Look at this. Are you kidding me?
Hold on, wait.
That's spectacular. That's a golf clap from New Orleans. And by the way, the Zurich Classic is.
So here we go. Hand me this. Back in the day, this is from the legendary Brook Bruins, West Virginia State Class AAA State Championships, 85, 87, and 90. And they made me this beautiful helmet back in the day, the Nacho Man.
The Nacho Man.
The mills were hot and heavy back then, and Ryan Stiff Sr. made me this hat, this helmet.
Another one from Mike
from the Brook Bruins back in the day.
That's
so
great
the next
stuff.
time you send him an email, I want to make sure you put Nacho Man in there and not just Don.
Consider it done. I might just get on Twitter right now.
Here's what I want to find out from you.
Okay,
you're in LSU country, New Orleans Saints country, LSU Tigers. Have had 2 guys go so far. They had one go second, the quarterback Jaden Daniels. They also had a wideout go by the name Malik Neighbors.
Yep.
How good is Brian Thomas? And if he's available at 20, should the Steelers take him?
Absolutely, they should take him. I think he's a great pick. He's a big-bodied wide receiver. He's got great speed for his size. He had more touchdown receptions than anybody in the country this past year. And you think about it, he was the second option with Malik Neighbors with the bullet-like speed going downfield. But that offense just exploded this past year. So if you have a chance to take Brian Thomas Jr., I say go for it, Pittsburgh. Absolutely.
Brock Bowers getting selected 13th overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. I think the Raiders kind of got gypped out of every single quarterback available. So they take Brock Bowers despite drafting Michael Mayer last year.
Yeah.
So Eric, with
the big at tight end,
with the Saints on the board now, I saw a lot of mocks have them take Olu Fashanu. He's gone. Do you think that there's still a tackle there that the Saints might go with, or
yes?
Yeah,
I think Fuaga, the right tackle from Oregon State, would be their guy. I honestly do. That's been a name that's been tossed around quite a bit down here. Your Penn State guy that just went 2 picks ago, I think that was who they really had targeted. And if you've followed the Saints at all on draft day, there's basically 2 common denominators. One is they're going to move up. right? Every year since 2007, I think they've packaged deals and moved up. I don't know if you've looked at it, but the Saints have a first and a second round pick. Then they don't have a third or a fourth, but they have 4 fifth-round picks. So watch them package a deal, move up into the third round. A lot of times they get very aggressive during the Sean Payton era when they would move up in the first round. So you didn't see that happen today as of yet, and they're pretty much close to being on the clock. But I still say they just stick pat and go with a tackle, because their offensive line is a mess. I really thought Carr developed into a pretty good quarterback in the second half of the season. The Who Dat Nation is not on board with him yet, not by a long shot.
Well, here, Easy, I got a question.
He gets some support in the line. He's going to do better.
Easy, I got a really important question for you, because
Yes,
New Orleans is one of the great food cities in America. If someone comes down to catch a Saints game, where do you recommend they go to get some good eats? Where's your favorite place?
Oh man, there's about 3 of them, but I'm gonna send you to one of Don Seafood is right outside of the city. That's a hidden gem. If you like, everybody likes the jacked up charbroiled oysters, and you get
there you go.
No pun intended. Jacked up podcast,
right? Jacked up. That's you want. They not only do they charbroil the oysters, but they put jalapenos, cheese, and bacon on them, and they are outstanding.
Right.
That's Don.
What's the name of that again?
Don Seafood, and it's right outside of New Orleans in the Metairie area, a 10-minute drive from downtown New Orleans.
Sounds great. All right.
Yeah. The second common denominator, by the way, of the Saints on draft day is to pick the best available Buckeye, right? It's Ohio State, Michael Thomas, Chris Olave, going back to when I first started at Fox 8 down here, Malcolm Jenkins, those type guys. Obviously, they've gone with Marshawn Lattimore, Von Bell. I mean, either in the first or second pick, they've gone with the Buckeye. Not going to happen this year, I don't think, but they've done it a lot.
What about defensively, Eric? I'm seeing some stuff on Twitter suggesting that the Saints should take a guy like Dallas Turner. A lot of people thought he'd be the first edge guy off the board.
Yes.
Is that a situation where you say you look at the Saints offensive line and say it's not great, but Dallas Turner slipped here, best available situation, and try and take him?
And they do that a lot. They really do, Jack. They take best available, right? Cameron Jordan has been such a stud on the edge, but they have just never been able to get somebody to go with him. The last time they picked 14th, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. They drafted up for him. What the heck was his name? 14th pick. Got him out of University of Texas, San Antonio, and he was not very good. He's still in the league, though. I can't think of his name. I thought I wrote it down, but I can't find it. My notes are just as messy as they were back in Clarion, Don. But absolutely go for an edge guy right now, because Jordan, and he's questionable at best. And of course, they got Chase Young. You remember? I don't know if you heard that. Of course, speaking of the Buckeyes, right? They got him, but he's got the neck injury. He had surgery right after they made the trade or signed him with San Francisco. So absolutely, they could use some help on the edge. Ever since they let go Hendrickson to the Bengals, who now wants to be traded again, he was excellent.
He's been phenomenal with the Bengals.
Yes.
Fantastic pass rusher. Jamie, you figured out the name.
Marcus Davenport.
Thank you, Jamie. Jesus, Marcus Davenport. That was must have been 5 or 6 years ago. But same deal. Right about now, middle of the pack, they make a big trade up. I think they go up to 14. And we thought this guy was going to be just sensational, but his typical stat line was about 3 sacks a year, maybe. And he didn't play a 16 or 17 or now 18 game schedule. He was hurt a lot. Thank you for that, by the way.
What is the mood with Saints fans? Is it one of optimism, pessimism, or where are we at with things?
Is David Carr the guy? I think is a good question.
Yeah.
My parents follow Las Vegas. My parents live in Vegas half the year, and Vegas was so ready to get rid of David Carr. So I just wonder how he's doing in New Orleans, because there was not a great taste left in Vegas.
Yeah, Derek Carr has been, like I said, he has not won over the fan base by a long shot. If you look at his numbers, maybe the last 5-6 games of the season last year, he definitely got better, but there was a lot of on-field turmoil. We just spoke about Chris Olave from Ohio State. You know, he got into a shouting match with him. He's been in the shouting matches during the game with his center, Eric McCoy, who's literally their best offensive lineman. So I think it's taken a little while. Obviously, wins are going to help. Man, I'll be honest with you. I don't think he is the guy. And I think a lot of Saints fans are still coming out of a Drew Brees hangover that, you know, they're not going to be one of the top 5 offenses in the NFL every year. And it's been a rough stretch, right? Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill experiment, you know, it has been, and then the Red Rocker, right? Then from Texas A&M, the old Bengals quarterback, Dalton, he gave it a go with the Saints too at quarterback since Brees, but I don't think Carr's your guy.
What's your Drew? You've got a pretty long connection with Drew Brees. You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, I think he thinks I'm stalking him. You know, I worked for the Fox station in Indianapolis for 6 years, all 4 years with Brees.
Jamie Baker, everybody.
Thanks, Jamie. Bye-bye. So I got to Indianapolis in 97, the same year Brees was a freshman, Joe Tiller era, and it was just an amazing run. After those 4 years, obviously went to San Diego. I think I moved to New Orleans, and then Brees comes to the Saints in 06. He's like, oh my God, there's that freak. I gave him a VHS copy of our Old Oak and Bucket preview show that was nominated for an Emmy. And I gave one to Vinny Sutherland. He liked it. I gave a VHS copy to Joe Tiller. He was a good guy. Loved Joe Tiller. And then Drew Brees is like, no, man, it's all right. I saw it. You know, keep your VHS copy of your show about me, stalker boy. And then, of course, I show up in New Orleans. But yeah, I was on draft day. I was at Purdue when Brees went as the #1 overall pick of the 2nd round to the Chargers, and that was just a surreal day because, again, I think he was projected late 1st round. You know, maybe middle at the best. But as you know, the picks kept coming in, and this is 2001. So the first day we just went right into the 2nd round. We walked into the Purdue Sports Information Director Jim Vruging's office while we were waiting for the pick to watch the 8-seeded Pacers beat Allen Iverson in the #1 seed Sixers in the 1st round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. And then all of a sudden somebody said, hey, Brees is up. And we all hustled out of the office. There probably, guys, there were probably less than 10 people at Purdue that day to cover the story. It was the same day as the spring game, and a bunch of things were going on, but maybe 2 or 3 TV reporters that were there. So we obviously all got one-on-ones afterwards. And I've been around the Drew Brees trail 4 years of college and his entire NFL career, except the San Diego years.
You've got your pick, Eric. It's Fuaga out of Oregon State. They go the tackle route. I think that's a pretty smart selection, especially I know I left the room for a second to run to the restroom, but you were talking about Derek Carr. If that's their, answer at QB right now, I mean, at his stage in his career, you got to keep that guy upright.
No question. That's why I said, I thought they got a little momentum from Derek Carr the tail end of last season. He does have potential to put up numbers again, but if he's upright, right, let's get a little bit of foundation on the offensive line, help him out a little bit. Obviously, they're going to need some help at receiver as well. Michael Thomas, that that was a rocky relationship, and it's coming to a quick end. So you got you need some receiver help. Is what the Saints will be looking for, I think, in the 2nd round as well.
The Indianapolis Colts on the clock now. I saw a lot of cornerback in this department. I think if the Steelers were hoping that Quinion Mitchell, or they would maybe think of a trade, they might want to do it. They probably should have done it with the Saints, and it didn't happen because I think the Colts take a corner here, and I think there's a good chance the Seahawks do too. So I think the Steelers might be staying put, it looks like. But Don, you told me it didn't. Eric was.
You worked in Indy, right?
Say it again, Don.
I said you worked in Indianapolis for a while.
I did. Yep, that was the story with the Drew Brees, right? I was there. I got there at Fox 59 in '97, and I was the sports director from 2000 to 2003. So,
what's the passion and the interest like for the Colts? What was it like covering the Colts in Indy?
It was outstanding, and because it was such kind of a renaissance, if you will, because I was there. The story I was going to tell, the first draft was, the Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf draft of '97, and half the city of Indianapolis, if you'd have polled them, they said they wanted Ryan Leaf, and I had already worked in the Louisiana area the previous year, and I knew all about the Mannings, and I knew that Peyton was obsessed about the quarterback position, about work ethic, would write up names of guys that didn't show up for workouts in the summer. I mean, this guy was driven. So I was all on the Peyton Manning draft board. But then in '98, everyone, I think they thought they were going to take Ricky Williams. They needed a running back. They ended up, Edger and James, after his big game against Miami out of nowhere and the UCLA game, Edger and James became the guy. He was the offensive rookie of the year that year. And that was the year, my first year in Indianapolis, they went 3-13. And that would have been Jim Harbaugh's last year at quarterback. Then '98, that would have been Peyton Manning's rookie season, a 3-13 year. He led the league in interceptions. And then '99 with Edger and James, they flipped it. They went 13-3, won the division. Paint the town blue, Don. That was the phrase. And Indianapolis, my favorite city to work in and live in of my life. Sensational sports town, obviously, but they love the Colts. Obviously, it's an Indiana basketball, Pacers, Hoosiers, the movie, all that, Purdue. But they love the Colts, and they still do. And some of the loudest games I was ever at was at the old RCA Dome.
Yeah, my college buddies and I, and one of them will be joining us in a few minutes, Eric. We take a Steelers road trip every year and go to a game, and we were in Indianapolis this year. I was very impressed with Lucas Oil Stadium. The game stunk from a Steelers perspective because they lost.
Great stadium.
It's awesome. Lucas Oil was really, really cool. And it's like we were in Minnesota 2 years ago, and with the bigger, or the newer modern domes.
What an unbelievable stadium that was.
It's very beautiful, but if you're up there, you're far away. We weren't necessarily close, our seats were, but I got the impression about Lucas Oil that there's really not a bad seat in that place.
Yeah,
Lake Ford Field in Detroit. That's another great stadium. A quick question about Paint the Town Blue. I was there for the Ben Roethlisberger shoestring tackle, and I remember seeing Coach Cowher getting ready to go in and meet the media after they survived that wild finish on the Bettis fumble, but they get the fumble. How depressed was the city of Indianapolis after that one?
Yeah, that was a gut kick. It was bad. It was definitely, like, I had gone on. I was already in New Orleans at that time, but still staying close with all my Indianapolis Colts buddies and fellow TV guys. That was a bad blow. That was a tough one. You're right.
Well, how about the game at Three Rivers? Harbaugh was the quarterback. Quentin Coriat drops a sure interception, and the Steelers end up winning the Super Bowl. And remember, there was a Hail Mary at the end of the game.
That's right.
That fell to the ground.
I was 5 yards from the Hail Mary when it fell on the ground.
Now, this is interesting.
Video.
The Colts go edge rusher here, but it's Laiatu Latu. I think that's how you say that guy's name, from UCLA. So Dallas Turner still on the board.
Wow. Okay. Now look, I don't know why he's still on the board, and I don't know if you guys looked just recently. We talked about Brian Johnson Jr. There's Thomas Jr. I saw some stuff where some people are medically kind of red flagging him as well. So that's something to think about. Thomas Jr. Yeah. I kind of did just a news Google search a couple hours ago, and I saw where some teams had medically red flagged him. I have no idea what that is about, because he was rock solid at LSU, and he played every game last year, including the bowl game when Malik Neighbors, he just needed a couple catches to set a team record. He had those catches and he was out, and Thomas played the whole game.
Well, he may not get to the Steelers because the Rams are at 19. Okay. And they've got Cooper Kupp, a possession receiver.
Yep.
And they've got the phenom rookie from last year,
Puka.
Yeah.
Thomas could be the guy they need because he could take a top off of a defense. So he may go to the Rams, but it'll be interesting if he's sitting there when the Steelers draft, because I think he'd be a tough guy to pass up. Bengals, I mean, I don't think they've got Higgins and Chase. I don't think they go there. I think they go D-line. I don't know about Jacksonville or Seattle.
I think, yeah, I mean, if you're the Bengals, of Fatanu's still there, potentially, I think they go offensive line.
I do too.
Did they lose Mike Hilton? Because Cooper DeJean's still there. And then, yeah, who the heck knows, though, with the uncertainty with T. Higgins' status, would you entertain a guy like Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy at 18th overall if you're Cincinnati?
Well, because Tyler Boyd's gone.
Yeah. Well, my thing is I need to have enough weapons for Joe Burrow, but most critically, I need to keep him upright and I need to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
Because he's been in the league how many years now? 3 or 4?
Yeah.
And he's seen in a knee, a thumb, a wrist. He's phenomenal when he's healthy. You have to keep him upright.
So if I'm correct, Fatanu from Washington's still out there, the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Mims from Georgia is still out there.
It's Diane's pick.
And Kingsley Sumatala from BYU. Jackson Powers Johnson and Graham Barton. So there's plenty of good linemen out there yet.
I'm starting to get to the point, though, if Quinion Mitchell's there.
Hard to pass up a shutdown corner.
Yeah, I mean, and I think as far as dynamic playmakers for the Steelers on the defensive side of the ball, like in the secondary, I think you pair Quinion Mitchell with Joey Porter Jr. Joey Porter Jr. is not going to get his name in the stat column very often, which isn't a bad thing for a corner. But as far as playmaking, I'm going to be able to pick a ball off and return it for a touchdown. Mitchell's got that ability.
Yeah.
Seattle is on the clock right now, but I want to ask you a question. And going behind enemy lines, what's the perception of the Steelers in New Orleans and what the Steelers went through last year with Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph and so forth? Eric, how are the Steelers perceived in New Orleans right now?
I think a lot better now that their quarterback room has improved. I think that's a big thing right there. Last year, you guys are close to the situation with Pickett, but I think overall, like down here, it was kind of like, you're not going to win many games with Kenny Pickett as your quarterback. And I don't think you're going to the playoffs with Kenny Pickett. That's kind of the mode that was kind of echoed down here. Again, though, every time the Steelers came to the Superdome that I covered, you guys know how well it's like the new America's team. Everywhere you go, there's as many Steeler fans as there are home fans. And that was absolutely true the few times they came down here and played that I got to cover.
Well, sounds good. I appreciate you joining us. Anything to wrap up with?
Man, I tell you what, it just I love the new nickname. I love the Nacho Man, but also with the Saints, keep in mind Clint Kubiak, new offensive coordinator. They're going to spread things out a little bit, and that may be where you get some help now on the offensive line. Like I said, watch for the Saints to pick a receiver. Watch for them to bundle up and move up and make a splash, and look for the Saints to finally make the playoffs after a while here this year.
And we'll check back in with you this fall once we hit the regular season. I do want to congratulate you. His daughter just got a Division I volleyball scholarship.
Oh, nice!
To Jacksonville.
Congratulations!
Thank you. Yes. She is a 5'5". She's a 5'5" setter, so she's going to play beach volleyball. She's been down here doing the beach. I heard you guys have the Olympics on your station coming up. Beach volleyball is a sport, and a player from my daughter Emma's high school will be representing the United States. Kristen Nuss was an LSU phenom. So keep your eyes on her. Remember that. And as Don can attest, together we saw my first Purdue in-person basketball game. We saw them lose to Ohio State when they were the number 1 team in the country with Troy Lewis and Everett Stevens and all those guys. But then he knows I'm a Reds fan too. So hardcore Reds fan, took a tough loss again to the Phillies today. It's going to be fun watching the Reds and the Bucks both try to get over 500 this year and hopefully have some important September baseball. Please. All this Pete Rose stuff up here, Johnny Bench and Cincinnati stuff.
Yeah,
that's it. That's what I got. I'll leave you with that. Go Reds, go Purdue, and watch for the Saints to make the Super Bowl. Not the Super Bowl, the playoffs. Sorry. Sorry, it's late.
Eric, thanks for taking some time with us this evening. We definitely appreciate it.
You got it. Thanks, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Be well.
Thanks, man. See you, Bill.
See you.
There you have it. Eric Ritchie.
Eric Ritchie.
Yeah.
Clarion University class of 90.
Don Seafood, 10 minutes outside of town. Let's go.
Tim Zissel coming up in about a minute or so. He's been waiting patiently. I kind of see here what's going on with the Seahawks. I think they might go tackle. New defensive head coach, D coordinator from the Ravens, Mike McDonald, with a guy like Dallas Turner sitting there. Do you think that maybe?
Maybe.
Well, let's see. So Fatanu's still out there, right?
Yeah.
You tackle him and Mims are both there.
According to ESPN, that covers the draft pretty exclusively. Dallas Turner, Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, and Byron Murphy, D tackle out of Texas. That is the top 4 best available right now. And then down the list, you've got Fatanu from Washington, who's listed as a guard according to ESPN. Again, he's a very versatile player on the offensive line. Jared Verse, the edge rusher from Florida State, watched him beat up on Pitt earlier this year, like Drake May did as well. Graham Barton is listed as the 7th best player available, and then you've got Cooper DeJean, Chop Robinson, and then Jerzon Newton, D tackle. There's still a lot of really, really good players, I think, out there that could make teams that are picking in this 18 to 25 range very, very happy.
And if you're rooting for a Steeler pick of a center, things are going well.
Yeah.
Because if Mitchell's there at cornerback still, or one of their top cornerbacks that they have on the board, they can go get them. And then if they still have 3 centers going into the next round, they have an opportunity to maybe pick that up.
Well, we're operating pretty much right on schedule. We put together a pretty good timeline of when we wanted to bring people
by
on.
Guessing, yeah.
And
I will say this: it's hotter than blue blazes in here.
It is very hot in here. I stepped out to the bathroom.
Jordan, can we open the door?
As long as nobody.
Yeah, let's open the door. Oh my word.
And as we open the door and get some air in here, the 2022 Cleveland Browns Fan of the Year, Tim Zipsel, joining us on the Jacked Up Draft Special. Tim, thanks for staying up late with us. And despite the Browns not having a pick in this first round, appreciate you hopping on.
There he is. All right.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right.
All night long, people have been typing in, talk about the Browns, talk about the Browns. Let's talk about the Browns.
We have the number one fan to talk about the Browns. All right, Tim, big question here, big picture for the Browns. They make the playoffs. Watson's not there. He's going to be back. Where do you go with that second pick? What is next? What's the next thing for this Browns team to do that they have to get accomplished tonight to get them over the hump and get a playoff win and then possibly into a championship game?
You know, guys, I really believe they're going to take the best offensive or defensive lineman available. I really do. I know a lot of people think cornerbacks or a wide receiver, even a tight end, but I think they're going to take the best offense or defensive lineman available. Did I lose you?
No, we're here. Sorry, I was playing around here. Go ahead, Bill.
I thought I lost you there.
No, you're good.
No, it seems like that's it seems like people are learning, and a lot of people already knew, but you have to win with what's up front, whether it's offensive or defensive line.
Yes, indeed. And you know, the Browns have done remarkably well with their second round picks with Chubb, Bitonio, JOK. I mean, historically, they've done very, very well with their second round picks. And with the Haslams turning contracts into signing bonuses, they've been able to finagle these last 3 years away with the Deshaun Watson contract pretty well, I think.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of people had an issue with the contract for Deshaun Watson. It was so big, and it really changed the way quarterbacks get paid. It was like the next step for quarterbacks. He's been injured. There's been some bumps in the road since he's been in Cleveland. Do you feel like if you had to do it all over again, would you have recommended that deal, or as a fan, you think, no, this is what we needed to do? Where do you fall on that now that you have a few years with Deshaun and he hasn't really produced? He's going to be back this year. How did that go with him?
And he has a lot of critics, and we all understand why.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, Bill, guys, I think they would do it again. And I know a lot of people would not believe that. but we were in quarterback purgatory forever.
Yep.
And franchise quarterbacks just don't fall in your lap. They don't become available. And it would take something like this to happen. And, you know, he's shown a couple games last year, the Indianapolis game, the Tennessee game, the Baltimore game. He was coming into his own until he got hurt again. He's become very comfortable in the community. He actually opened up a restaurant in Cleveland 2 weeks ago. And he's been great around the building, from what I understand. I think he's going to do well. I think he's going to have a heck of a year. I know this surgery he had, most of the time it's not quarterbacks, it's baseball pitchers for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
But I really believe this is going to have a good ending, and I think the Browns really believe he's going to be there another 7, 8, 10 years from now.
As a Browns fan,
yes,
what
sir.
was your mood? What was your feeling at the end of the year? You know, to go through all the quarterbacks, made the playoffs, looked good for a little bit against the Texans, but then they ran away with the game after the Flacco picks and so forth. What was your feeling at the end of last year?
And Tim, before that, real quick, the Seahawks, they take Byron Murphy, D tackle out of Texas.
A guy that a lot of people thought would go to the Bengals.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think the Flacco situation, they picked up Jameis Winston, and everybody fell in love with Flacco. We all did, and myself included. And nobody could have rooted harder for him than me. I go to every game. But I really believe if Deshaun Watson would have had 10 interceptions in the last 5 games, 2 of them in a playoff game for pick sixes, they had to run him out of town. And I think if they would have kept Flacco, the first time Watson would have thrown an interception, it could have been disastrous too. I think they almost had to let him go. I think they caught lightning in a bottle. Everybody appreciated what he did. The fans fell in love with him. The team did. The people in the building did. But I think they knew they caught lightning in a bottle. And I mean, leading up to that game, the only game he'd won with the Jets was actually against the Browns. So I think the move was a good move.
But one thing I think last year really showed, I think, was the heart of that team, because when Chubb got hurt in that Monday night game against the Steelers, you thought the season's over for the Browns. I mean, that was devastating. But to see the way that team rallied and other guys really stepped up to the plate, turned it into a good year.
Perfectly said. I mean, we lost Chubb, we lost Watson. I mean, there was countless offensive linemen that went down. DeJuan Jones was supposed to be a project. I mean, he got a lot of Pro Bowl votes. We were talking about second-round picks earlier. DeJuan Jones is one of them.
Yep.
And Emerson, you know, the young man had a heck of a year.
Trade, the Vikings moving up from 23rd to 17th. They hop ahead of the Bengals. I've seen a lot on social media suggesting that they're going defense here if they're going to trade up. Seeing Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner's got to be soon.
Yep. A couple of reports on social media. The Vikings trade up for Dallas Turner, a guy that, you know, you look at a team and you say, man, we didn't expect that guy to be here. And the Vikings go up and get an edge guy to bolster that defense, which it's a good draft night so far for the Vikings. And now the Bengals, Tim, on the clock. I'm a Steelers guy. You're a Browns guy. So we can kind of talk about, you know, what we don't want the Bengals to do. What do you think would be a situation from, you know, an opposing Bengals fans perspective to where they could go maybe right here and be like, oh man, that was a good pick. I'm not a huge fan.
I think they'll go Fatano or Mims. I think they need to beef up their line.
Yeah.
And
Chris Jenkins is one of the guys out of Michigan that people are looking at possibly might be there for the Browns tomorrow.
Yes, very true. I think, I mean, everything in the NFL today, if it's not a quarterback, it's somebody to protect the quarterback. If it's not somebody to protect the quarterback, it's somebody to rush the quarterback. It all revolves around them.
Yep,
so
absolutely. That's what the Steelers, despite the lackluster play at quarterback the last couple of years, that's why they've been able to remain relevant. That's a great point, because they've been able to get to the quarterback.
Yep. Keeps them in ball game.
Yeah, it absolutely does. With TJ Watt, who I think is the best at getting to the quarterback in the league. Tim might disagree because they've got a pretty good one as well, and Myles Garrett. But that's the same reason why these teams have been able to compete. The Jets with an aging Aaron Rodgers, I thought that they would take the luxury over the need and draft a guy like Brock Bowers. They didn't. They go offensive tackle. So it's a great point. I mean, it all does really revolve around the core. If you don't have one, protect one. If you can't protect one, get to one.
And Tim, a question for you heading now. The Browns haven't made a pick yet, and they're not going to make a pick probably until tomorrow. But as a Browns fan, as a guy that is connected to that team, probably better than anyone that I've ever known, how do you see this going into the 2024 season? What is the upside of the Browns? Is it the Super Bowl? Is it the conference championship? What do you see for the immediate future for this team with the pieces they have in place and some of the pieces they may be able to pick up in the draft?
Obviously, we've had a little string of bad luck these last 58 years, but I really believe every team in this division thinks they can win a division. If you ask, I really do believe the Browns got a great shot. I really do believe this. I think the schedule was difficult this year. The record may not be as good as last year's, but I think the team could be better. I really do believe this. I think the Browns are going to be really strong. I really do.
It could be the best division in the entire National Football League. Anybody would, I don't know who you would put ahead of them.
Albert Breer out of Boston, NBC Boston, senior NFL reporter, reporting that the Bengals are taking Amarius Mims at 18. That's the only thing related to that I've seen so far. But if that holds up to, and now they're more of them are coming in, that it's Mims. That's a smart pick for the Bengals. I mean, they've had injury trouble with Joe Burrow the last couple. Now last year's was a little bit more fluky than when obviously he tore his ACL because he got sacked so much. But you got a franchise quarterback in Joe Burrow. Keep him upright.
6'7", 340.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the size, he's got the length.
Yeah.
He's from the pedigree from the program that he's been in. He knows how to win championships. That's a good pick.
It is. And as we update the board here of the guys that are best available as the Steelers get ready to pick, the best offensive tackle on the board now with Mims being gone is
Troy Fatanu.
But that's a guy that a lot of people think are going to slide inside. And I don't know that I love Tyler Guyton 20th overall. So if I'm the Steelers, I think it's.
Well, they got their pick of centers.
I think you're looking at the center right now.
I think you are. Or if they want to go the luxury route, it's Quinion Mitchell.
You got Quinion Mitchell, but I think Brian Thomas is going to go to the Rams.
Okay.
In the next pick. If the Rams go Thomas, that takes one decision away from the Steelers, because if you had Thomas, Mitchell, Powers, Barton all out there, you got everybody you could have possibly expected to be there, because I don't think people expected Latham and Mims and some of these guys to still be there.
Yeah, this draft right now.
Oh, so then do you trade down? If you've got think about this though. If you've got that many possibilities out there that could all fit, maybe you trade down 4 or 5 spots and get something where you can move your second round pick.
I don't love that.
To get that second pick.
I don't love that. I don't love doing that, especially since they were able to go out and get an extra pick when they traded Kenny Pickett. I don't love trading down.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of it.
No, if you're there at 20 and it's going the way, and what I was going to say was all the draft surprises have happened early with Michael Penix going. Dallas Turner slipped, but now he's gone. I think now it's kind of been par for the course, probably how the Steelers expected it to go. I would stick with whatever they have planned, because I don't think their guy, unless they wanted Mims really, really bad, I don't think their guy has gone yet. Like if they were hell-bent on Amarius Mims and, oh man, he's gone now, then you trade back. But there's guys there for the Steelers to take.
All right, Tim, quick question about the Steelers from a Browns perspective. Russell Wilson, and you have Russell Wilson, and you have Justin Fields. How, as a Browns fan looking at that, what do you think of their quarterback situation now?
I mean, I would think they're going to start Russell Wilson. I think in due time, Fields would take over. He hasn't lived up to expectations, of course, but he's taken a beating in Chicago too. But I'm not going to lie to you. You guys have had decades of good quarterback play. Don't expect me to feel sorry for you.
No.
But, I mean, let me tell you, I'd rather set myself on fire when you guys get another franchise quarterback. When you think about Tomlin taking over that team,
I'd rather set myself on fire.
Hey, let me tell you something. I mean, he took over a team that had a franchise quarterback. Not too many coaches get that opportunity. And then the guy plays another decade and a half. I mean, that just doesn't happen in the NFL. I mean, a fan in Pittsburgh, 50 years or younger, they've never seen losing. I mean, they've never seen losing. I mean, it's just, but I think the Browns are on their way now. I really and truly do. I really believe they are. I think even if Chubb's not back 100% by the start of the season, hopefully they got him a contract. It's more incentive laden, but I think the Browns are going to have a really strong year. I really.
Are you looking for a running back in the draft?
Not right out of the gate.
Okay.
I don't think they'll take one in the second round. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I really think they're going to take a defense or offense or defensive lineman.
Okay.
And maybe later in the draft.
Easiest question of the night for you. Final standings 2024 of the AFC North after the regular season.
Browns in first place. Browns. It pains me to even think, but Baltimore 2, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. But I think that I think the whole division is going to be extremely close. I really do.
Yeah.
I think Pittsburgh's going to be in quarterback problems for a little while here. I mean, you're talking to a Browns fan. I mean, it's been a long time. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. From a Steelers perspective, I have a hard time disagreeing. I'm not really excited about the idea of Russell Wilson or Justin Fields working. And from just a total offense perspective, the Steelers have had horrible offensive play the last 3 years under Matt Canada's regime. Yes. And the last year and a half or so of Randy Fichtner as the offensive coordinator hasn't been great either. Right. So I don't know that Arthur Smith is going to be the offensive messiah that the Steelers have long needed. Yeah. One of the things we didn't talk about with Eric was that they got Clint Kubiak. He was a name that was thrown around by Steelers fans on social media that they wanted because he came from that San Francisco, that Shanahan coaching tree, which is the route that a lot of good offenses are taking. I think you'll start to see more similarities with the Browns and the Steelers offensively now with the way that the Steelers are going to prioritize running the football under Arthur Smith. Now, is it going to work? That's going to remain to be seen. Amarius Mims announced by Commissioner Goodell to the Bengals. So the Steelers are a pick away. If I'm the Rams here, I look to go defense. I had Byron Murphy falling to the Rams, and I would have been a logical pick since Aaron Donald just retired, but we'll see here. You think
Brian Thomas.
Okay.
I tell you what, the other tackle would be out of Illinois. Johnny Newsom is another possibility. Johnny Newton. And
Nate Newton. Makes you think of Nate Newton from the Cowboys.
6'2", 295.
Well, Tim, one question before we wrap things up.
Sure.
You were the fan of the year a few years ago, and I know you got to go to the Super Bowl. What was the top experience like to be? I would imagine just being named fan of the year for the Browns, but one of the things you got to experience that you never thought you'd get to do as a Browns fan with that organization when you did that.
You know, as crazy as this might sound to you, but it's the honest to God truth. The highlight of the time was touring the facility, getting to spend a day there. The awards night was nice. We got to see Joel Bitonio there, another second round pick of the Browns. But, you know, I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I hate to even say this, but the game meant nothing to me. I was just honored to be the Browns fan of the year. The game, I mean, that was the highlight. Just being the fan of the year, I got to spend some time with them. The game itself, it was a great time, and I'll be honored. I'm honored beyond belief. But the game, you know, you tell you the truth, feel free to laugh at me. I don't even watch the Super Bowl. I watch the Browns, only the Browns, and that's it. But and that's
when was the last time the Browns played that you weren't there at a home game?
I've missed 5 games since start of my season tickets. And one of those 5 games, Bill knows the story. My dad went into cardiac arrest at a Browns game, and they brought him back to life, and they did bypass surgery, and he implanted a portable defibrillator. But I go to every game every year. We book her for the weekend, and it's a large part of our life. I retired a couple of years ago, so it's even better today.
The toughest one I was ever at was when Dwayne Rudd, it was opening game against the Chiefs. They had the Chiefs beat. And
the Browns, you mean?
The Browns. The Browns had the Chiefs
opening
beat.
game.
Rudd ripped his helmet off and got a 15-yard penalty that allowed them to go kick the winning field goal. We're all in the locker room, all getting set up for post-game interviews with the Browns. We're all set, ready to do that. And then we're like, what the heck happened? I mean, the game was over. He gets that 15-yard penalty. They kick a field goal. They win the game.
Don, you know what? They had no business calling that penalty. You know that. I mean, we signed a kid from the Vikings right before in training camp. The game was over. The game, that was a typical Browns loss. I mean, I wouldn't want that to happen to anybody. Well, almost anybody. But they had no business calling.
But you go back to that time. William Green out of Boston College, Courtney Brown out of Penn State. They had these draft picks. Butch Davis was the coach, and they all turned out to be busts.
You know what? With Couch, Courtney Brown, Gerard Warren,
and the Sunday night game when Couch got hurt, and they cheered. They cheered when Holcomb came in and Couch got hurt. And I remember Couch literally in tears in the locker room.
Yeah, that was very sad. It was very sad. It was a bad look. It was a very bad look. And Holcomb actually did a nice job. He almost beat Pittsburgh in the playoffs if Northcutt doesn't drop that ball. But that was a bad look for Tim Couch. So I felt sorry for the kid. He does the preseason games today. He's actually a very nice kid.
I'll tell you what, Don just ripping those wounds open, pouring the salt right in today, Tim. I'm not sure what he's going for.
Come on. I didn't know about the drive, the fumble. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? That was the coldest game I have. Talk about the Saints game 2 years ago. The Red Right 88 game in 1980 season.
It's the Raiders.
That was the coldest game. Oh,
well, the Rams are picking right now. It's going to be Jared Verse, the edge rusher out of Florida State.
How about he's still out there?
And he is now gone. So as the Steelers get set to...
They get whoever they want.
Yeah,
pick
they can pick
20.
anybody, yeah.
Tim, thanks so much for taking some time with us this evening. We'll let you take off here, but thanks so much for joining us. And sounds like you're pretty optimistic about the Browns and their second-round selection, and I would be too because they've had some pretty darn good luck with it the last couple of years.
Hey, you never have to thank me. I thank you guys.
Absolutely. Tim, thanks so much.
Tim, thank you so much.
You again anyway.
We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Tim Zipsel of what's the organization he's in with the Browns?
He's fan of the year.
He's fan of the year.
I thought
the Browns backers. That's Dave Ferry from Caddis.
Right.
Okay.
I would imagine Tim's involved in all of it.
We are here. The Pittsburgh Steelers are selecting 20th overall.
I'm normally asleep by now, by the way.
You're normally
after
asleep.
10 o'clock.
Yeah,
you're
asleep for a while at this point.
Yeah, there's some nights I just stay up and hurt myself.
Yeah,
but it's okay.
I'll tell you what. There was one night.
Don's pulling out the dollars.
I gotta go.
He's looking for some caffeine.
Soda.
There you go. There was one night
or a pop.
Soda pop.
So the Steelers are up next. It's time.
Yep.
It's
so
time.
Who
you better hustle and get your soda pop.
Who they picking?
I think it's either the top center or the top cornerback. And if they think Mitchell's the top cornerback, they might go cornerback because you still have all the centers lined up for the second. But
it's tough to pick Graham Barton if Jackson Powers Johnson.
If you bring in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and your intent is to win, you need an offensive lineman that
Rob
can protect.
Metzger, everybody.
So you're gonna need that. You're gonna need a center.
You want to come in?
Hi, Rob.
Let me get him a drink.
Wow.
That's
wow.
Nice.
I tell you what.
What's that?
If you go back to the conference room and in that fridge, grab me a Coke. Thank you, sir.
Whoa. Hey, there's four people in here.
Grab four.
Surprise us.
I heard.
Surprise us.
What do we?
The Steelers supposed to be picking now, right?
They
The
are. They're on
Steelers
the
are
clock.
picking. Here we go. 6:40 left.
I'm going center.
Yep.
I'm going center.
I'm okay with
If they go Mitchell or
Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah. I don't. If you're not protecting your quarterback, you have to stop the other quarterback. They have the rushers. If Highsmith is their guy, along with T.J. Watt off of the edge, Hayward's got a little left in the tank. You need that other defensive back, like you said. Couple them up with Porter, and you got Minka. So, yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. But you better go and get one of those centers in the second round.
Oh, well, exactly. Okay, think about this, though. With them all out there, that does make that a possibility without trading down. Because now, if you take Quinion Mitchell or if Brian Thomas Jr., either way, if you take one of those guys, if anybody else is going after a center, Barton, Powers, Johnson, the odds are out of the three of them, one of them will be there for you.
Absolutely.
And once again, do they have one of these guys graded super high compared to the other? If there's the three that you could pull into a sack and pull out any of them, be happy, then do that. Then go to one of those other possessions. Thank you, sir.
This is the part of the night where I start refreshing Twitter a lot.
Tell you what, Rob could be a bartender. He just shot that across the table like he's
Bill would like a water.
You want a water, Bill?
Well, if you have one, sure.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm on deck down here.
Yeah, he had Taco Bell. He's good.
He actually ate. Don was supposed to bring in pizza, and it never happened.
I'm not allowed to eat pizza after 8 o'clock.
That does not affect us, does it?
No,
Oh,
not even in the slightest.
If you're up and willing. Oh, you're the man. You're the man. Rob, we already knew Rob Metzger was the man, but now he's reinforcing it.
So as the Steelers get set to pick here, Ed DiOrio, former News 9 reporter anchor, now with our sister station.
Fast Eddie?
He's been in our virtual green room for the last hour, just taking it all in.
Well, love it.
So Ed, you're listening. The pick is in for the Steelers. Once it's announced, we'll bring you right on and we'll react to it right off the cuff.
By the way, this is for you. 72.
I just saw him fired up too. He has a great
swear to the bear.
He is our first guest tonight that has picked a virtual background, and he's got a fantastic virtual background.
I believe he's the first guest that has been in the garage after Sports Fridays. Oh, you're the host of the show, so it's different.
Good point.
Yeah. And Jordan's, but she's
all right.
She's producer.
Are we ready?
Yes.
The Steelers will select Troy Fautanu, Washington.
Oh my gosh! I thought he was.
Did you hear me, Rob?
Yeah,
Fautanu. I don't know how. I don't know how
he was more interior than.
I don't know. I don't know that I love that.
He's not the one.
No, that I love that. I don't know that I love that if they don't think Zach Frazier is going to be there at 52. I'm okay with Zach Frazier if he's there.
Or do they go with Fautanu and turn around and back it up with the center? Well, offensive line.
It's
not unheard of. It's not unheard of. I mean, I know you're looking for receivers, but you can get some quality receivers a little bit deeper in the draft. But I would that name surprises me.
All right,
surprising.
Ed, we're bringing you in. Troy Fautanu. Ed, how do we feel?
We've been seeing it since last year when Omar Khan took over. There is that emphasis of beefing up the offensive line, and it's just continued here. We saw it last year with Broderick Jones, seeing it here now with Fautanu. There's a vision, and I trust it. And I agree with Bill. I think one of those centers, whether it's Frazier there's been no indication that Powers Johnson's getting picked anytime soon. Who knows? Maybe he slips. You trade up in the second to go get a guy like that if you really want him. I like it just because you're going to have to protect whether it's Wilson or Fields. And I think that's the vision that, like Jeff Exline said earlier in the comments, championships are won in the trenches. And I like it, But they didn't get there. I don't know if they got their top guy.
Championships are won in the trenches and in his Steelers man cave.
I don't know. Do we have rights to use that background from the movie Draft Day?
I mean,
Don, I'm in the room.
if we
No,
get,
I mean, I just watched.
I thought you were in the Cleveland Browns draft room for a second.
I just watched.
Wait a minute.
I just watched this guy get all his picks back and David Putney just because he felt like it. You know, I just watched him do everything. It's been great.
Dylan and I, it's the worst movie ever made, but
it's not. No, it's not. It's
so
tremendous.
bad.
It is so NFL corporately created, and I love every minute of it.
It's a rite of passage. So you got to. I only watch.
Has anybody given you a better nickname than Fast Eddie? That's all I want to know.
Not since I moved here. No, I've yet to have one better than that. And Don,
is he fast?
As he walks away
from the Hustler movies with Paul Newman.
It's probably that other one.
I can't figure that out. All right.
I went over the cord on the window and gave up after one effort.
Yep.
And Don,
there's like 8 of them.
Don, I want the record to show, and Jack will advocate for me on this. I don't let anybody else call me that nickname other than you.
He does. That's a good point.
I hold everyone to a standard that you're the only person that gets to call me that.
The man would go out and get 7 stories. I mean,
he actually, from what I understand, down in Nashville, he may have gotten 3 or 4 fights. Someone called him Fast Eddie, and it was on.
Oh no, he would go get 5 stories, grab me a Coke and from the and lunch too.
Don's got more people serving him food these days. It's unbelievable.
Maybe it's because I look parched. Maybe that was it.
Look thirsty.
So Ed, with your move down to the Carolinas, you were there obviously throughout the duration of the football season. And I was with you a couple of weeks ago, but I don't really even think we talked about this. What is the vibe in Asheville about the Carolina Panthers? Are there a lot of Panthers fans? And if there are, like, how do they feel about the organization right now?
See, Asheville's an interesting place because as Cam Hayward's getting up to make this pick, I'd love to see that.
Got a great color suit on too.
Asheville is a I honestly kind of compare it location-wise to Steubenville in this way. When I first got to News 9, Don described Steubenville to me as, hey, you're 2 hours from Cleveland, you're 2 hours from Columbus, you're an hour from Pittsburgh. A little bit longer of a stretch here, but it's kind of the same thing where you're 2 hours from Charlotte, 3 hours from Atlanta, 4 hours to Raleigh. You're in the middle of a driving distance of all these cities. So you get those fans that, I would say probably the majority of football watchers in this area are Panthers fans, but I know a good bit of Falcons fans. And I've already heard some opinions about their pick tonight. But Panthers-wise, the one thing I kept hearing throughout the football year last year, with whether it's our sports team here that covers the Panthers or some of our viewers who are Panthers fans, they just want consistency. I don't think the fact that they don't have a pick tonight, and if they would have, it would have been Caleb Williams. I don't think they're even mad about that. They just want the antics to stop in the higher ups with the ownership and everything else, and they just want consistency. And I think especially too, they want Bryce Young to work out, but time will tell on that.
Work out for them. He has to.
Yep.
And I don't know if last year gave a great indication of whether that's going to be the case or not, but time will tell. But I'm just interested to see the reaction in our office come tomorrow and the week following about the Penix pick. I was just texting one of our fellow reporters, Justin Berger, who's an Atlanta native, Indiana grad, actually. So Penix, that connection also, he liked it, but he was also confused by it. And rightfully so. I see the reasoning, but man, that's been in a pretty calm draft too. There's only been one trade, I think.
Jacksonville too, because Minnesota traded back up to get Dallas Turner.
Right. And that's been the only one, I think, right?
Yeah.
What's his new nickname? What's his face, Dallas Turner?
I thought
what's his face with a great rush?
I thought maybe there'd be a trade around now for Penix. I had the Raiders trading back in at like 25 with the Packers to get Penix. Now that 6 quarterbacks have gone, the fact that all 6 of them went in the top 12 kind of blew my mind a little bit. But now that all 6 of them are gone, I'm kind of hesitant to think that there's going to be another trade, as it looks like Art Rooney II is on the phone with Troy Fautanu, passing the phone to the general manager, Omar Khan. listen, I hope they find a place for him because I really like Daniels.
James
Daniels. There's been Daniels is all over the place tonight.
They've tried to say that. I mean, there was a lot of talk this week saying we've got internal options at center, and Daniels has played center in the past. I think with the Bears. So, but if you're talking about that now, why wouldn't you have done it last year when they had one of the worst centers around in Mason Cole? And they love Herbig. They're saying maybe Herbig could be the center, but I saw an interview with Ben this week saying, no, your center's got to be the guy, the main guy, because they call out so many blocking schemes and have to have that relationship with quarterback.
I think we'll know tomorrow, especially if Barton and
if all three get through this round, I think they have a real good shot at picking one. Sure, and it wouldn't stun me at all if they went Lyman.
And that'd be a good way.
And if two of them, at least two of them, heck, even one of them, if one of them's there at 52 or wherever they're picking, and they go elsewhere, I think that tells you right away that they're going to move someone, right? I mean,
and does Fatu have a brother? Because they'll end up getting him too. They'll love to do that as well.
Yep.
But I mean, I agree. 3 centers are not going within 20 picks of the second round if that's the case. I don't think so. If you make it out of this first round with those 3 guys available, and to the point of Fatu or Daniels moving to center, maybe. Here's my thing. If you're going to play, if your best position is center, you'd be playing center. Yeah. I don't like the idea of shifting guys and hey, he could play here. That's why Kendrick Green, also, I don't think he was that good either way, but he was a guard in Illinois and they tried to make him a center and it just never worked out. I think if you were meant to play center, you're going to play center. And that's why I wanted Barton, Frazier, or Powers Johnson.
How far down in the second round is
52?
52. So that's what?
About 20. But you give or take.
22 picks.
Here's
20 picks. Yeah.
Trivia question for everyone if you want to win a bar bet down the road. Fontenot, he's on the final
51. I'm sorry, the pick of 51.
He's on the final first team ever of the Pac-12 conference because it no longer exists.
Yeah.
He was the offensive lineman of the year.
Who's the last offensive lineman of the year in the Pac-12 ever? There you go.
There you have
Put that in your pocket, walk away with it, and you can win yourself a refreshment sometime.
Who knows? Maybe Jack will still be doing sports for News 9 whenever they become a power conference and West Virginia, Ohio State, Pitt, and Penn State are all in the same conference together for whatever reason. I don't think that's – I don't know how far that is, but I don't think that's a
conference.
I would have to live to be about 490 because I don't think Pitt and Penn State will ever be a member of the same conference ever again.
Nope.
TV rights have big powers. That's all I'm saying.
Hopes and dreams, Ed. Hopes and dreams.
That's it.
The graphic that the Steelers put out, officially announcing that they draft him, they're listing what?
No, go ahead.
They're listing him as an offensive tackle, which he played left tackle at Washington. He's never played right tackle. So another avenue to think about would be for him to step in and play left tackle and keep Broderick Jones at right tackle. Yeah. I hate that more than I dislike the idea of having Daniel slide to center and have Fontenot play right guard. I would rather have if they're going to go that route, I would rather they traded up to draft Broderick Jones. He's a left tackle. He needs to play left tackle, especially if you trade up ahead of a team that wanted him to probably play left tackle. That's where he's got to be. So I like if they're going to do either one of those two things, I think it should be to move him to guard and move Daniels to center. I don't like Broderick Jones being a right tackle.
But just one moment. When you're looking, though,
Fast Ed wasn't fast enough on that one.
No, hey, I can't be faster than the guy that gave me the name.
Yeah,
I can't. That's not how the rules work.
I think one of you guys made a great point earlier about this. Bill, probably you. Anyway,
thank you.
So you've got 3 centers now: Barton, Powers, Johnson, and Frazier. So there's how many picks left in the first round?
12
picks left in the first round. The NFL draft normally, all of a sudden, there'll be a run. Somebody will pick one position, then it'll be like 3-4 in a row. Where has that not happened yet? Cornerback. Cornerback, very valuable position. You've got Cooper, or did he go? Cooper DeJean? No. He hasn't gone yet. Nate Wiggins,
Kool-Aid's still on the
Terry
board.
and Arnold,
Quinton
Kool-Aid
Mitchell.
McKinstry. All those guys are out there. So you've got 4 corners, you've got 3 centers. Then the next,
but you didn't even include Mitchell.
But Mitchell.
I think it might start here. The ESPN showing a graphic right now of Miami's notable departures: Xavier Howard and Eli Apple, and Deshaun Elliott, who's now a Steeler. And so you lose 3 guys out of that secondary. I think they probably go with one of them here, and maybe DeJean, because he can play a little bit of both.
The top 3 wideouts all went in the top 10 picks. You've got other studs out there: Xavier Worthy, Adonis Mitchell, Xavier Leggett, Jalen Polk. And so there you go. My goodness, you got 6 wideouts, 6 corners.
I don't get this one either. The Dolphins are taking Chop Robinson out of Penn State.
What do you think about that, Fast Eddie?
That's kind of a risk because Robinson was hurt in the latter half of the year. So, I mean, when your team is
Ohio State game.
Yeah, when you're a team as good as Miami could be, I guess you can take risks later in the rounds, but a first round pick's a first round pick. I don't know if I would have went. I like Jack was, they always say you're not the guy in the room, you're not the GM, you don't know what you're talking about, but some things they're too simple, right? You lose 3 defensive backs, and Don just mentioned all those that are sitting there. How it doesn't take a rocket scientist sometimes to make a sense-worthy pick, but I don't. I mean, he's a heck of a player when he's healthy, but it's just a matter of if he can get back to the form he was in. But what I was going to say, I was just going to bring up this point. Now that this pick is made, if you want to react to it, that's fine. But a point I wanted to come on here, and when I was just watching the draft, thinking about that could affect you guys, covering all the things you do locally in the Ohio Valley, being close to the Pittsburgh area. There were those rumblings of the possibility of the draft being in Pittsburgh in the next few years. Boy, howdy, watching this broadcast and how big it can be if that becomes official and it does come to Pittsburgh. The amount of people, what that'll do for the area and externally. Like, there will be people that'll come in for the draft and stay in hotels in Weirton, in Steubenville. They'll come out. They'll have to. I think if that announcement is made, you guys are swimming in it when it comes to potential stories about just surrounding that when that time comes. And I think that's a really exciting prospect, not just for the city of Pittsburgh, but like I said, for you guys there in the OV as well.
And Pro Football Focus College tweeted, and this kind of fires me up: 2 sacks allowed since 2022 in 1,161 pass block snaps. Troy Fautanu only allowed 2 sacks.
It's good.
I will take that all the live long.
Yeah. I mean, and you look at Penix and the wideouts that they had drafted, and that was an impressive offense. But yeah,
can he do that against Myles Garrett?
And the Eagles are on the clock now. But the thing they like to do too, I mean, next year is going to Green Bay, so this would be the right term for them. But as you saw with Nashville and different drafts, showcasing the downtown, and the Pittsburgh downtown is set up perfectly to be hosting the draft. You basically shut down the area between the 2 stadiums, and they're building all that entertainment complex next to PNC Park. Yeah, it wouldn't be. It's not next year's Green Bay, so I think they're bidding on.
It was 2026 and 2027.
26, I think. Yeah,
I think they
those are the
26 and 27.
Mm-hmm. And this is something this is something that's been talked about when I was working at PXI years and years ago. We were already hearing rumblings about them trying to get the draft. There were rumblings about, when they had the Super Bowl in New York. Well, maybe they're going to have more northern cities have the Super Bowl, and people were floating that idea. And then all of a sudden it became more of just, if we get the draft, let's try and get the draft. So this has been something that's been in the works for years, and I would think they'll be able to get it in the next year or so.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Bill, in all your experience working in sports in Pittsburgh in your time, correct me if I'm wrong, I've heard a lot of your stories, definitely not all of them, but a lot of them in my time. Though. They were not short. They weren't short, but that's good. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you never covered a draft on location, right? That opportunity never presented itself in your time at PXI?
No, I was always at the Steelers media room and covered it there. Right. Never on location at where the draft was. So that's just a cool. I mean, like I said, I'm just watching this broadcast, and you guys talked about it earlier about how it is just a way for the NFL
gain this attention in the offseason. Boy, do they do it. I mean, that looks like
the NFL rules the world, basically. I mean, they go to Detroit for the Super Bowl when they played that game, and you would have thought you drove in, they cleaned that up, and then Detroit was a mess, but they put logos all over the place. And then they had a game that, the Steelers end up winning. Bettis is home, and, they put on a big show. Now, Detroit for the draft, same thing. It's a perfect night. The NFL knows how to make money, and trust me, that's what they're doing every place they go.
Jake Rabati, Philadelphia Eagles writer for Liberty Line. I'm just giving credit where credit is due. This guy's the first one to report the Eagles are taking Quinion Mitchell.
Okay. All right. Here's your run on the corners.
It's like a fantasy draft, Don. First guy that takes the tight end, you got to go get the tight end. First guy that takes the QB, you got to go take. So
and then
art imitates life.
There's always a nut that'll take like a defense in the 4th round, and you're like, oh man. And then I hate that.
Yeah.
Last couple, you've been in those leagues with me where one of our buddies will take like the Ravens defense or the Steelers defense in like the 6th round. And I'm just like, come on.
One of our buddies took Kenny Pickett, I think, in either the 2nd or 3rd round this past
he had
year.
The worst record in the league.
Yeah, it's like when we
that didn't work out too hot.
I mean, you want to be in the left, I don't want to be in the right. And
did you say Pong?
Pong.
Yeah.
We didn't. We that's what we had. That was our video game.
Oh, I thought when you said Pong, I thought you were thinking of someone else. Another
no,
version.
no Pong. No. And Blip. Come on, you guys, and you've seen the Coleco.
It's a family show, man.
The handheld.
I just remember when Pac-Man came out. That was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah. Tell you what, Ed took me. What was the name of that place in Asheville? The Draftsman?
Yeah.
Great.
That was a fun spot.
Great basement bar.
Video games.
Free arcade games. Free skee ball. Free Golden Tee golf. Ed and I,
Golden Tee golf's fantastic.
He turned me on. What was the name of that? That beer was good. It was that citrusy one.
I gotta give former anchor here a shout out. He was Mr. Skee Ball. He loved skee ball. And I gotta be honest, Jim, if you're watching, you really weren't that good at skee ball. Loved it, but just
that's my relationship with golf, so it happens.
Absolutely.
Jack handed my butt to me in Golden Tee.
He had a suit on, so he's playing skee ball in a suit. It was like, Jim, loosen up, shorts, t-shirt, let's go.
Yeah, Jack handed my butt to me in Golden Tee when he was here, and but it was a good time. Yeah,
Golden Tee.
No, my dad is the Tiger Woods of Golden Tee golf.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's probably still watching, and he'll probably fire in a comment here about Golden Tee golf. But
what any interesting comments come across the line about the Steelers pick?
Yeah, Eric Meek, Steubenville Catholic Central, 3 great guys, Bill, Jack, and Don. I was just talking to Tim McCoy about you guys an hour ago.
Oh, thank you, Coach Meek.
I saw that come through here.
There you go.
I'll pop that up. There he is.
How about here's the thing. I on your comment about how not many people are saying much about the Steelers pick, I kind of see that as it's like the opinion about referees. If you don't say much about them, that means they're not doing bad. I feel like if you stick with what you were supposed to do, I don't think many people are going to be upset by it. I think that's
and that reminds me. You mentioned that the way you mentioned that reminds me of David DeCastro when he was drafted, and all he did was come in, play at a high level, play at a Pro Bowl level, and just go through his career. The Steelers didn't win a championship with him, but he got picked, and it was kind of like David DeCastro. When you interviewed him, if you asked him a good question, he gave you a really good answer, but he didn't go out of his way. He was just, I'm going to go play. People aren't going to notice me. I'm just going to dominate. And that's basically what he did.
And if anything, if Troy Fontenot is any shred of David DeCastro,
it'd be a win. It'd be a win.
Ed, we appreciate you hopping on for a few minutes.
Ed, you were wonderful. 72, swear to
Ed, it was fast.
It did go fast, Don, and I just got to say, the highlight of the draft so far, but I just got to say, Caleb Williams, he's swearing to the bear, and it's a good night, you know. Him and Roma Doomsday, they're swearing to the bear, so it's been a good night.
72, Ed.
Guys,
72.
hey, hey, miss all three of you. Good to see you guys, and thanks for allowing me to come on. It's
You
been a
got it,
pleasure.
brother.
And you guys do great work still. I still follow it. So you guys are doing awesome up there.
Love you, big man.
Appreciate you.
Likewise. See you guys.
Ed Diorio. We're going to keep him rolling.
Fast Eddie.
We're going to keep him rolling.
Okay.
This man needs no introduction to you. Oh, Ed's still there. Sorry, Ed. Bye, Ed.
I'm sure he's
from
got stories to tell.
WPXI. Photographer, producer, extraordinaire.
Here
Mark
we go.
Bassett
Here we
joining
go.
the
Oh,
phone.
what's up, gentlemen?
Look at him. There he is.
Troy Fatanu. What do we think?
Fa'atanu. Troy Fa'atanu. You have to say it the Polynesian Hawaiian way, isn't it? Fa'atanu.
We'll find.
Hey, I know you are Mr. Pronunciation, so I'm going to go with you. I'm not going to argue the point.
Oh, I'm thinking, what are they going to do? Put him at guard?
See, we were talking about that. I mean, do you put him at guard and slide a guy like James Daniels to center, or do you keep him because he doesn't have a whole lot of experience at right tackle? So do you keep him at left tackle and keep Broderick Jones at right tackle? I don't know that I love that. I think I said this before you popped on. If you draft a guy like Broderick Jones and trade up to get him, the guy's got to play left tackle for you eventually.
I would imagine. But I mean, or do you put him on the line and just have a dominating, you dominate that side of the offensive line.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think put him at guard.
Yeah. Mark, do you go?
Yeah, right.
Do you go pick? You make the pick for the offensive line, and then in the second round, you go and get the center if one of the three centers that everybody loves is on the board.
If that center from WVU's there, do you go and grab him?
Okay. Well, we have Don's always looking for stories, and I've one of my favorite Super Bowl stories was when they won in Detroit, and the two of us were in the locker room late, and we're watching the guys smoke their cigars and the whole thing. I think we interviewed everybody on the team. If you had anything to do with anybody, you were interviewed. But we get down to the very end of interviewing in the locker room, and Marvell Smith is there. Now Marvell's he's just
Arizona State,
but he has the 3-piece suit on. He's got the tie. It was like he was going on a business trip, and this was going to be his mission. He was going to win. So they win. So Mark and I were like, Marvell, can we ask you a couple questions? He's the last guy in the locker room. And he goes, all right, yeah, sure. So, and like I said, Marvell wasn't big on talking. So Mark and I are standing there, and I start to ask him the first question, and Mark says, Bill, hold on. The battery just died. And I'm going, and we both at the same time, Marvell, it's okay. Thanks. If don't worry about it. We understand if you can't do the interview. He was so happy they had won the Super Bowl. He pulled the chair over and put his leg up like he was doing a Captain Morgan's pose. And he said, you guys take your time, get whatever you need. I'll wait. And I looked at Mark. Mark looked at me and went, okay, here we go. It was just one of those things. But do you remember that, Mark? Because I remember like yesterday.
Yep. Yeah. And who was our guy from East St. Louis, Missouri?
Oh,
remember the offensive lineman?
Trey Essex.
Yeah, he was gonna go buy his boat with his Super Bowl money, his fishing boat.
Yep, he was gonna get the fishing boat. Yeah. And then I remember after he retired, we saw him in Indianapolis. He came up to us at the Thanksgiving game.
Yeah.
Put a big hand on my shoulders. Bill, how you doing? And I went, hey, Trey, what's going on? And he was working for the league doing the uniform stuff. But Mark, the reason you're here, go ahead.
But you got to love the offensive lineman.
Oh, yeah.
How many times did you go to a game and they just got torched?
Yep.
Torched.
Yep.
And you got to talk to somebody for your piece, and the offensive lineman, they'll talk to you because nobody else wants to deal with you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
The other one that was great and recently just got cut, Patrick Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
So it was one day after camp this year. It was the day that he was working out with Joey Porter and Ike Taylor was with him.
Yeah.
Got a ton of great video of them working together. And that was what my story was for that day at camp. Patrick Peterson might have signed autographs for a half hour, 45 minutes close to it.
Yeah.
Down the line, everybody's swarming him. Myself and Nick Faribaugh of Pittsburgh Sports Now, we were just waiting, trying to give it as long as we could before we could go back and start working on our stuff. And we thought, he's been signing forever. Maybe he'll just be done. He came right over and talked to both of us. And Nick and I are 25 years old. We're far from the seasoned media veterans that are there covering the Steelers, but he came over and talked to both of us for like 10 minutes and was
I just want you to know that add both of your ages together and you're still 12 and a half years younger than me.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, I want you to tell the story about, and this, some Steelers fans might get upset, but I want you to tell the story about you were back at the station in Pittsburgh. Packers are playing the Steelers, and the Packers win. What did you do when the Packers won? Because you're such a big
first of all,
fan.
I was hacked off, but I didn't get to go, so I was bitter to begin with. So and I'm sure the blood sugar was probably running a little bit low at the time too, so that makes me even meaner. So when the Packers won, I had a Packers sweatshirt or a beautiful that I still have that I bought at Lambeau Field. And as soon as the Packers won, I took my shirt off. I had a wife beater on underneath it, and I ran around the newsroom and twirled that shirt like a terrible towel. Just ran it around the newsroom, and the news director and the assignment editor are waving me off. I'm thinking, no. If you'd have sent me, you wouldn't have had to deal with this. But since you didn't send me, and I'm here, watch it and enjoy it, because you're going to get about 5 minutes of it. I just ran and twirled that shirt like a terrible towel. And I'm thinking, well, next time you send me and you won't have to deal with it.
All right. Well, here you go. Here's the question. How do the Packers, what do they need to do in this draft to give themselves an opportunity for you to twirl that shirt again?
Well, they need an inside linebacker, because I guess the new defensive coordinator that they hired, they're going to a 4-3. So, but they may go best player available, but they need playmakers on defense. And I think the signing of Xavier McKinney was huge. That dude can play. They got him from the Giants. What is he, 24 years old? So they'll have him for the next 4 years. But do they go with another? Are there any tackles left? I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Guyton from Oklahoma is still there.
Because what I'm hearing, but they think that the guy they have playing tackle now, Zach Tom, they think he can be a Hall of Fame center. So they're probably going to move him inside the center. And I think they're either going to go with a tackle, if there's a tackle left, or maybe the kid from Iowa. What is it? Cooper DeJean? Is that his name? Cooper DeJean. What is that like North for Sales? Shouldn't his name be Cooper DeJean? Like North for Sales should be North for Cy. I don't know. I looked at that and I went, really? That's Cooper DeJean? Well, it's Iowa, so maybe somewhere else he would be. If he was from Montreal, I guarantee you his name would not be Cooper DeJean, right?
Well, here's your three best tackles: Tyler Guyton, 6'7", 328 from Oklahoma; Jordan Morgan, 6'5", 3 1/4 from Arizona; and Kingsley Suamatai from BYU, 6'6", 3 1/4. So there's three legit tackles out there.
I just like the name Kingsley. Just not for name, I'm going Kingsley.
I just don't understand how human beings can be made that large.
It's amazing.
It's frightening. When I'm I felt like I was going to get stepped on sometimes.
Well, Mark, before we wrap up, because I know the Packers are picking here in a second, what did we think of the Josh Jacobs acquisition? What do you think that does for the Packers offense?
It's, he's younger. I loved Aaron Jones. Everything about Aaron Jones is great. I mean, he's great in the locker room. He was great in the community. And the fact that he went to the Vikings is really a killer. But like I said, Josh Jacobs and Xavier McKinney, the two free agent acquisitions they made. I think they finally have a playmaker on defense. You need playmakers on defense. And Packers didn't cause a whole lot of turnovers last year, and they were and like everybody was thrilled about Jordan Love's and coming finally starting to play well in the middle of the season. I think because the offensive line started to play well. I don't care how good of a quarterback you are. If you don't have time, you can't throw. You're not going to find open receivers. So I think he finally, even against the Steelers, even though he threw those 2 picks, I could see something in that game where, wow, because he had the one play that was right in front of me in the end zone. He threw a strike in that corner. I'm going, wow, maybe. So, and I love how people, what's the bigger joke when people grade drafts or when they grade 18-year-old kids for college recruiting classes? That one I think is the funniest, right? You're getting a bunch of these 18-year-old kids. Well, they had the #1 recruiting class in the year. Well, maybe. Talk to me in 3 years about that, right? Just like draft.
Same thing with the NFL.
Yeah. Right. Talk to me in 3 years how good these guys are.
Yeah, none of these grades. And people make these grades tomorrow or on Monday, and nobody will look back at it 2, 3, 4 years. They'll forget what the grades were. But thought about that Packers-Steelers game this year. One thing that struck out, other than it was a beautiful day, it was so nice. But the number of Packer fans there, I was on the upper deck on the Packers side, and just the chants of "Go Pack Go." I was shocked there's so many Packer fans there. The 49ers game was the same way.
Yeah,
we go to Indy, it's all Steeler fans. It's just interesting how guys are selling their tickets, and opposing fans have really been starting to make their presence felt at Acrisure lately.
Well, I think with the whole 49ers game, I don't think there was a whole lot of optimism, from the Steelers, fan side of things. But like you said, Billy, remember going on the road, they're everywhere. It's amazing.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Especially if you go to the hotel, it's just a sea. I remember going to San Diego one year when they were playing the Chargers. And one knucklehead Chargers fan said to me, well, all you have in Pittsburgh is cheesesteaks. I said, dude, if you're gonna make a comment like that, make sure you get your facts straight. I said, cheesesteaks for Philadelphia. That's the other side of the state. Maybe study your geography a little bit. How about that?
Little cool moment at the draft. The Cowboys trade the 24th pick to the Lions. And Detroit obviously hosting the draft. And everything I see on social media right now suggesting that the Lions traded up to take Terrion Arnold from Alabama, which makes a lot of sense. Big time cornerback that a lot of people had high on their boards, still there. The unfortunate situation with Cam Sutton a couple of months ago where they obviously had to release him presents a hole at corner, and they go out and get a big one. So that helps.
Well, maybe the Packers will draft Kool-Aid because years ago they had Ha-Ha. Maybe they could go from Ha-Ha to Kool-Aid.
Ha-Ha was a Bama guy, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And he was. Yeah. He played out his rookie contract and he was gone.
Yeah.
And then
as Jack's grandfather said earlier, he goes, "You're an NFL player when you sign that second contract."
Right. Yeah.
But and Mark, I'm still hoping for the Kool-Aid sauce Jets defensive backfield. So, Kool-Aid and sauce in your defensive backfield. It's an all nickname defensive backfield.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Sauce is money though, isn't he?
He's tremendous. He's tremendous.
Yeah, that dude can play.
Absolutely. Well, Mark, you can't thank you enough for climbing on board with us and putting up with us for a little bit and telling some stories we have so many more stories that we could be here all night just telling stories.
I'll tell you one thing about Billy though, man. He was the best lead blocker in the NFL.
Yeah. Or NHL, whenever we had
even more so in the NHL because the locker rooms aren't as crowded until Stanley Cup championship time. Yeah. And then you had then you had to deal with the French Canadians too, who would come down, just to or our boy Skeletor.
Skeletor, but yeah, Mark, we would get in line first, and Mark would go, "All right, Billy, I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you." He just put his hand on my back.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Where are we going first?" I said, "We're going to see Sydney." And we just we'd be right in front of Sydney or right in front of Ben or wherever. Yep. And he was like, "Best lead blocker going."
Yep.
All right, Mark. Hey, thanks for staying up with us.
All right, gentlemen. Appreciate being on the show, and good luck to you the rest of the way.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Mark.
All right, see you. Thanks.
I'll talk to you soon.
Right. Bye.
Mark Massa, WPXI, and the guests just keep on rolling.
Yeah.
We go from Ed Diorio to Mark Massa. Now from West Virginia Sports Now, WV Sports Now, Pittsburgh Sports Now, all that good stuff. Managing editor Mike Asti joining us. Mike, thanks for staying up with us as well. First things first. Troy Fautanu, what do we think of the pick for the Steelers?
So I think it's a good pick. I don't think they could not do it once the board fell the way it did. I would have liked the Steelers to get Mims, but obviously he was off the board to the Bengals a couple picks prior to that. But I heard some of the conversation with the prior guest there. And by the way, following Mark is tough. He was my photographer when I was with PXI with Billy there as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like there is a conversation on, is he a guard? Is he a tackle? So it's a safe pick because it's a versatile lineman that you desperately need, especially with new QBs and this kind of new era of Steeler football. And the board fell right to them. But it does feel like to me, based on his experience, based on the film, based on what people are saying, he's more of a tackle than he is a guard. So are you drafting a guy who's more of a tackle to be a guard? That puts him out of position. And then, Jack, as you mentioned with Broderick Jones, are you playing him out of position after you did so much to get him last year? You could have two guys that are out of position that you did all this work for 2 years to get these guys. That's a bit odd, even though he's kind of a safe pick otherwise.
I want the best tackle on my blind side. I mean, I just, I don't, if you have to flip them or whatever, whoever's the best tackle needs to be on the blind side. They make movies about this stuff, and it's just one of those things where you need to protect your quarterback. And if they picked him, he's only given up 2 sacks, like you mentioned, Jack,
and over 1,100 pass blocking attempts. Yeah,
put him in at tackle and see what happens.
Yeah, that football's changed a ton, but I don't think that's going to be a thing that changes about football forever. Is that you want your best pick with your best tackle on your blind side. So Mike, with your role with Pittsburgh Sports Now at WV Sports Now, obviously one of the things that I had mentioned to you about coming on was we wanted to talk about Zach Frazier out here in the Ohio Valley in the northern panhandle of West Virginia. We have a lot of Mountaineer fans that I'm sure are really excited to see where he ends up. Do you think there's an avenue for him to go tonight, or do we think that tomorrow in the 33 to 53 range is more likely for him to wind up somewhere?
Yeah, not to be pessimistic for Zach Frazier fans and for Mountaineer fans. I think the way the board fell is not favorable for Frazier to go tonight. Really, any of the centers. Most people had him as maybe their number 2, maybe number 3 at worst center behind Powers Johnson, maybe the Duke kid as well. And this is a draft that was quarterbacks, receivers, avoiding centers to this point. And usually the earliest center would go in the late first round. So I never really thought he would go in the first round, even though some were saying it and his stock was rising. There's nothing not to like about Zach Frazier. None of this is an indictment of him as a player. He's intelligent. He's experienced. He's a leader. He's very mature. He told me to my face at the combine when we asked him about learning a play, especially if you have a rookie quarterback you're dealing with. And he said, I could learn any play in the league in 2 weeks. I'll teach it to the QB if I have to. That is incredible confidence from a guy who's also recovering off of an injury. He's a plug and play starting center. Every team would love to have him, including the Steelers, of course. They are in love with him. It's the worst kept secret in football the last several years. But if I had to bet, I would think, no, he doesn't go tonight. He doesn't go in the first round. I don't think he goes beyond the second round, though. And I do think early, mid-second round is a thing. But because of the way the board is kind of unraveled, there maybe is a chance the Steelers could have a chance at him again. And I never thought it would happen at pick 51 because he would be gone by then. But if maybe Mel Kiper, for example, is correct and he's the number 3 center on boards, maybe he actually is still available then. But it was interesting right before I came on when Detroit traded with Dallas and had that pick. Somebody texted me, a colleague actually texted me right then and said, is this the moment? And I did reply, I don't think so. That seems really early, especially with Powers Johnson still there, even if they wanted a center. But these are now getting to be the teams that have been in rumors that we've all been hearing. Detroit, San Francisco to join up with a fellow West Virginia product. That would be a solid situation for a winning franchise. Obviously, some have brought up even with maybe the Eagles replacing Kelsey, even though they've kind of made a move there already. Chicago, the Bears have been brought up. I know the Dallas Cowboys have loved him and talked to him a lot. I would say no to the first round, but he's certainly getting drafted within the next 24 hours, and I would imagine going to have a solid career, and there's going to be a team that's going to be very happy to have him.
Yeah, I didn't even really think about the idea of San Francisco because Colton McKivitz, Mike, from Union Local High School, that's in our coverage area. So we talked about Colton and their run to the Super Bowl a lot.
Yeah.
With the Steelers having 2 picks in the 3rd round, I think there's a reason to think that they might use one of them to trade up and maybe take a guy like Zach Frazier, especially how you talked about. They aren't shy about how much and how highly they think of him.
Yeah, no, they do love Frazier. And again, what's not to love? I mean, there's really nobody that dislikes Frazier. Most of his conversation at the combine were about his injury. But then he wows people with how he's recovered so fast. And he also feels like a player, which is why this was a rumor for a year, even before WVU's last season. People were talking, connecting him to the Steelers. He does fit that Mike Tomlin mentality. I mean, he is even a Pittsburgh mentality, a regional mentality. If you want to go West Virginia to Pittsburgh, he is that hard-nosed, scrappy, mature. He's not going to get into trouble. If you have a quarterback that maybe needs to be taught something, or maybe you're worried about him personality-wise, Zach Frazier could easily become his best friend. Zach Frazier is a player that, again, there's no team that drafts Zach Frazier that's going to be unhappy with having Zach Frazier. He's going to do all the right things. He's very polite. Like, this is exactly what you want in a center. And again, I think the last play of his career, which I'm sure you guys are well aware of, is the embodiment of Zach Frazier.
Mm-hmm.
West Virginia ended up with a 9-win season. They won a bowl. They lose to Baylor, who was a bad team. Yeah, they would have still been in the bowl game, but the vibes would be totally different all around the program. Everything would be totally different had they lost that game. They had to come back to win that game. Garrett Green's running a late game winning drive to win that game against a bad Baylor team. And if Zach Frazier didn't have the moxie to get himself off the field and avoid that 10-second runoff, that might have been a situation when they couldn't have come back. That might have ruined that comeback. And we later learned he needed surgery. So imagine him getting off the field there. That's the intelligence of Zach Frazier to be that player coach on the field that Garrett Green and the Mountaineers are going to miss now. So I don't think first round. I think the Steelers absolutely maybe could trade up for him, though. I think the love affair is real, and they may think to themselves, especially now getting offensive line help and protection help, they know they can get receivers in such a deep draft later. I'm sure they're going to go receiver and defense later, but they got to go center at some point. And maybe if Powers Johnson is gone, because that probably will still happen, they'll think, okay, I do this one trade. I move over here. Maybe they'll trade for a pick later. They'll get aggressive with Khan now, and they're bringing Frazier. I don't think he's going to be there at 51. If they really want him, I think they're going to have to do a trade to make it happen, but I would not be shocked if the Steelers end up with Frazier and get aggressive in the second round. Now they have the moves to do it.
Another offensive tackle off the board from Arizona. Now to the Green Bay Packers, Jordan Morgan, 6'5", 325.
And that's what Mark talked about, getting protection for Jordan Love.
Yeah, and that'll definitely help them. Big time left tackle in the Pac-12 as well. There's a lot of those in the final year of the Pac-12, which was cool to see.
Yeah.
And Arizona was one of those other teams too that was a surprise a little bit, and they lose their coach to Washington, right? Jed Fish is now at Washington. So interesting here. Tampa Bay on the clock now, Arizona, Buffalo following them up. Mike Asti of West Virginia Sports now with us. Any other Mountaineers could maybe see their name called either tomorrow or on day 3?
I don't think anyone certainly tonight, probably not even tomorrow. But in terms of the weekend, I think Beanie Bishop's the next guy that has a chance. And he's also a player that I'm rooting for, honestly. He is that player that maybe is a little undersized for the NFL, but he's very motivated. He carries a massive chip on his shoulder everywhere he goes and will bring it to the NFL. He was snubbed. He did not get invited to the combine after being a consensus All-American. He had to go from a group of 5 at Western Kentucky. He went to Minnesota in the Big Ten, and then that didn't work out. He then came to West Virginia and told us point blank, I didn't like the opportunity there. I didn't think they put me in a position to succeed. If you remember after the backyard brawl, actually Austin Beck told a friend of yours as well. He looked at me real big-eyed because we were covering it. We were there with Neil Brown, and then Beanie comes in, and we ask him about, what did you see from Jerkovic that led to those picks, that led to the secondary basically won the game by itself. And he just point blank said, yeah, we looked at the film. We knew he wasn't good at his job. Like that's Beanie Bishop. I don't know if that energy and Austin looked at me like, did he really just say that? And I was like, that's what I heard. That's what we're going to go with. So that's the guy that Beanie Bishop is. And I mean that in a fun way. I think he's a fun player. Maybe he won't be able to be that much of a personality as a 5th, 6th round pick, but I will say, I think he's the next Mountaineer that can be drafted. I think there's a 5th, 6th, 7th round at the latest chance for him. The Steelers, I will say, have been brought up a lot for him as well as a late round flyer as a slot corner. The Cleveland Browns, the Commanders, I've heard these teams for Beanie Bishop. I don't think Doug Nestor is going to get drafted. Too much injury concern. His stock kind of faded. I don't see it. Maybe the rest of the Mountaineers probably will be signed by some NFL team, Lee Copa, etc. Hawkins, Ruffin. I just don't see them having a chance at being drafted. But I would take a flyer on Beanie if I was an NFL team. That's a player that is really, really motivated to prove a lot of people wrong. And when people doubt Beanie Bishop, he's in a position to then succeed because he's so motivated. But the 4 interceptions that he had, I will also say his hands might be a thing that's a problem. He wants to make plays. He wants to be a ball hawk. He can do it on special teams as well. Had the big return in the bowl game. But he had 4 picks, probably should have had about 9. Like he messed a lot up that could have been a lot more. He could have been a Thorpe contender, and that's not even exaggerating. So there's a reason why he's where he is stock-wise, but he's the next guy that would have a chance beyond Frazier, for sure.
And I think right now the Buccaneers waste no time. Their pick is in. I think this is going to be Graham Barton from Duke. So this is the first center to go and could be the only center to go in the first round.
It's big, though. That sets up the Frazier clock a little bit. To get one of them off the board does certainly help him. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Arizona still has to pick. Buffalo. I think Buffalo might try to go wide receiver. Obviously, with them losing both Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs. We'll have to see. I mean, I think that if I had to place a bet right now, I think maybe one more of them will go before the night's done. But you never know. And if one of them does go, Mike, and Zach Frazier is the only center on the board going into tomorrow, I think that really starts to set the clock. And the Steelers, if they want him, would have to really consider moving up to take him.
Yeah, that would be the situation where the Steelers would maybe be pressed. And to say again, to make this clear to West Virginia fans and Steeler fans, if the Steelers don't do it and they don't trade a pick and they don't get aggressive for Frazier when he is kind of that one that's available and they would need to move, it's no indictment of Frazier. Like they do love Frazier. Tomlin loves Frazier. Everybody loves Frazier. But that then would put pressure on Jack, and that could also force teams to try to swindle the Steelers a little bit more because they then would know that this is, if you want him, this is it. Then you'd be 40 plus picks away from where you would be. There's no way he would still be available at that point. I still don't see him being there at 51 regardless. But yeah, if you lose 2 centers before the start of tomorrow, then if the Steelers want Frazier and that was their plan, they're not sleeping tonight because they need to be on the phone. They need to figure it out. They need to go into the draft tomorrow with an ability of getting Frazier, or else then they're in a situation where there's a significant drop-off from the top 3 centers for most people, even though it's deep, to the rest. So are they even getting a center in this draft? You figure they are, but maybe then do you believe what Tomlin said the other day and Khan said the other day that they're fine where they are if they don't get a center? I don't believe that, but Yeah, the intensity then would be on them bringing in Frazier, and if they would make a move. This is a different regime than the Kevin Colbert era. They're a little bit more aggressive. We've seen that obviously this offseason, shaking up the whole quarterback room. It'll be very interesting. But if not the Steelers, there could be other teams that could trade up to try to get Frazier. As I mentioned earlier, again, the Cowboys, the Niners, these teams have been very interested in him. Someone threw out the Ravens the other day, which is interesting, and I'll throw out for a trivia question. The Ravens are the only franchise to never draft a WU player. So they like messing with the Steelers too. Did they try to buck that? Does another team make a move for Frazier, if not the Steelers?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Graham Barton announced as the Bucks pick. Like we said, it definitely sets the urgency a little bit for the Steelers to try to make a move if they want to. And then if not, then you're starting to finagle around with the offensive line a little bit. And then do you want to play a player out of position?
Yeah.
Do you guys think they should do that? I guess that's the question now, because that's going to be the debate.
I think you go get a center and you play the center at center. I mean, that's what they're there for. And that's it. I mean, I remember when Alan Faneca had to play tackle a few times. Now, Alan Faneca was able to play because there's so many injuries along the offensive line.
Yeah.
And I remember they went to Denver and they played, and he just dominated a tackle. But that's Alan Faneca. He's a Hall of Famer. He was good enough to play any position along the offensive line. But if you move a player, you end up weakening that line. So I really think if you have a quality center that you can get in the draft, and they need that player, and you have two new quarterbacks that you're trying to make your franchise guys, or at least give you that chance to get to the postseason and make a deep run, you need to protect them. So go get the center. You can get a wide receiver later. They had a guy, Antonio Brown, got in the 6th round, and he ended up turning into, an all-pro. So I just think if you can get somebody at center, you go and get them.
Yeah, it's not like Madden where you can, sign or draft a bunch of really good players and they move them wherever and their overall rating stays the same.
Yeah. And I will say too about Frazier, you can be comforted because obviously the Steelers quarterback room is in flux a little bit. Like, it's right now it's Wilson, Fields, but if they didn't pick up Fields 5th year, Wilson, Denver's paying all the money. Who knows what's happening here a year from now if both quarterbacks are gone or who's the QB. The one benefit of Frazier is he dealt with a myriad of quarterbacks of all different styles in college. Jarrett Dagey, JT Daniels, Garrett Green. These are all, you could not ask for more polar opposite QBs that he had to deal with in every facet of the position. So that's big. That whoever's in there, I think he can handle. And right now, those guys are probably more similar to what Garrett Green was. But that'll be a discussion for themselves tonight. Because again, as Jack was talking about, and as we're talking about, they might have to give up more than they wanted to have to give up to make this move. They might have went into the weekend saying we're willing to be aggressive for Frazier, but not give up the farm here. This is a center, but it's a very important position, and they might have to give up more if other teams kind of know that their backs are against the wall there, and they're picking so late in that 2nd round. We'll see what happens. Again, Zach Frazier's going to be fine wherever he goes. I do certainly believe that. But it would work with the Steelers, and having that center would be a position that you then would have solidified for a long time. And as Billy's talking about, that's the cushion that good teams need. I mean, you look at championship quality teams. Rooney put out the directive. He wants to win a playoff game. He's sick of going in and having no chance. Having a center that you can build would be a big deal as well. And then you would at least. Yeah, you can get receivers whenever. The receiver position is always deep every single year. I never believed they were going to do the Ayuk trade because there's so much depth at receiver. That would be a problem kind of trying to pay Pickens in the future. So receivers, kind of like running back position. Like, who knows if it's going to be obsolete in the future in terms of paying. There's so much depth. You can always get a guy. Can you always get a Zach Frazier type center? No.
Darius Robinson, edge rusher out of Missouri, going to Arizona. Mike, before we say goodbye here, so last night, local area OVAC softball semifinals. Neil Brown's daughter plays at University High down in Morgantown. They were up in the Wheeling area last night playing their semifinal game. It seems like a lot of optimism around the Mountaineers this fall. What kind of season are you expecting with Garrett Green back at quarterback? A lot of people have a lot of high hopes for him under center.
Yeah, to say the least, and not even just Mountaineer fans, Jack. I mean, PFF had him as in the top 10 returning quarterbacks in college football. He's getting some love for sure. I think the team can have a similar season to this past year and maybe a little bit more. They won 9 games. They should have beat Houston. the Hail Mary cost them there. Garrett Green keeps his helmet on. They don't lose that game. Let's be honest, as great as he was. They shouldn't have blew the game to Oklahoma State. If you have 100 yards rushing instead of 150 in the fourth quarter, they wouldn't have lost that. And that's already 11 wins. So, yeah, they didn't really beat anybody dominant, but that's how many games they could have won. You go to this year, it's going to be interesting what they do in the rivalry games. Of course, the backyard brawl, it looks like Pitt is weakened. It looks like West Virginia maybe could even be the favorite on the road. That would be wild. Even if not, they certainly could win that game. The Penn State game will always be tough, but it is in Morgantown. So you win one of those, then you go into Big 12 play. And while they're not getting picked as the Big 12 favorite, there's nobody in the Big 12 that totally scares me in terms of West Virginia not being able to beat them. They certainly can lose a couple games for sure. But I will tell you, the vibes there, talking to the players, talking to the coaches, all around that program, they want to be in Dallas. And they have flat said if they're not in Dallas, they feel like it's not a successful season. So that is what their goals are. Am I betting money they're going to be there? Probably not. But I do think at minimum, they're at least 7-8 wins. They're certainly a bowl team. They're certainly a good team. And they would have a chance. And the Big 12 can get you in the playoff. Once you're there, who knows? So in a year's time, yeah, the program has kind of turned around a little bit in terms of what the expectations are, kind of back where they were before. So we will see. It's more than just Garrett Green. He gotta play smarter than he did last year. He played well. He ascended. He got to play smarter if he wants to be a championship caliber quarterback. And they bringing in Jaden Bray is a big help. He's super strong. The defense, I think, could be suspect. The offensive line thinks it could be better than it was last year without Frazier and Nestor. That's hard to believe. But there's a lot of pressure on this team. Just Jaheim White take a step and become the Steve Slayton of this era. That's the numbers he put up at the end of last season. Since C.J. Donaldson turn it back on, can Cole Taylor get to what he was supposed to be, even though he had a good year? Can it be better? We'll see. But are they going to win 10, 11 games is the question, because that's kind of now where the bar is. Win the Big 12, get to that level. That's the question. It's also possible they could lose both rivalry games, go 1-2 in conference play, and if you clip off conference games the way the format is now and they win the Big 12 or they're right there, they could still get in the playoff just winning the conference even if you lose the rivalry games. So we'll see. But I expect a good year. Whether it's great, it's too early to really tell. But the vibes there and the expectations there are set really, really high. I mean, they before they were talking a year ago about we're not going to be last. We're better than last. We don't want to be disrespected. We want to be good. Now they're literally talking about they want to lift a trophy or they feel like it's not successful. That's a big flip. We'll see if they can get there.
Mike Osti of West Virginia Sports Now, writer at Yardbarker as well, and he's got the Mic Drop podcast, so be sure to check him out. Mike, thanks so much for staying up with us and providing some insight on our guy, Zach Frazier, and hopefully tomorrow we're talking about him being a Steeler. Fingers crossed. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that would absolutely be cool, guys. Absolutely. Great talking to you guys, Mike, Billy, and the whole team, man. Have a good night.
You too. Take care.
Thank you.
Yep.
We've been rolling them in and out, haven't we? You look perplexed.
Chiefs just made a trade with the Bills.
They did.
And the Chiefs will go with Xavier Worthy because they didn't really replace Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm. No.
So Worthy's that same type of burner that will fit that in. Yeah. I mean, we've been one guest to a next.
Yeah.
Rolling right on through.
I'm just waiting for us to get Jordan on. We need her thoughts on the Steelers pick.
You can come on over. Don't be shy. Jordan LaPata, producer extraordinaire. She's been manning that ticker that you see going at the bottom of your screen, throwing all those.
She's from the hometown of the training camp.
Yeah, and Jordan, how do we say it? Yeah, because if some of you were watching and saw my training camp coverage and questioned how I pronounced where they hold training camp, she went to high school there. So for the people, how's it actually said?
Latrobe. Training camp is in Latrobe.
Thank you.
But don't they say Latrobe Brewing on beer commercials?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They always say Latrobe.
My approach to it was always this. I had called it Latrobe more than Latrobe growing up, but if it were my hometown, I would want the news person to say how I say it.
There, so you say Latrobe.
Yep.
Hey, ours is it's the Pennsylvania thing. Ours is spelled Emlenton. Emlenton.
Uh-huh.
Everybody pronounces it Emilton. I never saw such a thing.
Yeah.
The spelling would be Emelton, but it's Emlenton, but it's pronounced Emilton by the natives.
Since we're doing hometowns, Farmington.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No spelling change, just Farmington.
There's two of them. There's one in PA, one in Ohio. It's Lancaster, Ohio,
and Lancaster,
PA.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, here's the big question, Jordan. What do we think of the Steelers pick going with the offensive lineman? Did you like that?
Yeah, I like it. I like the pick.
All right.
It's a good move.
More importantly, quarterfinal action coming up for your Ashland Eagles in women's lacrosse. Jordan, a women's lacrosse player out of Ashland University, and they've had a great season.
Yeah, they've hit a lot of records this year.
All right, so what are we thinking during playoffs? Can we make a run?
I want them to win it all. I'm hoping they can win it all. They got to play a fairly easy game on Saturday.
That's the kiss of death.
The semis might be a little rough, but
who do they play Saturday?
They play Lake Erie.
All right.
And
so watch out, Lake Erie. The Blue Hawks, as I like to call them,
Blue Hawks.
Even though they're the Eagles. They're purple Eagles. There's purple Eagles all over the campus. They're all over the place.
Tons, yeah.
But, congratulations to your lacrosse team. Do you think the Steelers will be able to get another win this season in terms of the playoffs? Can they get deeper in the playoffs and not just
I would hope so, but I don't know. We just have to see how it plays out.
Oh, in the Cardinals game, the Arizona game, you were at the Arizona fiasco with the lightning and the
rain
storm
delays. Oh, yeah, that was crazy.
How bad was that to be there? Because I'm watching on TV and I'm thinking.
I mean, I think if they would have, played well and won that game, it wouldn't have been as bad. But it was brutal. It was like not 5 delays, but like 3 delays. We're just sitting there, and then it was just a horrible game. So
we had no 6 o'clock sports coverage that day because I was at the game and.
And it was ridiculous.
It was not fun.
All right, so who's the next pick? Are they going center? Are they going wide receiver, running back, quarterback? What do you want to see them? Defensive back? What do you want to see them do?
I don't know.
We're putting you on the spot.
I know. I'd like wide receiver. I would like to see a wide receiver.
Give them more weapons on offense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep.
And we can't thank Jordan enough for putting all the graphics together and everything that we've been putting up on the air. So
of course. Love to be here.
So, all right. Well, how many picks do we have left? This is the amazing thing.
Four.
We've talked about the entire draft, and I have yet to see anybody hug Commissioner Goodell, shake a hand, walk up on stage because my back might be to the monitor that we have that we don't know about.
Yeah.
And it's just like I haven't seen any of the draft.
Let's see here. So,
but I noticed Don positioned himself very well. It's a veteran move. It was a pro move by Don.
It just happened to me how long the cord was and where we could put it. Anyway, what did the Bills and the Chiefs? Did they swap picks?
Let's get some details on a trade here.
Because you'd have thought the Bills would have gone wide out. I don't think they'd want Xavier Worthy, and like I say, Xavier Worthy's they're the pick's official. But I mean, he's as close to
anybody taking Kool-Aid yet?
The Bills trade picks 28, 133, and 248. The Chiefs trade 32, 95, and 221. So the Bills go back 4 picks in round 1. And then the numbers get fuzzy because I don't know if it's a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick, but they move up 37 spots from 133 to 95, and they move up 27 spots from 248 to 221. So,
and I think the Bills will go receiver too.
Ladd.
There's
Ladd McConkey out of Georgia.
I don't think. I think they go with Mitchell. Mitchell's 6'4". I think they're looking for a tall wide out where, Worthy's exactly the Tyreek Hill type that the Chiefs were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Slot receiver.
You just got to hope for the Chiefs' sake that he's not like John Ross, where everybody fell in love with that guy's speed.
Oh,
couldn't catch a football.
Yeah, with the Bengals. Yeah. I think he was out of Oklahoma.
Well, we are still going strong here.
Anybody need a center? Lions need a center? Ravens don't.
No, the Lions traded up. It's Dallas right now. Dallas, Baltimore, San Francisco, and now Buffalo are our final 4 picks.
At the end of this round, I don't really see anybody that needs a center.
Dallas, Baltimore.
No, because Dallas is set. Baltimore's got not Humphrey, the other guy that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I haven't heard these are teams looking for center, so I think that would be a surprise.
Now, if San Francisco does go that route and take Zach Frazier, pairing him with Colton McKivitz would be really cool.
Yeah, it'd be cool, but I don't think they're. Can you? That would be funny. Hey, who are we going to take? Well, these guys are buddies in West Virginia. This would be cool. You know what I mean? It's just funny. I know
from like a fan's perspective.
Oh yeah. Oh, especially from Mountaineers fans' perspective. Now all of a sudden you've got two fifths of the offensive line in San Francisco. That would be pretty strong.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. During basketball season leading up to the Super Bowl, I think I covered 2 or 3 Union local basketball games. Yeah. At least a half a dozen people were wearing either 49ers shirts or Colton McKivitz jerseys in the stands, like leading up to the game. So that was really fun to follow. And Rob Metzger did a great piece at the beginning of the year with his family when he played it.
You can't help but root for the guy, hoping that they somehow pull that game out.
Yeah.
Hey, he was a force in high school in a basketball court.
Yeah, absolutely.
49ers, though, with the Barlows for years, owning them and being from Youngstown, a lot of 49ers fans.
Yeah. There were a ton of them. I was out in the Strip District the night before the opener, and we were at Coupe de Ville, and there were probably half a dozen to a dozen 49ers fans, and there were a lot of them at the game, too.
That old visitor side was
right. We're still going strong here, boys.
Interesting thing about the National Football League now, and it's not just the Steelers. It's fans will travel to see their teams, and they almost make it like, okay, they're playing the Steelers. We can go to Pittsburgh and see the Steelers. We've never been there. We see a traditional power, or they go to games to have an opportunity to see that other team.
The last 3 or 4 years, like when I request time off from work, I'm not taking it in the summer, maybe a day or two here. My longest time off during the year is when my buddies and I go on our Steelers trip. That's what I look for. It's like my favorite time of the year.
Probably new each year that we haven't been here. Let's go and see these guys.
A lot of them are older than us, and they've done it longer. And a bunch of us, we had to wait until we turned 21 to be able to go on the trip. So the first one that we went to, like Dylan Cleveland and Ed DiOrio, who were both on, was New York in 2019. Okay. For how big of it,
Giants,
Jets, that Sam Darnold and Mason Rudolph. Okay. For how big of a city New York is, biggest city in the world, #1 TV market in America. We as a group, from like 2:00 in the afternoon till the bars closed, stayed in one bar.
Yep.
In New York City.
Oh yeah.
Because my mom goes on trips every year, and she's like, "Oh, there's this cool," and I think it might have even closed now. This cool Irish Steelers bar, and I suggested it, and we were there the whole. Like, no, we didn't sightsee, didn't do any of that. We stayed in one spot the whole time.
You find the spot that you like. You know.
That next year was COVID. We didn't go anywhere. 2021 Minnesota, 2022 Charlotte, and then 2023 Indianapolis.
Well, when we went to Indy last year. The one thing I noticed, I mean, the hotel was all Steeler fans, but people were blown away that we were actually from Pittsburgh because everyone else, I want to say the term bandwagon or whatever, but we're from Tennessee and this is the closest the Steelers came. It's a lot of people have jumped onto that. And then they just kind of gravitate to the closest area.
And you go back to the 70s when the mills were cranking, and then everybody left, they lost their jobs, and all of a sudden they're all scattered to the wind. And families, you know how it is. You grow up with your dad watching your game, or your mom or a family member watching whatever team, and that's the team you're with the rest of your life. So if your dad or mom's a Steelers fan or whatever, then all of a sudden that's what you become because of, just where you grew up. And then you have all these people all over the country, and that's why the Steelers have such a national following.
Jerry Jones is hugging and shaking hands. They take who you see on your screen there, Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle.
And they won't win any playoff games this year either.
No, they won't. Imagine being a Cowboys fan. I probably offended somebody.
I thank heavens that I'm not.
I probably offended a couple of people watching. If I did, I apologize.
Here's an interesting story, at least for me. I don't know if you guys will be interested in this, but so it's Christmas. I'm about 7 to 10, let's say. My brother's a couple of years younger than me. So my dad, we're living in Connecticut. My dad gets me a youth football helmet. It's a Jets helmet. It was Joe Namath was there and the whole thing. So also I had some model paints from something, I don't know what. But I watched Washington play at the time, the Redskins, and I thought they had the neatest looking helmets I'd ever seen. It was Super Bowl 7, and I watched. So I was 7 years old. Super Bowl 7, watched it. It was black and white TV, so I had no idea what the colors were on the helmet. So I go down, I start slopping the colors on, trying to paint the logo with the Indian in it and the whole thing. And I just mess it up. And my dad comes down. He is just red hot. Like, what did you do to this thing? Well, my dad's a graphic designer. So he says, I'll fix it. So he takes it to work. Well, he's apparently didn't know it. He's kind of a Dallas fan. So he goes into work and paints this thing up, puts the star on it, the whole thing, silver helmet, line. Looks perfect. But it wasn't a Washington helmet. So my brother and I, when we played one-on-one football in the backyard, whoever lost the coin toss had to wear the Cowboys helmet. It didn't matter. You didn't want the Cowboys helmet. You didn't take the Cowboys helmet. You didn't volunteer for it. So it was like, all right, Dad, that's a good job. Now we have a rivalry in the backyard. You know, I want to be Washington. David can be the Cowboys. And if I lost it, so I'd have to wear the stupid helmet.
The black and white TVs. I remember it was so big time. I had a little portable TV and it was black and white. Had it in my room.
Yep.
It's like now people have cable, direct cable, everything. I had a black and white TV. I remember I got channel 53 tuned in to watch Pitt play. Maybe Houston was in the Astro Blue Bonnet Bowl.
Oh, the Blue Bonnet Bowl. One of my favorite names of a bowl game.
That was when they had Eric Dickerson, right?
No, that was SMU in the Bowl. No, the Astro Blue Bonnet Bowl, and I have to look. I don't know who they played, but my goodness.
Did you have the rabbit ears where you have to kind of lean one way and all that stuff? So I remember we couldn't get the ABC station in Connecticut. It was down in New Haven, about an hour and a half away. So I'm like, David, you hold it now, and he'd get, okay, yeah, that looks good. He goes, well, I don't want to stand here. So we would switch on and off every 15 minutes so we could watch parts of the show.
There's your 30th overall selection. The Baltimore Ravens go cornerback, and they don't go with Kool-Aid. Nate Wiggins out of Clemson.
Kool-Aid might get out of the first round.
I don't know. I think maybe San Francisco might go defense here. But as we look at it, there's only 2 picks left. Some surprises. Kool-Aid McKinstry, a lot of people had him as a first-round pick. He's still on the board. Cooper DeJean, best player available according to ESPN right now. He's still on the board. Big-time D tackle out of Illinois, Jerzon Newton. I've seen him mocked into the first round. And Ladd McConkey, another one that I've seen mocked into the first round. Other guys that are still out there, Xavier Legette from South Carolina, Adonai Mitchell from Texas, Ricky Pearsall from Florida. Those are guys, Keon Coleman, guys I've seen go early in the second round. So what I'm trying to say is, for the most part, I think the first round really went par for the course. Mm-hmm. I feel like in years past, we've seen more players at this stage than just a couple than like, oh man, how the heck did that guy not go?
Yeah.
Biggest shock, probably Bo Nix going as high as he did.
This is the one thing I wanted to bring up earlier too. Mike Garafolo had I don't know if this was an official statement or a text message from Mike McCartney, Kirk Cousins' agent, about Michael Penix being taken 8th overall by the Falcons. Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first they heard. It never came up in any discussion.
I'm sure the Las Vegas Raiders feel the same way because I think they wanted him in the worst way.
Well, maybe someone makes a trade. The Raiders, we were talking about they're in the market for a quarterback. All right, you got Penix. Is Kirk Cousins, or do you just keep the 2 guys because guys
how much
get
longer
beat
is
up?
he going to play? Here's the thing too. And you remember Mahomes
sat for a whole year,
and there's nothing wrong with Penix sitting for a year or 2.
Yeah, but I don't.
Well, and there's no guarantee on Cousins coming back from an injury. It's like it's one thing to come back, but he's not a spring chicken. He's not a young guy anymore. So, is he going to come back and be the same player he was?
And I agree with all of that. But if the Falcons did too,
why would you pay him?
Why would you pay him $180 million for 4 years? It's not like he signed it.
How much of that was guaranteed?
It's a good question. I can look it up. But the Falcons, so they had, and the other thing about it too is I'm under the firm belief, right? So if you remember and you go back, Patrick Mahomes was maybe QB3 on a lot of boards.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs obviously saw something in him and traded up to take him at, I think, 10th overall, and he still sat a whole year.
Yep.
I'm under the belief that if you draft a quarterback in the top 10, maybe even the top 15, he's going to start a majority of your games as a rookie. Number one, I don't think Michael Penix deserved to be drafted as high as he was drafted. And number two, if you're going to draft a quarterback 8th overall, he should be starting week 1 or at least by week 4 or 6, right around the bye week.
Unless you have a plan like Andy Reid did. Andy Reid, this is what's going to happen. He's going to be on the bench. He's going to learn, and then he's going to take over the job. And that's what worries me for Caleb Williams and these other guys that come in. There is no sitting on the bench. You get thrown to the wolves right away, and it is a huge, cannot explain how big of a step it is to go from major college football. I don't care if it's USC, Notre Dame, Texas, Alabama. You're going from the best of college to, and I love the conversation. Well, Alabama could probably beat the worst team in the national football. No, they get their teeth kicked in.
Yeah.
Pick your best college team. They'll get their teeth kicked in by the worst team in the National Football League because every guy in the National Football League team is the best player that was on their college team. So it's interesting how that dynamic of keeping a quarterback on the bench, letting him learn, or throwing him in there right away.
So Kirk Cousins is a 4-year, $180 million, $50 million signing bonus, total guaranteed $100 million. They have a potential out after the 3rd year in 2027, where if they were to cut him, it would be $12.5 million dead cap for 2027. And he's got a no trade clause too.
Yeah, so he's going to have to prove.
And it's not like the Falcons needed a backup quarterback. Taylor Heineke has proven that he can win you games if he needs to start. He's done that in multiple occasions in the NFL.
It's
I
a
don't
strange move.
It is so strange.
But and the fact that he didn't know it was coming.
Yeah. Well,
what does that tell you about the organization?
Mitchell Trubisky had no idea the Pickett selection was coming either.
Yeah, but that's Mitchell.
But the Steelers didn't.
You just didn't drop $100 million on
no,
Mitchell
and the
you
Steelers
gave him $14 million, and I think $5 million might have been guaranteed.
Yeah, and the Steelers didn't expect Kenny Pickett to be there.
Yeah.
When did the Falcons pick in the 2nd round?
No, that night
in the
I
40s.
I thought the Saints would pick him.
Yeah.
Pickett. I thought the Saints
I had him going early. I had him going to the Panthers at 6.
Do not be surprised now if because Kirk Cousins would have to approve a trade. Don't be surprised if he has his agent on the phone doing the back channel talks. Hey, do you need a quarterback? Do we need to make a move? Do we need to, don't be surprised. I mean, nothing may happen, but don't be surprised if that agent isn't already talking to some other teams, especially a team like Las Vegas. They need a quarterback. Do they want to go there or other teams around?
Yeah, but the Falcons, if they trade him, the dead cap right now is $90 million.
No, I guess they're sitting with him then.
Well, we thought that about the Broncos too, and they decided to give Russell Wilson $39 million to not play for him.
Yeah. I mean, because the thing is, they can make that money move. They figure out a way. They figure out a way. It's a bizarre. Because, like you said, I wasn't expecting Penix to go that high. First round, yes, but not that high.
But there were ratings that had him listed as the 3rd highest quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. And like I said, he played. I think he played his way up the charts during the playoffs for Washington.
Okay, here's a name I didn't have in the 1st round.
Ricky Pearsall from Florida. What does that tell you? That the 49ers take a wide receiver in the 1st round.
Yeah, Ayuk's on his
Do
way
they
out.
expect to be parting with one of them?
Yeah.
Some guy named Ayuk.
Yeah, and the fact that $7 million for the Steelers, is there a free agent center? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, what was it? What did it? Ayuk posted. I don't know if it was him posted or there was something on Twitter. He was dancing around and it was hashtag Steelers and everything. Yes, I saw it. And I went, okay, this is interesting. What's this message?
But Pearsall, I didn't see him as a 1st rounder.
Nope. I thought if any of them, if like in that clump of guys that are still there, if one of them was going to go in the 1st round, I thought it would be Leggett from South Carolina.
I still have Mitchell from Texas listed, Leggett, and Polk from Washington. So the Bills will take one of them. You have to, and that's probably why they traded down, because there was a whole glut of them there.
Yeah.
And Nate Wiggins went.
Yep.
For corners. No, if you really say, I think, yeah, Penix and Bo Nix were the two surprises of the night.
Yeah.
And the biggest surprise of Penix is just the fact that they had signed Kirk Cousins. But if you're not confident in Cousins' recovery, you're not giving him $100 million guaranteed. If you,
we have a trade
doesn't
here.
Make any sense. Well, Kirk Cousins has been traded.
No, Carolina moving back up into the first round for somebody.
How does Buffalo not?
They're stacking picks, is what they're doing,
My
and
goodness,
they're gonna move back one spot.
Oh.
Adam Schefter was just breaking down the trade, but we don't have,
because as we just said, there are 3 wideouts that you can just throw a hat on around that are about the same.
I mean, here we go. Field Yates. Buffalo trades 32 and 200. Carolina trades 33 and 141. So the Bills move back a spot, and they move up 19 from 240 or 200 to 141. And I think that's what, 6th round to 5th round. Draft capital is what they call it. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's in Steelers Twitter is all over it right now with the 49ers taking Pearsall. Zachary Smith, good buddy from Around the 412 podcast, Ayuk with an eye emoji, my good buddy, friend of the show, Donnie Football. The 49ers taking a wide receiver in the first round definitely has to raise some eyebrows when it comes to Brandon Ayuk. Man, if this show ended tonight with a notification that the Steelers traded for Brandon Ayuk, I think I might Mark Massa. I think I think I would pull a similar move to what Mark Massa was talking about in the early. Yeah, I mean, it'd be something else. It'd be something else.
Well, it would be a quality receiver, and it would just they would instantly, all of a sudden you got targets on both sides of the field. You got guys that are going to take pressure off the other guy. It's just going to be, yeah.
The other thing too, you think the Falcons took Penix because he's left-handed, like Michael Vick was?
No,
I don't agree either.
Because that's the only thing they have in common.
Yeah,
I mean, because Michael Vick was a beast.
He was unbelievable.
It was amazing when he was towards the end of his career with the Steelers.
Yeah.
After everything that he'd been through, after all the stuff he had put himself through,
jail time,
and he can't. It's on him. He came back and he was still one of the most phenomenal athletes in the league.
Still hard to believe that he took that Atlanta team up to Green Bay and won a playoff game.
Oh yeah.
You see, now if I'm Buffalo, the Panthers traded up for that wide receiver from South Carolina, Leggett.
Yeah.
Man, if I'm a Bills fan and I have a good buddy from Waynesburg, Brendan Keeney, who's a very passionate Bills fan, I would be screaming right now.
Yeah,
because I mean, you've got
you're paving the road right now. Maybe he's going Ayuk, either Buffalo, maybe not Pittsburgh, maybe it's Buffalo. Maybe Buffalo knows something.
What, the Buffalo would make a trade for Ayuk?
Yep.
Yeah.
They have the draft capital now to maybe pull it off.
Why not?
I mean,
it just seems that there was so much noise about if it was going to happen to Pittsburgh, it would have already happened.
Yeah.
And then I think once word got out that he was available, who knows, maybe Buffalo's joining. I don't know. There might be people talking on the Twitter about that. I don't know. But I would think that because Buffalo's got to do something. Why?
You have to. You can't have Jared Allen and just have him throwing to nobody. I mean, he needs some targets, and that would be a big time target.
It would be.
And a lot of times, and you'll hear it. This stuff happen overnight before things start tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hear about these trades about 6-7 o'clock.
Oh, I'm telling you, these guys, they'll be done on the phone now, and everybody thinks, they go home.
And that's a popular pick, Leggett, for Carolina taking a kid from South Carolina.
Absolutely.
That's big.
Absolutely.
Well, there is still over 600 of you watching. 10 on YouTube, only 6 on Facebook. Everybody else is watching on X. Unfortunately, the way that it's structured on X with the live stream, you can't leave any comments if you're watching on X. So, with that being said, if you're wanting to ask us a question, there's over 608 of you, 608 of you watching on X right now. If there's a question that you want to ask, comment you want to get in there, flip it over to Facebook or YouTube at WTOV9 on both platforms. Flip it over there, leave us a comment, and we'll pop you up on the screen and talk about it because we're only going to be on here for a couple of more minutes, I would imagine. It's 11:53. Might as well go till midnight.
Let's make it happen.
Let's
can
go
do
to 12:30.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see when that trade comes down. We'll be ready for it.
My contact lenses are glued to my eyes right now.
Yeah, see, I'm still chilling. I don't need contacts yet. But my mom's as blind as a bat. My dad has shifted to it was readers, and now he wears them. I'd say 75% of the time now.
And you had Taco Bell, and you're used to working at the end of this life.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go home and play MLB The Show and be up till probably 3 a.m. because I'm a psychopath.
It's usually when I'm getting up.
Yep.
Yeah.
There are a couple of times where I'm ashamed to admit that I've been up and I've watched the A block of the 5 o'clock.
Have we been fabulous?
Of course.
Thank you.
Well, that's because Ace Producers over there is
absolutely
most of the time in charge of it.
She's running the whole show.
Yep.
She's running everything.
I'm amazed though, Jack, that you and I could have sat down and timed this out.
We did it pretty darn good.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And the key to it all.
I called my guys. I said, "This is when you need to be ready."
We had the final pick going off at 11:47.
Yeah.
GW has been with us pretty much the whole time.
And it's George Loss, former Buckeye local star. I'm not player.
Oh, I know who he is.
Football,
I know he is.
Superstar baseball and
Yes,
solidly district championship star
Yes, sir.
basketball. But they made the regional, and then he coached baseball and football at Brook and Buckeye local and all kinds of places. Now he coaches Broadway in Virginia.
Well, his question to us is, if you guys had the power to bring any player in a trade, perfect world to the Steelers, who would it be?
Any player.
Jim Brown in his prime.
I would say Mahomes. I think that would be the obvious answer. But if you want to go the realistic route, I think Brandon Ayuk helps the offense tremendously.
Perfect world.
I don't know.
In a perfect world, Kenny Pickett wasn't playing quarterback the last 2 years.
No, I was never crazy about that pick.
Well, that's so.
I've
going
been
back,
on that bandwagon for a long time.
Going back to our timing, right? Like Don and I had sat down and tried to space it out every 10 minutes, and by this point, we got to 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
We're like, that can't be right. So I was a part of a large group of people that watched the 2022 NFL draft in a public place. We rented out a private room. And Kenny Pickett gets drafted to the Steelers, and 99% of the people in that room were Steelers and Pitt fans, myself included. And we jumped
bananas. I remember seeing the video.
Hooligans, to the point where when the Steelers played on Monday night that year against the Colts, it was in the opening montage on ESPN. I wish it all worked out. We all big time egg on our faces now, but I went back and looked at the timestamp of that video on my phone, and it was 10:22. And they picked 20th that year, just like tonight, and we spaced it out, and it was almost on the money.
Here's the deal: the NFL is a machine.
Oh yeah,
they got this down to a science. They know exactly what they're doing.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was so excited when they picked Kenny Pickett. I ran, which I don't like to run much, but ran from my living room upstairs, stubbed my toe to tell my wife, because we went to the Pitt road games, home games. I saw Kenny Pickett. Start in person, started with that Miami, Florida game, probably 98% of his starts.
No.
Stubbed my toe. My toe was black and blue for a month. The other time I got real excited was when the Browns drafted Johnny Manziel. Hunter, we were high-fiving. We were all pumped about that, and that didn't turn out very well.
No. I'll tell you what, though. Saw him play in person against the Steelers in Pittsburgh, and he put on a show.
One of the best games. It was the best game of his career.
Show.
Yep.
Go watch that Duke Texas A&M game. Or was it Texas A&M and Duke? Yeah, I think it was a bowl game. Yeah. phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now, I guarantee you, he wasn't running any of the plays they were calling. He was just in the huddle for the Browns going, okay, we're going to win this thing playing street ball. And he was amazing. But getting back to
and we said no running backs. There were no running backs.
I think with if we're going to answer that question, I think Mahomes. I mean, he's the best in the business. He makes everybody better around him.
He'll be the best of all time, I think, when it's all said and done.
Could be, but hard to argue that. But he's win those championships. Ben Roethlisberger told me one of the first times I interviewed him, I said, he goes, I want to be the best. And I said, well, how do you judge that? And he said, by championships. He goes, Terry Bradshaw has 4 championships. I need to win 5 to be the best quarterback in Steelers history.
Mm-hmm.
I need to win 4 to be better, or 5 to be better than Joe Montana, or whatever the case may be. And he got 2 of them, went to 3. So it all depends on how you're judging best ever. But Patrick Mahomes is on the road.
But you go back to that. Bradshaw was number 1 overall in 1971, and you think people were rough on Pickett.
Oh, they crushed him.
They crushed Bradshaw. And in 74, Joe Gilliam was a starting quarterback.
Yep.
And then they put Bradshaw in, and Terry Hanratty played a game. And see, there was a strike that year in 74. But I mean, and they stuck with Bradshaw, and look what happened.
Absolutely. So, speaking of, it makes me think of 1974. Not that I was
and everybody always talked about Swan and Stallworth. Fine, but that 74 Super Bowl, Ron Shanklin and Frank Lewis were your 2 wideouts that started.
Yeah, and you get 74 draft, 17 rounds, 2 days. Swan, Lambert, Stallworth, Mike Webster, all from that draft class, all in the Hall of Fame. Donnie Shell, he came down to I did an interview with him when he was going in the Hall of Fame, and he said he had a free agent opportunity. It was either going to be Denver, and then he talked to somebody really respected, and they said, don't worry about Denver, go to Pittsburgh. You want to go to Pittsburgh, that's the place you want to be. And he said, I went to Pittsburgh, and it changed his life, and he goes in the Hall of Fame. And the closest to Hall of Famers in one draft class, 58 Packers, 64 Cowboys with 3 each. So it's still a gold standard of drafts. We had to get that in there by the end.
There you go.
Yep.
I think we're to our final minute. We are at midnight. So take it away.
For all of the fantastic people that joined us this evening, seemed like an eternity ago that Mike DeFabo hopped on with us, but he set the stage from Steelers headquarters. Mike DeFabo of The Athletic was with us. Chuck provided some fantastic insight on the Washington
Commanders. Chuck Lamoureux.
Lamoureux. Yeah, I was going to ask you how to pronounce his name because I saw him pop up in the comments.
I still can't believe I called him Lamoureux the first time. I was like, what's his X?
Well, Chuck, thanks for hopping on. Bill Hillgrove, my pap, was with us for a moment as well. Appreciate him popping on. Dylan Cleveland and Jamie Baker for a couple of minutes as well in the 9 o'clock hour. Eric Ritchie, New Orleans sportscaster, Don's buddy from college.
Easy
E. Finding out about the Nacho Man nickname for the very first time.
If you go down to New Orleans, 10 minutes outside of the city,
Don's
Seafood.
Yep, there you have it. Tim Zipsel, I knew I was going to start coughing at some point. Tim Zipsel, the 2022 Browns Fan of the Year, Jefferson County native, joined us. Ed DiOrio, Mark Massa, Mike Osti, all of you guys, thank you so much. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. Hands are to help, not to hurt.
Jordan, thank you so much for staying with us tonight. Appreciate all of your help with the ticker, with all those graphics and getting everybody in and out and on time. It was awesome. For you guys for staying way late. Thank you for hopping on with me. It was a lot of fun.
Anytime.
Yeah. Our and for all of our Ohio Valley fans that are still with us, my next plan for a live special like this is when we get our live Thursday Night Lights and Friday Night Rivals broadcast schedule finally finalized. A big time reveal show for all of our live football games for this fall. That's my next project with this. He has to probably approve it, but I don't think that I'll have a hard time getting it approved.
This is our phenomenal new.
Put your microphone
phenomenal new digital studio, and this is a wonderful place to do this. Tim Zissel watched clear to the end. He says, "Thank you guys."
And it is known as the Don Sloan Digital Content.
It is for.
Yes. But I think we need to change that to Nacho Man Digital Content Center.
We could hang the
Little
helmet.
plaque,
Yeah.
plaque or something.
Brian Moss, Zach Medovic, Jason Booker, Marty Engel for building this new room for us. It's awesome, and for helping us get everything squared away with tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Jack?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, you're the host with the most tonight. You had everything set up, and great job. Great job. And wish you nothing but the best with the jacked up. Let's go. There you
Good
go.
night, Jack.
Good night. Thank you.
Don wants to go home.
All that good stuff. We'll talk to you soon.
Auf Wiedersehen.